Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody? What is this? Oh, this has been a great title. That's my side. I call her Miss Sneaky Pants. It worked, Morales. Y'all, yes, please, 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 please. We hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
Please do. And thank you very much for joining us today, guys. And for those of us who joined us this morning for some saucy Sara Boone news, thank you very much for that too, because we had a lot of fun. And we might be continuing that in a lunch break today. We'll try and do that.
Yes, will. So I'm going to pop this here like that to get it. It worked for some people and some people it didn't. Okay, yay. I am going to my Discord. I got a lot of alerts in my Discord.
Okay. Good morning, ADHD Jelly Bean. Oh, thank you for joining us, Fubar. We're so happy that you joined us for your evening. Thank you for staying up with us. We know it's very late.
Yes, for some of you, it is really late, and we apologize for that, but we can't help that you live across the world. Traveling around the world.
I love that there's so many people from all around the world that watch here.
Canada. What can I say? I don't know how you deal with the cold. I would be. Nope.
I think that if we weren't like indoctrinated into it by just like getting born here, that we would just be like, nah. Because one of my old colleagues, Dean, he moved here from Jamaica, and he was just like, there's a reason that there's not that many Jamaicans here. It's because we don't like the cold. And I'm like, fair enough, man. Fair enough.
Oh,
and he's just like great opportunities for education and like, work, but yeah.
And then
again, this whole family just like
out there that say that, you know what? It's too hot where you are. And I'm all like, no, it's perfect.
ADHD Jelly Bean, you're in Toronto? I'm in BC. That's great. Sorry.
Why am I not big in this? Oh, because I'm waiting for them to go live. Okay, so we're waiting for them to go live. We'll see how long it takes. See how late they are today. Oh, that was quick. Okay, we got the beautiful seal. That I have to say, this seal is far nicer than anything else we have looked at, I think, thus far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is a nice seal. It looks great.
Nevada does have a nice seal. Look at those mountains. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and look at the old cabin. Yeah. And the old bridges and trains.
It's very calming.
Huh?
Just like it's very calming. And like the two colors, like the blue and just like the blue and white. Well, white's not a color, but is that called monochrome? Is that what that's called, Ada?
Yeah. It's a monochrome. Guys, I brought a footstool for under my desk because my feet are swelling because I have been sitting for 12 and 15 hours. And so I'm kind of fidgeting around trying to get comfortable with where the mic is and where I want it versus say you can't hear me as well from here. You lose me a little bit. It's not as clear as it is if I keep it more down like this. You know what? I normally don't have a problem, but I was in a car wreck a couple of years ago. Drunk driver hit me at 9:30 in the morning, right in front of the police office, practically head on, and skirted down the side of my car. And she just got a slap on the wrist, and she had 3 drunk driving, uh, arrests within a year, in 2 or 3 months, and all she got was a slap on the wrist. But anyway, I have I broke a bone, that little bone in my left foot, and the last couple of days it's been swollen and not happy. No. I don't put feet up on desk. Nah, I ain't gonna go that comfy. But I do have this in here and it's comfortable. It's good. And I got a nice chair. This chair really is comfortable for as long as I sit in it. So, we were previously watching Boone, make a fool of herself, and, well, we'll go back to that. You think she's guilty? I mean, come on. This is one that I can this is one trial that I can sit there and say, "You filmed it. How stupid could you be? Of course you're guilty." And you film yourself doing it, I'm like, "Please. You're trying to
Yeah.
act all smart in court. You ain't that smart. You filmed it."
Kids today are like Pixar, it didn't happen. Uh, it happened. She got a video. It there.
Yep. See this? I just wanna go,
I
do
can't
you
believe
have
that
the names like
driver got just a slap on the wrist.
Um, because real quick, do you have the names like you did yesterday?
Yes, I think we're on 15. Our next witness is number 15 because 14
We are
was
actually on number 15, and I don't know if they crossed or not, but we'll see what happens.
I don't
Um,
know if they call 15. I don't know if they call it. I
yeah,
know 14 was
yeah,
James
we're
Milligan.
on 16 now. Today starts 16. If they call a new person, if 15 comes back, we're on cross on number 15.
Okay.
I
What
keep
was
a file.
15's name?
Huh?
What was 15's name? I missed it.
15's name was John Hoffman. He's a homicide LVMPD detective. He's the one that collected the cut up hat.
Thank you. Okay. So number
Yeah, I
16,
think he's
thank you
coming
for
back
doing
for
that.
cross today. I think we're starting with him on cross. Oh, hello, Britt. Hello, Britt. You're right.
Hello.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. There it is. So we're gonna probably start with him, unless they decide not to cross, which they can.
And
Um,
Ada, do you mind just sending me a link to the stream that you're using so that I can have it as a backup?
all
Just
all you have to do is go under invite.
mhm.
See the little invite button? Click it, and you can copy the stream.
Okay, thank you.
We're teaching here while we're doing. Um, so
And
that's how you can
that's the stream for this Nevada
for this.
hearing?
Are you talking? Oh, you're
I'm
talking the.
talking I'm talking about the court feed in case you happen to go down.
It's under trial
Trial
TV
TV
live,
Live? Okay,
but I think
thank you.
that will get you there. Let's see. Click on that and see if that gets you there.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta pop out. I forgot to do
Okay,
that.
perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to have that in the background.
Oh, you're more than welcome, love. So what I suggest you do is put that in the background running at the same time we're running. Just have it in the background running live. And if I
Thank
go down, you can just pop it up.
Excellent. And ADHD jelly bean learning by doing is the best way to. And so Ada has been teaching me, and so has Miss Kevin. So thank you. And thanks for being patient with us, guys.
Now, all my mods, I can only have 3 people, including 3 people added to this program to do what she does with this program. Now it's different in YouTube. However, What was that pop? That was weird. However, ooh, that rattled my eardrum. Um, when we get new mods, I will bring one new mod in at a time and teach them the very basics on how to pin comments and that kind of stuff in YouTube. It's not hard, and everybody will learn because not everybody mods at the same time. So we always have a backup. One of us gets sick or something happens, and see if I go down, say I get sick in the middle, I can just hand this over to her and she can run it. She can do everything at this point. Speaking of, I got a customer.
Not everything. I'm not.
I will be oh, no, no. I got a customer. I'm gonna have to let you run it.
Okay. Oh, hi, Squeegee. Ada just stepped out for a moment, but she will be back to say hello to you. But thanks for stopping in. Um, we are very excited to start off this morning. We started off with some Sara Boone business this morning, which, made for shenanigans. Indeed, Ronnie. So, yeah, thanks everybody for joining us. We are really, really excited to start this off because yesterday we had some spice that we didn't really expect from the realtor. And the realtor was getting a bit snappy with the defense lawyer, and that was a head-to-head that I didn't really expect to be as snippy as it was. So I don't know if okay. Thank you. All right, let's see. Working on my mic. Working on my mic. Okay. Let me know if my mic gets worse or better. We've been working with this feed and with our audio at the same time, and we've been having some difficulty. So I'm sorry about that. But thanks, ADHD Jelly Bean. I'm just going to check my connections in the back of my computer just to make sure that my mic, yeah, just going to check that. Any better? Less more static. We'll let you know, Squeegee. We're having some difficulties with audio ourselves, so we'll have to figure out who's first. Um, is my mic still static? I tried to unplug it, plug it back in. Have a good day, Squeegee. It might be something with data, so perhaps. Yeah. When did it start? Did it start as soon as data went offline? Or please,
Okay, I's back. How are we doing?
my mic is staticky.
Okay, you're real soft. Say that again.
My mic is staticky.
Huh?
Okay, so my mic is staticky. Yes, when Ada left, is it better now?
No, you're real choppy, girlfriend.
Okay.
You might have to sign back in. Your audio is like crickly.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back.
Yeah. Bye. Place. And then you get it. No, go place. Then you get it. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry about that. That was for my sister with cancer. We have a product that came in for her, and I had to go give it to her. She sends her love. Am I the same way or am I good? I sound good on my end. How am I on your end? Well, we're just waiting for court to start as usual. Oh. ADHD. It's crispy time. All right. So that was on her end. Great. Not great for her, but at least her feed is good. Okay. So Miss Diane will not be able to join us. So if I have a deaf viewer hop on, I will start interpreting. I will not announce it. I'll just start doing it. So if you see me pick up my hands and start signing, you know why. Mm. So, did y'all, oh my gosh, y'all, did you guys see the investigation? I'm not going into politics. No, pineapples, no politics. However, there was a release. There was a release for the, where is it? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I don't know where she put it. I'm going to look for it. There was a release of here it is, preliminary investigation for the Trump shooting. And it was released yesterday, the 12th of August, with the Congressional Office of Task Force Chairman Mike Kelly, whose district encompasses, this over here, Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the assassination attempt occurred on July 13th of 24, heretofore referred to as J13. They are on PT. Yeah, it's 9:30 there, so they should have started. So they're calling this event J13. I traveled to Butler County on Sunday, August 4th, leaving the area on Tuesday, August 6th. During my time on the ground in PA, I was able to focus on about 20 hours on my initial investigation endeavor at Pacific time. As always, my investigation was focused on hard evidence, facts, specific observations, guided by instinct and my experience. My overall mission was to personally observe and investigate the available crime site, along with consideration of both anticipated and unanticipated interactions with witnesses, crime scene landscape, hard evidence, collaborative evidence, criminal evidence, etc. My initial investigation intent was to carefully observe and listen to document and consider totality of circumstance. Wow. Surrounding the attempted assassination of President Trump. Be calm. Move slowly to the center and just let the crime scene talk to you. Was the advice to me as a young patrol cop from renowned investigators many years ago. That was my purpose as I traveled to Butler and let the crime scene talk to me. In many ways, this preliminary report is essentially what the crime scene told me and what I told me. During my investigation, I was greatly assisted by ESU Commander Edward and Butler County Attorney Office Senior Director William Mayha. The Butler County Emergency Services ESU was well-established, well-equipped, and trained tactical unit drawn from the tactical officers across the country. I'm going to get across. Okay, here are the observation notes. Prior to the arranged travel, Butler and I reviewed the file scores of videos and recreation from online sources. I'm going to try and get to his findings and see if I can, but we will go through this eventually. This is like a huge report, but it is something that I'm not going to read all of it right now, guys. But this is something that I think we should go over in the near future. I don't know where Miss Nikki is, but we will see when she returns. She was having some mic issues. Oh, come on. Oh. So, Miss Veronica or Ronnie, thank you, Miss Ronnie, so much for all your due diligence and your hard work in bringing me as much documentation as possible. She is our mod manager, our mod resource manager. The mod boss is Miss Kevin once again. And I've not seen Miss Kevin. Hope she's okay. It is 5:30 p.m. Yes, and I was raised on military time, so I'm good with military time. Military time. I love it when people can't do military time. I know I'm not horrible, but it's entertaining. I want to say a few things about the Sara Boone situation. Y'all, I really struggle with this girl. I so want to snatch her by the back of her head and say, get a life. Just because you have forced yourself in the position that you are in now does not mean the world has to bow to your feet. I'm just saying. Saying. What are y'all's thoughts on what we read or saw this morning? Anybody want to hop on and share their thoughts? I'm getting everything lined up for today. Sorry, guys, if I'm a little quiet. Okay, so far in this trial, I've not. First of all, this particular trial has to be one of the most. What's the word I'm looking for? This particular trial has to be one of the most polite, clean run trial I have seen in a long time, and it is very refreshing. I do feel the sound of people coming in. I think the jury's right about time. I don't know if it's them or if it's the videographer. Yes, there is sound coming from the courts. There's sound coming from the courts. It is winding down time for Haley. Haley Mouse.
All right.
All right.
Michelle Lemon presiding. Order to be seated, please.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Governor had to step out, but with your permission, I can just start.
Sure. Go ahead, you're calling this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls in Felicia Barton.
Called who? Wow, Haley Mouse. Ugh. Oh, this is a new witness.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, please, clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Anastasia Barton, ANASTASIA BARTON.
How are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist trainee at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Forensic Laboratory in the biology and DNA detail.
And how long have you worked there?
I have worked for Metro for approximately 8 years. I've held various positions during that time frame. I started as a forensic laboratory assistant, and then I promoted to forensic lab aide in October of 2016 until I promoted to forensic laboratory technologist in the biology and DNA detail in July of 2018. And I held that position for approximately 4.5 years until I promoted to forensic scientist training. And that is my current title. I've had that title for approximately 2 years.
Okay, so it sounds like in 2022, you were a forensic technologist for the DNA lab
Yes, that is correct.
for Metro.
Yes.
What does that person do, a forensic technologist?
A forensic laboratory technologist is the person who will receive items of evidence, examine them for the possible presence of bodily fluids or DNA, test those items for DNA and put them through a lab processing. And once a DNA profile is generated, that is when a forensic scientist comes in to interpret the data that came from the samples that I have lab processed.
So you're coming in contact as a forensic technologist with the actual evidence, like swabs or actual physical pieces of evidence,
Yes, that's correct.
and you receive that evidence in sealed evidence bags.
Yes, that's correct.
Is part of your responsibilities checking to make sure that the bag is properly sealed and no one has tampered with it before you open it and start dealing with the evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
When you are dealing with the evidence, are you wearing like regular clothes, or do you wear some sort of protective clothing in order to avoid contamination?
I wear personal protective equipment, and that is my lab coat, my face mask, as well as my gloves. We also use sterile procedures in the form of cleaning our bench space and laying down sterile filter paper and always working evidence before known samples.
And when you say always working evidence before known samples, can you explain for the members of the jury what that means and why that's important?
Yes, evidence samples are evidence that are items of evidence that are collected from a crime scene. They are also known as question samples sometimes, and that is because we don't know the source of whose DNA could possibly be on them. They are from a crime scene. Whereas a reference standard or a known, or usually it's called a buccal swab, those are known samples because we know where they came from. If a buccal swab is submitted, that is a standard. It is coming from inside the person's cheek. So they take a cotton tip swab and they'll swab the inside of that person's mouth. And it is considered a known standard, a reference standard, because I know whose cheek it was collected from.
And so obviously it's important to keep reference samples separate and apart from questioned evidence to avoid any possibility of contamination.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you get an item of evidence that say is like a swab or a cutting or something like that, what does it look like when you're doing your work, or you were doing your work as a forensic technologist?
The item of evidence, it really depends on what it is. First, there are different packages that an item may be placed and contained inside. Bigger items might be in a cardboard box or a paper bag. Smaller items could be in manila envelopes. So you start by examining the outside of the package first and documenting the seals and the integrity of the package to make sure it's intact. And then, depending on what the item is, when you open the package, You will verify that whatever is listed on the outside of the package, there will be like an inventory of the items that is inside that package. You will verify that anything that is in that package is correct with what you were expecting and what was requested for analysis. So usually like swabs, smaller items, there will be smaller envelopes inside of a larger outside envelope.
Okay. And then do you do something with the items of evidence, like put them in a test tube, or, how do you extract the potential DNA source?
Yes, any sample that I take, depending on if it's a cutting I have taken or I've consumed an entire swab for my testing that has been submitted, they will all go into a test tube, and there will be a reagent blank that is controlling for that sample, for that extraction set, and those will all be in tubes from that point. So the item of evidence is separate from the extraction.
Okay. And there's sort of a control within that to make sure that the testing went through correctly and that there wasn't any kind of variability in the testing.
That's correct. I believe I mentioned reagent blank
Yeah.
when I mentioned extraction. Those are samples that have absolutely no DNA in them. They are just part of the sample set. So I'll have maybe 10 samples that I'm working. There are 10, swabs, for example, that I've cut. So there's 10, and then there's 2 reagent blanks that are initiated. So all of the reagents, all the chemicals that I am adding for that extraction process will be added to all of them. So that ensures that the chemicals that we are introducing into all of the samples, we have control for them. We know that there's not expected to be DNA present in those because it's just regular blank tube with those chemicals.
Okay. And so you can tell if everything's functioning properly, because if your reagent blank showed the presence of DNA, you would know like something went wrong in the testing process.
That is correct. The reagent blanks are a method to check our quality control to make sure that a blank is blank, that there is no DNA detected in that sample. We also have negative and positive controls later on in the process to ensure, again, that the chemicals that we're using, that they're working properly, and as well as our instruments are working properly.
Okay, so I want to talk about this case now. What items of evidence did you work on or conduct, I guess, the forensic testing process on in terms of this case?
For this case,
I am going to have to switch
You would know like something went wrong in the
because of
testing
the
process.
chopping.
correct, the reagent blanks are a method to check our quality control to make sure that
Ooh,
a
the
blank
sound is worse.
blank, that there is no DNA detected in that sample.
Is the sound bad?
Thanks, Charlie. It was good. And then
A swab from left ankle and a left
Better.
foot. And there was also a reference standard, that is that known sample that was submitted, and that was from the decedent Jeffrey Gehrman.
Okay,
Correct. Everything that is impounded is
Video.
expected to be in its own separate package. And if I were to notice some kind of discrepancy, it would have been documented.
We're gonna have
A
to go
CSA or detective would have been notified.
of course.
conduct, I guess, the forensic testing process on in terms of this case.
For this case, I was requested to examine fingernail clippings from the right hand and the left hand of the decedent, as well as a swab from the
Gained
right
it.
hand and the left hand,
Yeah,
a
go.
swab from a left ankle and a left foot. And there was also
Better.
a reference standard, that is that known sample that was submitted, and that was from the decedent Jeffrey Gehrman.
Okay.
Okay.
So all of your samples were fingernail clippings, hand swabs, a swab from the left ankle, and a buccal swab from Mr. Gehrman himself.
There was also a left foot.
Left foot,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
All of those, fair to say, were collected at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay. And all of those items, I assume.
And I do this every single time for every single case.
Okay. So when you are working with an item of evidence, and in this case, the item that you just listed, do you do any kind of preliminary test for the presumption of blood?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what that is?
When there is a stain that is indicative that the stain could possibly be blood, Usually there'll be a stain on an item that would have a reddish brown color to it. I
Is
will
that good?
perform what is known as a
And don't hear me?
it is a chemical test for blood, and what that is a color test. So I will test a small portion of like a stain, if there's a stain present, and if the color changes pink, then it is positive, and it is a presumptive test. So it's positive for the presumptive blood test, and if there's no color change, then it is just negative. It's a
Okay.
negative presumptive blood test.
So I want to leave aside the reference sample, the buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman, but
Yes.
in terms of the swabs of the hands, the fingernails, and the left ankle and left foot, what were what did that presumptive test reveal about those items of evidence in terms of whether they were presumptive for blood?
All those tests turned pink, so there was indication that it's positive. So it was documented to be positive presumptive blood test for all of samples.
Okay. And you said that you also had the buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman. I assume that wasn't positive for blood. That came from his mouth.
That was not tested for blood. That would not provide any contextual information if the decedent was bleeding or not. And that is just cut and processed into the extraction process.
Okay. And you, at the time you were doing your testing, did you have a reference sample from someone identified as Robert Tellis?
I did not.
Okay. So you only had the samples collected from autopsy?
Are we currently?
I also received, there were handbags that were packaged, but those were not requested for analysis. So they were documented as being in the package and received but not examined. And I also received a package that had shoes, but they were not requested for analysis.
Okay. After you, I assume you did testing on all those items for DNA, the presence of DNA.
Yes, all the items that were requested.
All the items that were requested, which included the swabs of the hands, the fingernails, and the left ankle and left foot?
Yes.
Okay. After you complete your testing, there's data generated on each of those items. Is that fair?
That is fair to say. We do have several steps throughout the lab processing. The first step can be the screening process. The second would be extraction, where we apply chemicals and heat in order to break those cells open. And then there's a quantitation step to determine the amount of DNA that may be present in those samples. And that gives us an indication of the quality of the sample, whether or not there's inhibition present or degradation present. There's different values that can be interpreted. And then there are additional steps like amplification, where we make many copies of that sample in order to have enough DNA to produce a profile. And lastly, we put it on an instrument to generate a DNA profile. So in this case, I sampled the items, I extracted them, I put them on the instrument for quantitation, but I did not interpret the data or continue the lab processing portion going forward. Another person in the lab, a forensic scientist, stepped in and continued that process.
Okay, yeah, you got my next question. So that very last step of the interpretation, that was done by a different individual at the Metro Lab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Could I just have the court's indulgence for 1 second? I think that is it. Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Martin, at the time that you performed these tests, you were acting as a forensic laboratory technologist trainee, correct?
No, that is not correct. I was a forensic laboratory technologist. My current position is forensic scientist trainee.
Okay, so you're currently then a forensic trainee as we speak.
Yes, I am finishing up the 2-year process, at which point I will promote to forensic scientist 1.
You had testified that presumptive blood tests were performed upon the samples provided to you.
Yes, I did.
Those were of the hands of the decedent?
Those were on all of the evidence samples that I have tested, the fingernail clippings and all of the swabs from the hands, the left and the right, the left ankle and the left foot. Those were all tested for the possible presence of blood.
Now, as to the presumptive blood tests on the hands, were they from both the left and right hands, or were there separate presumptive tests as to each hand?
Each hand. They were individually packaged. So one was worked separately from the other. So when I take my bench paper and I open my envelope and I describe what it looks like and I document the staining present, at that point I will make certain determinations for if there's staining present. Do I want to test this for the possible presence of blood? Yes, I do. It's characteristic of possibly containing blood, and I will test that sample. I will cut it and put it in the tube, at which point everything goes away. The envelope, the swab, envelope that contained that swab will go into the package. I will bleach down my area. I will lay down a new filter paper. Then that next sample comes out once that area has been cleaned and a bench paper has been applied. Then I will start the process over again, documenting what that staining is, what that swab looks like, or fingernail clippings, whatever was submitted. I start over kind of fresh. So those were tested for the possible presence of blood separately.
As to the hands, was there a presumptive positive for both the left hand and the right hand?
Yes, that is correct.
As far as the fingernails, was there a presumptive test done on each fingernail, or were the fingernails grouped together?
The fingernails from each hand were grouped together. So there were fingernails from the right hand and the left hand. So each individual fingernail was not collected separately. It was collected by hand, but the left and the right were in separate envelopes. Yes.
Same question concerning the left ankle. Presumptive positive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But not the right ankle, or that was not submitted to you for presumptive testing?
That's correct. I didn't receive a request for analysis for a right ankle.
Same question concerning the left foot, presumptive positive?
Yes.
For blood?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing was submitted to you for the right foot?
That's correct. It was not requested for analysis.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just one question. Ms. Boone, you said you're a trainee for Forensic Scientist 1.
I'm a forensic scientist trainee. It is the entry-level position of that classification. Forensic laboratory technologist has different job duties and responsibilities, as I've described, receiving the evidence and doing the lab processing. When you become a forensic scientist, you're then trained on analyzing data and statistics, calculations, and report writing. So I kind of shift gears a little bit. However, I can perform the entire process all the way through. I am fully trained.
Okay, and the person who, in this case, who ended up analyzing the data that you got from these items of evidence, that's sort of the job that you're going to have next, right? The
Yes.
interpretation.
Yes, that's correct. It's the job I currently do. I do
Correct.
perform interpretation. However, my classification is trainee. I have finished the training program. I am signed off for independent casework. I have taken qualifying exams and proficiency tests even in order to test my competency in that skill set that I have developed since promoting.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have no follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And the state may call our next witness.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Flodenhead.
Sorry, guys. I'm putting my toast in. Right.
Why we're just calling Miss 17.
17, yeah.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Are you going to do the names or am I?
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Melanie Kolenovic, MELANIKOLJENOVIC.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm a forensic laboratory forensic scientist employed with the biology DNA detail at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked in the DNA lab?
I've been full-time since January of 2020.
Okay. You were working in the lab then in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And your position, what does that mean you did day to day?
As when I started in 2020, I was a forensic laboratory technologist, which consisted of receiving items of evidence, screening or examining them, and then performing lab processing on them. Currently, I'm a forensic laboratory scientist trainee, which consists of the same thing, except I'm also in training to be a forensic scientist.
And the last part of the training would be the person who analyzes the data?
That's correct.
When you were a technologist, you were handling items of evidence and doing extractions and that sort of thing on it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. We just heard from your colleague describe that process, so I'm probably not going to repeat that with you. In 2022, though, you were the technologist, so you were dealing with items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, when you were dealing with items of evidence, did you wear any kind of protective clothing in order to avoid contamination or that sort of thing?
Yes, I wear a lab coat. My hair is kept up in a bun away from my shoulders and my face. I also wear a mask and I wear gloves, which I change regularly throughout the examination and lab processing process.
Okay. Now, in this case, you were dealing with several items of evidence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us I mean, I don't know if you have it memorized or with council's permission, if she could refer to a report. Can you kind of list out the items of evidence that you dealt with in this particular case?
I did perform 2 examinations of different unit records. Would you like both of them or just one at a time?
One at a time, I think.
Okay. May I refer to my report? Thank you. So for the first one, I received in one package a swab from the interior side of the left gray shoe, a swab from the bottom of a left gray shoe, swab from the interior side partial right gray shoe, swab from a piece of black, white, and gray rubber, swab from a handle of scissors, which was referred to as AB5, swab from handle of scissors, which was referred to as AB6. Another package contained a swab from an interior blade of a Husky folding knife. And then in another package was 5 tan straw hat pieces.
Okay, so let's start with the shoes. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 263 and then states 272. Do those items look familiar to you?
They do not, because when I say a swab from, that actually means I just received like a cotton swab from the actual item. I did not receive the item or actually look at the item or determine where to swab. The swabs were given to me by the person who analyzed the shoe and swabbed that.
So we have testimony from a crime scene analyst who worked in the field. So sometimes they would swab a piece of evidence and then you just see the Q-tip or the swab that's been impounded?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's labeled for you so you know what the swab relates to. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So with regard to what was labeled to you as a left gray shoe, interior side, and then the bottom of the left gray shoe, did you do any presumptive tests for blood on what was identified to you as left gray shoe swabs?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
May I please refer to my, thank you. So for the, the interior left side?
The interior side of the, excuse me, left gray shoe.
And that's lab item 13.
That is lab item 13.
Okay. That was negative presumptive blood.
Okay. And what about from the bottom of that left gray shoe?
That was also negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. You also received a swab from the interior side of a partial right gray shoe?
Yes.
And also pieces, I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 274. What was identified to you as pieces of black, white, and gray rubber?
Yes.
With regard to, let's go back to the partial right gray shoe. What was that in terms of whether it was presumptive for blood or not?
The swab from the partial right shoe was the positive presumptive for blood.
And then putting again states 274, with regard to the pieces of black, white, and gray rubber, what was the presumptive, what did the presumptive test tell you?
Positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. In addition, you swabbed some scissors, is that, or you received swabs from scissors?
I received swabs from scissors.
I got to get that straight. How were the scissors described to you, or well, they were identified, I guess, the swabs as AB5 and AB6, is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes, specifically from the handle of the scissors.
Okay, I'm gonna put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 259. And I think we can see there's a evidence marker there that says AB5. And then this is states 261, which also has a marker of AB6. With regard to those two swabs that you received, can you tell me whether or not they were positive, presumptive for blood?
Both swabs for AB5 and AB6 were positive presumptive for blood.
And then you were asked to do a presumptive test on an interior blade of a Husky folding knife. I'm putting on the overhead states 256. What was your finding whether or not the knife was positive?
The knife was negative presumptive, or the knife swab that I received was negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. And so the scissors were positive, but just to be clear, the knife itself was negative.
The swab I received, yes, was negative.
Okay. You also received items or from a hat. This is states 285.
Those I did physically receive. So I physically received the hat pieces.
Okay, so you would have done the swabbing on those?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I assume, well, actually I should ask you, how do you do the swabbing on that type of item?
So this item was impounded differently than how this photo shows. So the items that I received all of them in a large box where each individual hat piece, as you see on the screen, was in its own individual brown paper bag. Per our policy, we do not have lab items opened at the same time. So with the approval from DNA management, because we didn't know where the interior lining of the hat would be, I had approval to swab the lining of each piece with one swab. So the way that looked, to keep with our procedures of not having multiple items opened at once, was I had clean butcher paper down, I was in my PPE, and I would open up one item, I would examine it to determine if there's any possible staining or to see if it had that interior lining that we were looking for. And then I would swab that with a clean swab, and that would go into a clean label tube. That hat piece would then be put away, the area would be cleaned, and another hat piece would be opened up to determine if there was a lining there. There was only 2 hat pieces that had lining, so the only 2 of them were swabbed with the same swab, and that went into one tube.
Okay, and with regard to the hat, did you do that presumptive test for blood?
On certain stains that I noted, but not on the swab itself.
Okay, and with the stains that you did do, what were the findings?
Those stains were negative presumptive for blood.
Okay, now you you did additional work on other items of evidence, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, and many of those items, or several of them, were swabs taken from a vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's the same thing where obviously you don't have the car in front of you, you got swabs or like Q-tips of what was done by a crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you also get or examine clothing that was collected?
Yes.
And I'm going to put on the overhead states 166. And did that clothing include Sperry shoes, like a right shoe and a left shoe?
Yes.
And did it also include a shirt and shorts?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received swabs taken from the crime scene, or identified to you as taken from a crime scene?
That's correct. Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 149. Now the swabs that you worked samples on with regard to those items, were they labeled to you as AB3, AB4, and AB5?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and they were identified as being taken from AB3 as a bush, AB4 is a bush, and AB5 is a butterfly?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to kind of go back on these a little bit. The swabs that were all taken from the car, were any of those presumptive for blood?
They were all negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. Now, with regard to the Sperry shoes, what were the findings with regard to whether they were positive or negative for blood?
I identified several stains on the shoes, and of the stains I tested, they were positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. What about the t-shirt?
The t-shirt also of the stains that I identified were positive presumptive for blood.
And what about the shorts?
As well as the shorts, the stains that I identified were positive presumptive for blood.
Okay. I want to go back to States 149. These swabs that were taken from AB 3, 4, and 5, which are the bush, and the butterfly.
Mhm.
What were your findings with regard to whether they were positive presumptive for blood?
The two swabs from the bush, AB3 and AB4, were positive presumptive for blood, and the swab from the butterfly, AB5, was negative presumptive for blood.
Okay. And so on that one item, AB5, that, to be clear, that butterfly, which is like a lawn decoration, that one is negative, but the ones from the bushes were positive?
That's correct.
Okay. So after you completed that presumptive testing, I assume not obviously all at the same time, but all of the items that we've been discussing, you put in test tubes and went through the normal DNA processing.
That's correct.
And then once that processing was done, does another analyst from Metro look at the data in the job that you're currently a trainee for, and does that person analyze the data?
Yes, she does.
Was there any discrepancy or anything unusual in the testing process that occurred when you were analyzing these items?
No, not to my knowledge.
If anything, if you were to see something happen with like a reagent or something like that, does Metro policy and probably lab policy require you to take note of it?
Yes, and depending on it, we will also document it. And if anything is not caught, it will also be in our review documents. That's available in the case file.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. And we'll start with the end of your testimony, which occurred at the beginning. In reference to the items of clothing recovered from Mr. Gehrman, you had testified that the shoes were tested, presumptive test for blood, and both shoes, the topsiders were both positive for blood.
Yes. Do you mean, sorry, Mr. Gehrman's shoes?
Yes,
The ones
Mr.
I
Gehrman's
physically,
shoes,
yes,
yes.
yes.
And the shirt that was worn by Mr. Gehrman,
Mhm.
presumptive test, blood.
Yes,
Same thing with the shorts, presumptive blood test, positive for blood.
yes,
In reference to the bushes, it was specifically AB4, AB3, again, presumptive positive blood.
yes,
And that would have been the area based upon the diagram surrounding Mr. Gehrman's body.
to my knowledge, yes.
Let's turn your attention now to the vehicle. You were called upon to conduct presumptive tests for blood.
Yes.
And it was a subject vehicle. Do you know the type, the make, or just that it was from a vehicle?
It usually just says V1 or vehicle 1 when describing the vehicle.
And just so we're clear, the swabs that you received and tested presumptively for blood were negative.
That's correct, yes.
The straw hat, the multiple pieces, you tested presumptively negative for blood.
The stains that I located were presumptive negative for blood, yes.
Were those swabs also taken in order to test later for DNA?
No, for the sampling process, due to only looking for possible trace DNA, the staining was just in case if I saw anything, and due to them being negative presumptive, I did not take them forward. However, the stains are still available if you would like them to be tested.
So just so we're clear, then the hat was not tested for DNA.
The hat lining was tested, but it was not tested for, well, it was tested. The stains that I noted were tested for possible blood.
Okay, but nothing more.
Besides the possible trace DNA, nothing more.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the lining versus the exterior. The lining was obviously tested for DNA.
Yes, the exterior was not.
Okay. Was it, and nothing was found as far as DNA concerning the interior of the band of the hat, or there was, but it was very weak?
The findings of the DNA would be better explained by the forensic scientist who interpreted the results.
Fair enough. As to the knife, presumptive negative, correct?
That's correct.
Now the scissors handle was presumptive positive,
Yes, for both of the swabs.
but as far as the blades, the cutting part,
I did not receive the cutting part of the scissors, so I am unable to say.
In reference to the shoes, the left gray shoe, presumptive negative,
You mean the shoe
the
pieces?
shoe pieces.
I'm sorry, can you please say which lab item it is?
Yes. In order for just easy to work, you tested two shoes, correct? The gray
Yes.
shoes.
Yes.
One shoe was whole, the other was cut to pieces.
Yes, one pair of shoes I physically received, the other pair of shoes or shoe pieces I only received swabs from.
Okay. If you could narrow down your testimony concerning the shoe pieces.
Okay, yes.
Presumptive positive?
Some were not. So 2 of the pieces of the shoe were negative presumptive for blood, and 2 of the pieces of the shoe were positive presumptive for blood.
Can you tell the court what other substances other than blood may create or cause a presumptive positive?
There could be rust. Rust is also known. There are false positives in cases of, I wouldn't say false positives because it's still blood, but animal blood can also be positive but will produce no DNA results due to us having a human-specific DNA testing kit, but they can still show presumptive positive blood.
And in reference to these findings, we can't necessarily date whether that rust or animal blood or perhaps human blood had been there, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as to the other shoe, the whole shoe, presumptive negative.
The Mr. Gehrman's shoe?
No, we're talking about, we already addressed Mr. Gehrman's shoes, the Perry topsiders.
I've only received, the naming that I have doesn't say which shoe is whole. I apologize. It says swab from interior side of left gray shoe. Is that the one that
Correct.
Okay. Both of those for the interior left side of the gray shoe and the swab from the bottom of the left gray shoe were both negative presumptive for blood.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions about the hat. The hat and hat pieces, there's 2 parts of it, as I understand your testing. The first is you swab the lining of the hat to maybe get a wearer profile if you could.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then there was staining on the outside that you thought possibly could be blood, but when you tested it, it was negative presumptive for blood?
That's correct, yes.
And so the outside that was negative presumptive for blood, that wasn't moved forward for additional DNA testing. Is that fair?
That's correct. And the stains are still available on the hat for additional testing if necessary.
Okay, but the wearer profile that maybe you'd get from the lining, that was further tested for DNA.
Yes, the swabbing taken from the inner lining was taken forward for lab processing.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Shauna.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And the state may call the next witness.
Kimberly Dannenberger.
Is everybody doing okay? So I was in and out. I wonder how many pieces tested positive for blood.
Competent forensic team.
Huh?
I was just happy there was a competent forensic team. And
I
that
know, right?
she asked for the proper authority before she swabbed something, more than one thing with the same swab. And that she made sure before she brought more than one piece of evidence out that her area was clean.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Kimberly Dannenberger, Kimberly Dannenberger.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Ms. Dannenberger, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Forensic Laboratory in the Biology DNA section.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked at the Forensic Laboratory for approximately 15 and a half years, and I've been within the Biology DNA section for approximately 13 and a half years.
And what is your job title?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, and you've done that for 15 years, is that about right?
I've been doing casework for the past 12. So part of that 13 and a half years and then within the biology DNA section included training.
Okay. What is your educational background that allows you to work as a forensic scientist?
I have a Bachelor of
And
Science
again,
degree from the University of
missed
Nevada,
the
Las
drama.
Vegas in cell and molecular biology. I also completed an approximate 16-month training program within the biology DNA detail. And that training program encompassed everything that I would need to do my job. So analyzing items of evidence, putting them through a series of lab processing steps, generating DNA profiles, making interpretations on those DNA profiles, making comparisons to any known individuals who have been submitted for that case, as well as report writing and generating statistics.
Okay. And have you testified before as an expert in the area of forensic science, specifically with regard to DNA?
I have testified before, yes.
How many times do you think you've testified?
Prior to today, I've testified 87 times.
Okay. Can you give us just kind of an overview of how DNA is used in a forensic setting?
So just a little background, DNA does stand for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is what makes us who we are. It's the building blocks for each of us. So between two humans, approximately 99.9% of our DNA is the same, coding for everything that our body needs to do to function. It's that approximate 0.1% that makes us unique. So type of analysis that I am doing is within that 0.1%. So coding for eye color, hair color, skin color, what makes each of us unique. So DNA analysis is looking at that kind of portion. We target very specific locations, but ultimately swabbings or samples are taken from items of evidence submitted to a series of lab processing steps to generate a DNA profile.
Okay. And a person's DNA profile, is it the same regardless of where a sample is from versus like a buccal swab versus blood? Would those reveal on the same person the same DNA profile?
Yeah, so depending on, DNA does persist throughout your body. So if I have a sample of blood and a sample of saliva, if it does come from the same person, it will be the same DNA profile.
Okay. And what is meant by the term reference sample?
So reference sample is what we use in the laboratory to describe an item of evidence known as typically a buccal swab kit, but it's an item of evidence collected for the purposes of DNA from a known individual. So based on who the outside packaging says was collected from, we can say that this profile came from this individual.
Okay. Now, with regard to this particular case, did you prepare a series of reports with regard to various items of evidence that were collected in the Garriman murder case?
I did, yes.
Okay. Now, and did they span over several months?
Yes, in total, yes.
Okay. Now, on some of the reports, we've heard testimony from two forensic technologists that they handled particular items of evidence and ran it through DNA processing. I assume on those items of evidence, you analyzed the data?
Yes, so for each of the reports that were authored, I was the analyst that did all the interpretation, regardless of who did the front end processing and or sample collection.
Sorry.
Did you ever work with any of the original evidence or like evidence where you were the person doing sort of the sampling and that sort of thing?
For the original report, I did not have hands on the actual items of evidence. I did do part of the lab processing.
Okay, and with regard to the lab processing, what did you do? What items did you work on?
So we're talking about the original report, correct?
Well, actually, yeah, I'll back up. We'll just go in order.
Okay.
Let's start with your original report.
Okay.
And it was issued on, do you know what date?
May I refer to the report?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the original report for this event number was issued on September 5th, 2022.
Okay. And so when you issued this report on September the 5th of 2022, there were various items of evidence that a forensic technologist took samples from that you later looked at the data and analyzed. Is that fair?
Yes, I did the analysis for these items.
Okay. And those items include a reference sample from Jeffrey Garriman, right hand fingernail clippings, left hand fingernail clippings, a swab from the right hand, a swab from the left hand, swab from left ankle, and a swab from left foot, correct?
Yes.
At that time, on September the 5th, did you have a reference sample from Robert Kellis?
I did not.
Okay. So in this report, the only evidence that Metro was in possession of on September the 5th, was these, well, there were probably other swabs impounded, but there was no reference sample for Robert Tellis yet obtained. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay, so let's talk about this first report and what your findings were. I want to talk about the left hand, the right hand, the left ankle, and the left foot. With regard to those items or those swabs, what were your findings with regard to DNA?
So referencing those items, referring to my report, those 4 items, the results were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor, foreign DNA was not detected.
Okay, and with the left hand fingernail clippings, what was the finding with regard to that?
So for the swabbing from the left hand fingernail clippings, the conclusions were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor, the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited nature of the foreign component, it is unsuitable for interpretation and no further conclusions can be made.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about that, just so we're clear. So this, the left hand fingernail clippings, the DNA evidence was analyzed, and I think you said there was evidence of a mixture. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
How does that look different when you have a mixture as opposed to a single source of DNA?
So when I'm doing DNA analysis, the profiles that I'm looking at, they're equivalent to like peaks on a graph. So visually, you can just visualize peaks on a graph. So when a sample is single source, depending on the number of peaks that I see and the data itself, I can make the conclusion this is from a single person. The more peaks that are added, I can then conclude that this is from a mixture DNA profile. So the mixture part is dependent upon the profile itself.
Okay, and in this case, there was an indication of a mixture, but I think you said it can't be interpreted further?
Yeah, so for this sample, a mixture was indicated. I was able to assume Jeffrey Gehrman on this sample. It's what we consider an intimate sample, so fingernail clippings from a person's body. There's a reasonable assumption that their DNA profile can be there. In this case, his profile was there. So the peaks that are left over, there wasn't enough for me to make any further conclusion. It's limited, so I can't do anything further.
Okay, and that's just sometimes how DNA turns out? You get data that can't be interpreted further just because of the nature of the sample?
Correct.
And are there factors that affect that, or it just depends on how it's collected, or what is collected, or environmental factors, anything like that?
There are lots of factors that can affect DNA analysis in general. I'm never going to know what kind of profile I'm going to get until I actually run the samples through our processing steps to generate a DNA profile. But in terms of what can factor in, amount of contact between 2 items, was it left out in the elements? These are just generalized factors, not specific to this case.
Sure.
Has there been any chemicals applied since, the contact may have occurred? I think I said handling with something touching for a long period of time or just a short amount of time, any environmental factors such as being left out in the sun or rain, etc. So in terms of generally for DNA, there are a lot of factors that can affect how much DNA is potentially still on an item of evidence by the time it is swapped for analysis, either by crime scene or by someone at the laboratory.
And you can't tell from lab results what may have affected whether or not there was more sample left or more interpretable sample left.
Correct. DNA can answer the questions of who potentially was a contributor to this profile, if someone included or excluded. And I can answer the question as to where that profile came from, so the fingernail swabs, but I cannot answer timeline questions. I can't say how the DNA came to be on an item of evidence, when it came to be on an item of evidence, and why.
Okay, so let's go back to the September 5th report of 2022. You also analyzed the right hand fingernail clippings swab, correct?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion with regard to that on September the 5th?
So on September 5th, the interpretation was this was a mixture of 2 males. I did assume Jeffrey Gehrman. Again, these were fingernail clippings collected from his person, so there was a reasonable assumption that he was there given the data. And so the conclusions at that time on September 5th were assuming Jeffrey Gehrman is a contributor to the mixture DNA profile obtained, foreign DNA was detected.
Okay, and did you have enough DNA in that case to have a possible profile for that foreign DNA?
Yes.
Did you know whose it was?
No, at this time, I only had one reference standard that had been submitted to the laboratory, and that was Jeffrey Gehrman.
So you have kind of this unknown profile associate, or well, in the same sample data as Jeffrey Gehrman's profile. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you have an identifiable profile, but you don't know whose it is, are there databases that you can enter a profile in?
There are, yes. If the sample itself meets eligibility, then there are databases that we can use.
And was that profile entered into databases?
It was, yes.
And which one, I mean, just generally, can you tell us which ones it was entered into?
This profile was searched, you're talking about the level, I'm sorry.
Of the identifiable foreign DNA profile, was that entered into any databases to see if it matched anything?
It was, yes.
And those would be national and local databases?
So for this case, it was able to be searched at a local level, a state level, as well as a national level.
And in all those databases, did you get any results about who could possibly be the source of that profile?
At that time, I did not know.
Okay, so let's move on to September the 7th. You ended up preparing 2 reports on September the 7th of 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so let's, I think, start with what items of evidence you actually received on September the 7th. On that date, did you receive a reference sample?
So, sorry, yes, so this is referencing supplemental number 2, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So first of that, September 7th, 2022, this is referencing my report as supplemental 2. I did receive a reference standard from Robert Tellis.
Okay, and that came to you in the form of an evidence envelope?
Yes, it came in the form of what's called a buccal swab kit. That is going to be a swabbing of the inside of one's cheek.
And September the 7th is the first day, I assume, that you had a sample from Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
So did you analyze that particular item, or did you actually process it, do the forensic processing of that buccal swab?
So for this supplemental, I did work this case from beginning to end.
And were you able to generate a profile from Mr. Tellis's buccal swab?
I was, yes.
And did you ultimately compare that to that unknown profile that came from the right fingernail clipping swab?
Yes, so this reference standard was compared to my original conclusions to that original data. So that comparison was done.
And what were your conclusions then?
So for the comparison of the buccal swab from Robert Tellis to the swabbing from the right-hand fingernail clippings, there was support. So Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that profile. And the probability of observing the mixture DNA profile is approximately 40.9 septillion times more likely if it originated from Jeffrey Gehrman and Robert Tellis than if it originated from Jeffrey Gehrman and an unknown random contributor.
And can you kind of explain why DNA is reported out as a probability, or give us some context for that number?
So this number is what we call a likelihood ratio statistic, and it's the probability of the evidence. So it all relates back to the evidence. So the probability of the evidence, which is that swabbing from the right-hand fingernail clippings, compared to 2 different competing scenarios. So scenario 1 is that this DNA profile came from Jeffrey Gehrman and Robert Tellis. And scenario 2 is that this profile came from Jeffrey Gehrman and someone unknown, random. I don't have another buccal swab kit for them. So the probability of that evidence, given these 2 competing hypotheses, is the statistic. So there's more weight for the hypotheses or the scenario that it's Robert Tellis and Jeffrey Gehrman versus Jeffrey Gehrman and an unknown random contributor.
And that ratio, or that is numerically 40.9 septillion more times?
So that was the statistic, that the probability of the mixture profile is 40.9 septillion more times more likely if it's that scenario that I just talked about.
Okay, and that was reported out in one supplemental report from September the 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, that was all done on September the 7th. And again, that was using the original data that was reported out on September 5th.
Okay, and that evidence was originally, that evidence was worked by your colleague, Anastasia Barton.
Yes, so the report for September 5th, she was the one that had basically eyes on the evidence. She was the one that sampled from the evidence. She did start the lab processing steps that we go through. I did take over part way in the lab processing step. So I did finish the lab processing and wrote the report. But she was the one that had the evidence. I never actually saw the physical evidence.
Okay, so you never handled the fingernail clippings, right hand, anything like that. You just have the data from that.
Yes, so I never handled the actual evidence.
Okay. Now I want to move on to your second report from September the 7th, and it appears these were rocks with staining collected from the crime scene. There were 2 rocks and a swab from a bird bath.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. And those were identified to you as AB1, is AB2 and AB6. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the impound information.
Okay,
Yes.
right. A crime scene analyst collects it from the field, and then you have their label. Is
Yes,
that right?
yes,
You're not
but-
going out to the field.
No, this is all based on the crime scene analyst, the description of their packaging.
Okay, and AB1 is described to you as a circular rock with staining, and AB2 is a rectangular rock with staining, and swab from AB6 is from a bird bath.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, let's talk about those 3 swabs. What were your conclusions with regard to them?
So all 3 of those items, so the rocks, I actually did the sampling myself. So I was the one that swabbed those 2 items. And then the swab was given to me. So crime scene swabbed on scene. All 3 of those items were consistent with 1 male contributor. And Jeffrey Gearman was included as a contributor on each of those items.
Was there any indication of a mixture on those items?
The conclusions for these were 1 male.
Okay. So you prepared another report, and this one I think was from, excuse me, September 12th of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct, and this is supplemental 3.
Okay, so let me just make sure I have these items. And these items consist of what was identified to you as a left gray shoe, interior side, the bottom of a left gray shoe, partial right gray shoe, pieces of black rubber, and swabs from handles of scissors, and a swab from a knife. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about those.
My rubber band broke. That's why my hair was bothering me.
I apologize. I'm putting on the overhead states 274 and 263. So let's talk about the what was identified to you as the interior side of the left gray shoe. Were you able to get interpretable data from that?
Sorry, let me just referencing my report. So for the swab from the interior side of the left gray shoe, that was consistent with originating from 1 male contributor.
And were you able to include Mr. Tellis as the source?
Yes, he was included as a contributor to that profile.
And are you able to give us any kind of numerical context that similar to what you described for the right hand fingernail clippings?
Yes, so the probability of observing this DNA profile is approximately 1.34 octillion times more likely if it originated from Robert Tellis than if it originated from an unknown random contributor.
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs.
You also
Stanton.
were
Good afternoon.
dealing with, I guess this would be your lab item 15, a swab from the interior side of the partial right gray shoe.
Yes.
And I'll put on the overhead states 272. What was your finding with regard to that, the interior of that?
So the swab from the interior side of the partial right gray shoe was consistent with 1 male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that profile.
And was Mr. Garriman excluded from being a contributor on that shoe?
Yes.
You also analyzed or had data on black, white, and gray rubber. Is that right?
Yes, referencing lab item 16.
And what were your findings with regard to that?
So that was consistent with 1 male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to that mixture.
And
or
how,
excuse me, that profile.
and how about Mr. Gehrman?
He was excluded.
And I want to put on the overhead states 261 and 259, which are reported to you as swabs from some scissors. And they're labeled to you as AV5 and 6. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
What were your findings with regard to the scissors?
So both of those were consistent with originating from one male contributor, and Robert Tellis was included as a contributor to those profiles.
Okay. Was Mr. Gehrman excluded?
Yes.
Let's talk about swabs from a hat that was identified to you as from a hat. This is states 285. Did you look at DNA data generated from a swab from this, well, identified to you as swabs from this hat?
Yes.
And what were your findings there?
So this would be lab item 20.1, swabbing from the inner hat pieces. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 5 contributors, with at least 2 of those being male. Due to the complexity of the data, no additional conclusions can be made regarding this mixture profile.
And when you say complexity of the data, in non-scientific terms, does that mean there's just too much information there to make it interpretable? Or how, in your words, how would you put it as a scientist?
So based on the data that was obtained, there was an indication that there were at least 5 people present on this item of evidence. So once we hit the point where there's at least 5, that profile becomes too complex for us. I cannot make any comparisons to any known reference standards, so I did not compare either Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA or Robert Tellis's DNA to this item of evidence. Once it was 5 people, at that point, the interpretation stops. It is too complex.
Okay. And that's because there's just no indicator, there's a, I guess, a danger of interpreting data like that. It might not be reliable scientifically because there's just so much information. Or
yeah, we can kind of relate it to there's just too much information, and also it relates back to based on validation data, and there's just too much.
Okay. So I'd like to move on to, I think your last report was from January 2nd of 2024.
Yes.
And you were given swabs from a vehicle, and then some swabs from clothing, and then also swabs that are reported to you as from some bushes at the crime scene.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So all the vehicle
Children.
swabs, were you able to analyze the data as to those?
Yes, so every item of evidence that was sampled for this report did go on to DNA analysis, so DNA profiles were generated.
And what were the findings with regard to the swabs from the vehicle?
Did you want me to go through each?
Sure.
One? Okay. So referencing lab item 27, which is a swab from the interior driver door handle pull area. Assuming Robert Tellis is a contributor, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture, including at least 1 male contributor. Due to the limited nature of the foreign data, it's unsuitable for interpretation, and therefore no further conclusions can be made.
Okay. The next one. Well, actually, let me just do it this way. It might be a little shorter. In all of the vehicle was Mr. Gehrman excluded from all of those?
He was either excluded or what we call uninformative.
Okay. And when it's uninformative, can you explain for the members of the jury what that means?
Yes. So uninformative, when I have that reference standard and I'm comparing it to the evidence profiles, we generate a statistic. So similar to the statistic that I've already talked about. If that statistic falls into a certain range, it's in what we call an uninformative range. So I can't say, yes, this person is included as a contributor to this profile. And I also cannot say, yes, they are excluded as a contributor to this profile. It's a range where we just can't say one way or the other if they're included or excluded. And that all relates back to the statistical number that was generated for that comparison.
Okay. And is there any further testing that can be done that would clarify that, or this is just kind of what we're left with the data that we have?
As of right now, this is the interpretation that was made and the statistic that was generated.
Okay. And though that includes all the swab, well, with some degree, like you kind of made some distinction, that some of them were uninformative, but it's fair to say that there is never a positive identification of Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA in the Yukon.
Correct. Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA was not found to be individually included or support for inclusion based on the statistic in any of those swabs that came from the car.
Okay, and some of them were uninformative, so we don't know, we can't say he's included or excluded due to the sort of limitations on the data.
Correct. There's not sufficient support for either way.
Okay, so I'm going to put on the overhead now states 166. And these are other items that you analyze, which are Sperry shoes, a right shoe, a left shoe, a shirt, and some shorts.
Correct.
With regard to those items of evidence, were you able to generate data and draw conclusions?
Yes. So for all, pardon me, I'm referencing my report. For all the items of evidence from these items of clothing, so just to reference, that's going to be lab items 35, 36, 37, 38, the clothing samples. Those were all consistent with one male contributor, and Jeffrey Gehrman was included as a contributor to those profiles, and Robert Tellis was excluded.
Okay, so the DNA that is gathered off of these clothing items that we've discussed was consistent with one person, and that was Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, lastly, in that last report, there were swabs that were taken from 2 bushes and a butterfly. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. And those swabs were reported to you as AB3, AB4, and AB5?
Yes, that is correct.
And what were your findings with regard to those swabs?
These swabs were all consistent with originating from one male contributor. Jeffrey Gehrman was included as a contributor to those profiles, and Robert Tellis was excluded as a contributor to those profiles.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
You want a break? Okay, all right. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. Will be in recess till 11. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Oh.
Holy crap.
What?
I said, holy crap.
So how much I kind of lost because my dyslexia just goes when I just start hearing a bunch of numbers. How many pieces were blood found on, and how many pieces was his DNA found on thus far? Do we know?
You know what? I wasn't taking a tally of an exact number, but pretty much Tellis's profile was on pretty much all of them. And then there were a few pieces where there were a couple of people's profiles so that they couldn't discern any DNA because they found 6 people's profile on something. But a lot of the pieces of evidence, right, it's just Tellis and then the victim. So,
Well, the blood on the blood drops, microscopic blood that they're finding and everything doesn't surprise me. But what gets me is that he wasn't arrested until the next day. So he had plenty of time to take that bag that he had, put the balls in it, and shove it in a hole in there somewhere. Why cut up the hat? And if you notice, the whole brim of the hat, part of it's missing.
yeah. Well, and why would you cut it up and not burn it? Or You
Or
know,
even
not
better,
get rid of it from your house, remove it from your residence.
I mean, dude, you got all that stuff. You got 2 pair of shoes. I would put a shoe in each bag, a little HE, grocery bag. My pants in a grocery bag, my underwear in a different one, my shirt, my hat, the glove, and the bag. I'd have 9 bags, and I would go all over town.
Different dumpster. Pour
The
bleach on everyone as soon as you put it in there.
But the problem is they can track him.
Yeah, that's true.
So
You'd
do you know
have to
what
take
you
an
do?
old.
You know what you do?
Mm.
You go down a street that has trash cans and you go doink, 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 doink. Because
This
once
is
that
Kevin.
trash goes to the heap, even though they know what
Stop.
area that trash truck dumped in, they gonna have to go through a lot of trash to find it. So
Mhm.
I would go down. I would I would go down and just start dumping a bag in every trash can I could find.
I would go down like 2 main strips of the city on different ends of the road or different cross sections and start doing it, but on 2 different streets. And you're right, that is a great
I wouldn't
idea.
do it in the home.
Why do that? I'm sorry, guys. We're talking about how to commit a crime, but seriously, why? If this guy is so guilty, and he's just sitting here like, and I keep on sitting here like, this is bull. And I know that every time he sits here like this, I'm like, okay, I gotta not sit like that because I know he and I are thinking the same thing. But he's thinking this is bull for another reason. It's because he doesn't want to be there.
I'm thinking you so full of it, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got super comfortable. I got my footstool. I got the pillow. My feet are perfectly straight out.
Excellent.
Not Robin.
I've drank all my coffee for the day, and now I'm back to tea.
Tea.
And and
Is that cat bothering you? Is that cat bothering you? That's why he's coming up under my feet. The cat's bothering the dog.
man.
Like, Mom, get her out of here. Please. Get her
Oh,
out. Typical
but
man.
if anybody,
Those darn ball bags.
yeah, Braxton, you are a delight.
Down. Oh, Braxton. Oh boy, I just woke up the dragon. I woke
Yeah.
up the wizard. The wizard. The wizard is here, y'all. Let me get the wizard. Hey, wizard.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh,
And
well,
he shut up here.
someone.
How's it going?
It's going.
Did you have a lot of work?
Yes. Lots of work.
Well, that's good because if you're working a lot, you're not so sleepy and been slow and head back.
Let me show you what I did.
That is right, Haley Mouse.
Yeah, I'm just.
That is right.
I'm going to hide this.
Great and powerful. Oz
I'm
has
going
spoken.
to embiggen us. There we go, Brax. I'm going to embiggen you. Now you can show us.
Oh, I'm gonna pull up better pictures. It's okay.
Oh, he's going to do the screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just need to get
these
them.
pictures are actually pretty awesome.
The great and powerful Oz has spoken. He's our Mr. Oz. That's what I'm going to call you, Mr. Oz.
Any IT people, this will just you'll have a slight panic attack.
And then you'll get calm again.
Oh, very calm again. Then everything will be
You love
okay.
it. But you love this.
Oh, so much. I adore it.
Careful. What you ask for, it shall be given.
It's
Asking
true.
you shall receive.
Okay.
Yeah, but thanks everybody for joining us today. And while Braxton pulls up his wonderful photos of the ton of work he was doing last night, how's it going, Haley Mouse? Get a temperature reading. How's your day going? How's everybody's day going?
Let me give you my temperature. Let's do a temperature contest.
Yeah.
All right.
We're 96.
Oh, we're cold today. It's
In US. Oh, fun.
So that's what I was doing last night. I was fixing that.
Holy crap.
It is yeah, this was running an entire store.
Yeah.
An entire grocery store.
We're not worthy. We're
not worthy. We're not worthy.
Hey, the new wizard. Here's the new wizard sound.
Oh, I like that.
Look at that though. Look at that.
That's finished.
Beautiful. That's a work of art. That
Oh my
belongs in a
God.
museum.
Yeah.
And you did that one night?
Yep. Not just me. There were 4 of us.
That other was a hot mess. What was it before? And who did that? Go back. Who did that? Who was stupid enough to do it like that?
10 years of IT people.
Okay, guys, even I know you got to keep that crap organized. That ain't organized. Oh, sneaky.
It's really cold here today. We had like lots of rain, but we needed it because we have forest fires everywhere.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Give my son.
I loved it. I loved every minute of it.
So, are the other they above or below you or equal?
Oh, everyone that I was there with is way above me.
How did you do with them?
Oh, they're fantastic. Let me tell you, IT people are a special kind of degenerate, and I love it.
You're all in, right?
Oh yeah. Like, it's fun. I love my job.
I am so happy for you. So, how's our sound today?
Sounds good. There's clipping, which I'm not
Sound
sure.
good. Say that again.
There's clipping when audio streams collide. So when I talk and you talk at the same time, there's some clipping. When one of us talks over the video, there's clipping. I'm not sure why. Oh yes, kitchen staff. I worked at a fast food.
Good call.
Yeah. So when we get the switcher in a couple of weeks, I think that's going to help.
I think so too. Problem I think is that we're trying to do so much with audio streams that they kind of just collide and yeah.
See, all of you, I have my own line, private line. my audio. But the court and everything with you is all going through one line to the Stream Deck. So, another computer will help with that.
Mhm.
But that will come shortly, hopefully within the next couple months. And then no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. But
Hey, nudge, nudge. You know that thing? You know how you said you'd give me a computer? Nudge, nudge.
But what I'm saying is, having that whenever it happens, I'm not pushing. I can somehow, we'll have to figure it out, feed all the things through the switcher, and then I can isolate. We'll figure it out. I guess you work well with Mr. RA,
Yeah, I like RA. All right.
so maybe he can help me.
I don't know. Yeah, like I'm doing research on the Roadcaster to see if there's stuff there that we can do. I'm just trying to figure out how we can isolate the audio streams and why it's not playing nicely.
Well, when we have the switcher, we would be able.
Yeah.
So we'll get it all figured. Don't worry about it,
yeah.
guys. But I will have to say, for what little I do have, I think we're doing pretty dang good.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's your
that'd be
thoughts on
my
this trial?
Huh?
What's your thoughts on this trial? I have no opinions.
I believe he did it at this point.
Yeah.
Only
personal opinion.
It's hard. Well, I know I normally hold my opinions, but I'm not on this one.
Yeah.
I play devil's advocate, but I don't give my personal opinion. But he had the hat cut up, the shoes, one shoe cut up, the scissors, and the bag with the cut up shoes under the couch. All of that. He had motive. I don't know where the shirt is, but we were just talking before you hopped on. He's stupid. He should have put each item in a separate grocery bag and drive down the street where there is trash pickup and put a bag in each one and say sayonara. You should never have. If he did not have it in his home, any of that
This is
evidence,
Nevada. This is Nevada, right?
Yes.
go dig a hole.
If you drive an hour in any direction, no one will ever find anything you put there.
That's why the mob said 86.
Because
when they would 86 somebody from a casino, that means they would go 8 miles out and 6 foot deep.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. If he had done any of that, his phone would have been trackable by GPS and the vehicle would have been trackable by GPS.
See,
unless you have Braxton who knows how to disengage all that.
You just don't take your phone with you.
Yeah, but that's
really
not normal behavior. People will say that's not normal behavior.
You find a time where you're normally going to be home and you leave your phone home.
It's great that we
He had 24 hours. He had less than 24 hours.
Like, I'm sorry. And here's the thing. It might look suspicious, but if there's no data, there's nothing there. You can infer that maybe something happened because the phone was turned off, but you can't prove anything.
That's when it's great to have like an old 1994 Ford Tempo that's like a beater because it's got like no electronics in it. And you could just like drive it nowhere and you don't care about it.
Remember, those were the days.
Man, Ford Tempo. I had a Taurus. I had a Pontiac Sunfire.
Like,
man,
jump in my 1999 Monte Carlo and just drive out. And
how about my
no.
my first car? a 1961 Volkswagen.
That's awesome.
I even had a split window.
Oh, cool.
You're right, Haley Mouse.
Oh,
Unless there's
hey.
traffic cams, then he can bring his granny hat, or maybe
Well-
he can choose another hat.
Well, here's the thing. If you're smart about this,
Me
like
too.
honestly, ooh, nice. It doesn't take a lot to get away with murder. Like it doesn't.
Unaliving someone.
Unaliving.
Yeah, we're only at 1:50.
We still have like
apologize.
another 8
We have 8
minutes.
minutes
Yeah.
until we can say things like that. I apologize.
Saucy.
It's not that hard. Like I've watched enough trials and watched people do it stupidly enough. If you can destroy technology properly, which it's not hard to do, like Casey Anthony with just throwing the phone or throwing the camera in a washing machine. In what world is throwing a camera in a washing machine going to destroy anything?
Hey,
No.
put everything in a bag with a brick. Go toss it in the freaking water.
In Utah, we have the Great Salt Lake, which is one of the saltiest bodies of water in the world. You chuck some
That'll
stuff in
try
there,
anything.
that'll like the salt will eat at everything. Nothing will be there. It'll be gone.
It'll corrode it really well.
Crazy
You guys,
that.
you know, I got demonetized when we were talking about this last time.
Really? Sorry. Do we talk about this a lot? I guess we do.
Well, not fully. It was a yellow, which means you're demonetized. I mean, they're not going to run ads. You might as well say no.
The
Oh,
VW bugs were awesome with the
My
trunk and the front.
From the moment he adopted me at the oh, Braxton, I didn't say that for you to do that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
But listen, my father adopted my parents when I was like 4.5, and he was in a VW club, and he restored them.
Braxton.
I grew up. Restoring Volkswagens. And when I got my first bug, I was ecstatic. That was some of my fondest memories of my father was doing that. And so I won. He deceased 2 years ago. We're back. And I will get one and restore.
Blood carries a fair amount of DNA.
The button's
as
stuck.
compared
I
to
don't know
other
what to say.
bodily fluids, skin cells such as that.
Yes, blood, what we consider that a biological fluid, and that does typically have more DNA present than, like you just mentioned, skin cells or something sloughing on.
Okay, when we talk about skin cells, those are epithelial cells?
They are referred to epithelial cells and or skin cells. There's cells all over our body, and within those cells is where the DNA resides. So our skin is constantly sloughing off as well.
Just magically leaves things. Just
DNA that you test.
way better than
Okay, meaning, did it come from blood? Did it come from semen? Did it come from epithelial cells, saliva? Are you able to make that determination?
My analysis cannot.
Hello, toxic orchid.
I don't know if she's here, but she did get the
blood is perhaps
membership.
the richest carrier of
So
DNA.
Yeah,
it's the best vehicle to preserve and to transport DNA.
Biological fluids, to include blood, semen, and saliva, all are good. They all contain good amounts of DNA. So we typically expect there to be a lot of DNA. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I'm never going to know what that profile looks like until the analysis is actually done. But biological fluids do contain more DNA.
We'll start with what's up on the overhead projector. This is States Exhibit 149.
Okay.
That's helpful here.
You had tested, it was the rocks and
Maybe that ought to be my next show.
Yes, there were rocks and various swabs, I believe, within this diagram that were submitted for forensic testing.
And so we're clear, there were no findings concerning the reference sample, that being Mr. Tellis.
For referencing that last report?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 166. This was the clothing that was taken from the body of Mr. Gehrman. Same question. There was no DNA consistent with that of Mr. Tellis found on the shoes.
Correct. He was excluded as a contributor.
Underwear. Same question.
Same answer. Yes, he was excluded.
The shorts.
He was excluded.
The T-shirt.
Also excluded.
Turning your attention to the latter part of your testimony concerning the swabs that were obtained from the subject vehicle. You had testified that swabs were taken from the interior driver door of the vehicle. That would be impound item number 1, item number 27.
Sorry, I'm just referencing my report, so I don't
Please do,
misspeak.
yes.
I apologize. Yes, so impound item 1, yes, swab from the interior driver door handle pull, yes.
There was, number 1, a negative presumptive blood test, correct?
Correct.
So there was no presumptive, there was a negative test on the presumptive blood test from that item number 27, impound item number 1.
That is correct. It was a negative presumptive test for blood.
As impound item number 2, and that would be item number 28 from the lab item, that was taken from the driver's seatbelt and the buckle from the vehicle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Again, there was a negative presumptive blood finding.
That is correct.
And again, no DNA.
For item 28, lab item 28, DNA profile was obtained, but as I mentioned earlier, assuming Robert Tellis, that foreign component was too limited.
And again, concerning Mr. Gehrman, there was no DNA found concerning, from the reference sample that you had concerning Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Correct. I didn't even compare Jeffrey Gehrman's DNA to lab item 28 because the remainder, after I assumed Robert Tellis, the remainder is too limited. So there actually was no comparisons, but yes.
In reference to lab item number 29, impound item number 3, swab from the steering wheel. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, no findings of any meaning in reference to DNA concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. He was uninformative, as I talked about earlier, for that sample.
Turning your attention to item number 30, that's the lab item. Impound item number 4, the swab from the gear shifter of the vehicle. Negative presumptive blood test.
Correct, yes.
And again, no DNA of any significance concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. For lab item 30, the foreign component was too limited, so he wasn't even compared to that item.
Turning your attention to item number 31, that's the lab item. Impound item number 5, the swab from the gas pedal of the subject vehicle. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, in reference to the DNA sample, nothing for any meaningful comparisons.
Yes, for lab item 31, the sample as a whole was too limited, so there were no further interpretations.
Turning your attention to lab item number 32, impound item number 6. This is the swab from the brake pedal versus the gas pedal. Negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And again, no meaningful findings concerning DNA contributors.
Correct. For that item of evidence, lab item 32, Jeffrey Gehrman was uninformative.
Lab item number 33, impound item number 7, the swab for the interior front passenger handle door. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
Correct.
And again, we don't have Mr. Gehrman's DNA or any findings of any significance concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. He was excluded as a contributor.
Lab item number 34, impound item number 9, that was a swab from the interior rear driver door handle pulled from the vehicle. Again, negative presumptive blood test.
That is correct, yes.
And no meaningful DNA findings concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. That profile as a whole was limited, so there were no comparisons to it.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 285, this straw hat.
Okay.
No, just so we're clear, no presumptive blood tests of any significance. Nothing was conducted actually, but please.
So for the straw hat, referencing my report, excuse me, the pieces were impounded separately, and at the time this item was screened or examined, excuse me, there were a few areas that were screened for blood. They were all negative presumptive blood tests.
And again, same question concerning the sample reference to Mr. Gehrman, nothing. You
Correct.
said it was, I mean, there was a mixture of 5 or more.
Yes.
It was complex, but nothing felt, oh, there's blood or there's a finding or epithelial cells concerning Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. Item 20.1, there was no testing for presumptive blood for that sample. And as I mentioned earlier, it was too complex, so there were no comparisons made to that sample.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 272. This is the partial right shoe.
Okay.
No findings of DNA concerning the reference sample taken from Mr. Gehrman.
I was not prepared for this.
Just 1 second, Roxanne. Oh, she's back.
Hello, Ada.
Hello.
Your tech wizard wasn't fast enough.
Concerning the DNA.
Correct. He was
I just about had it up.
And he was excluded from lab.
What?
Your tech wizard wasn't fast enough.
Obviously, that was a test. I tested you, and you failed.
What's
I'm going
funny
to say
is,
that was your test, not mine.
yeah.
But
What's
it
funny
was
is
mine.
I'm actually coding something that will help me with the stream later on.
Okay.
You are PowerShell.
Item 13, and actually lab item 14 was not taken forward for analysis.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 274. In reference to the DNA reference sample from Mr. Gehrman, excluded, not included. There's no DNA from Mr. Gehrman found on these pieces.
Yes, I believe that is most likely the lab item 16, swab from piece of black, white, and gray rubber. And yes, you are correct. Jeffrey Gehrman was excluded.
State's Exhibit 261. These were the scissors. There was presumptive blood concerning the handles, correct?
We like lippers.
Top and bottom.
Yes, the scissors reference lab items 17 and 18. They were initially identified as AB5 and AB6. Both of those were positive presumptive for apparent blood.
But when compared to the sample reference taken from Mr. Gehrman, excluded.
Yes.
Oh, Miss Kevin.
I'm showing you what's been marked and admitted. I can anticipate your answers, but I want to just show you this. This is a bag found from the residence of Mr. Tellis. Was anything submitted to you to perform an analysis, either presumptive blood or DNA?
For this bag, no.
Based upon your working with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, would you assume that had there been a presumptive finding, I would have been submitted for further analysis?
Those sorts of decisions are made outside of the purview of my job. So that would be dependent upon the requesting detective or officer who submitted it. So there was nothing that was submitted. So I don't have an answer for that. Unfortunately, I don't know why yes or no.
Fair enough, but as far as to your review of the documents, there's no presumptive blood tests that were conducted upon that bag, correct?
I did not review crime scenes report, so if there was, I don't know.
And again, you were never called upon to render an opinion as to any DNA evidence found upon this bag.
Correct. There was no samples from that bag or the bag itself that were submitted for analysis. What was submitted is what has been discussed today.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you say no?
No, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony today. You may step down if you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. You may call your next witness.
Dan Cullen.
Do you know what's funny about that, Miss Kevin? I'm going to college, and now all I get is college age crap email and all the spam loans, the loan sharks. I get all of the dorm stuff, back to school clothes. I'm all like, come on now. This girl's 53 years old. I don't need any of this.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Daniel Kulin, DanielKulin.
We have procedure on it. Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Sir, where were you working back in 2022?
Clark County Communications Office.
And what is the Clark County Communications Office responsible for?
Handling requests from the media and other communications efforts for the county.
Okay, so occasionally members of the media may
Oh, I've already
request
got that
information
too,
from
Ronnie.
the county, and it's done through the communications office?
Yes,
Are those called public records requests?
they can be. Yeah.
Okay, that's one form of them.
Mhm.
And so,
Yes,
sorry.
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. So if you were a member of the media and you wanted to make a public records request, would you go or contact the communications office, or what would the procedure be?
So you would probably call and talk to us about it, and then depending on what the request is, you could also submit an email to kind of put it in writing.
Okay, and are those types of requests, or I guess I should say, did your office receive, when you were working there, several requests or many requests from various reporters on a range of topics?
Yes, frequently.
Was one of those requesters a reporter by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes,
And I think you said they could call or they could email a request to the office?
yes.
Once the communications office receives the request, what happens with that request on the county side?
Well, it depends what they're requesting. So for example, if they're asking for an email search, the procedure would be to communicate that request to the DA's office as well as IT department, the department and the individuals that are the subject of the request also, and then to proceed to collect the information.
Okay, so if I did a request or a reporter did a request for emails of, I would assume this would be county employees.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Your office or where you were working back then would receive the request, is that correct?
Correct,
And then the request, you said would go to the DA's office?
correct,
And I assume that's the civil division of the DA's office, not the criminal division?
correct.
And then you said the IT department, is that right?
Yes,
Because I assume that's the department that's going to collect email or electronic data.
correct,
And then your office would be in the mix on that as well?
correct. We facilitate the request, serve as the person or the office that's in communication with the reporters.
And then the the person whose email is being requested, are they notified, hey, there's been a public records request for your email?
Yes,
And that notification would be made by the communications office usually?
typically, yes.
Okay, and I assume then the IT department gathers whatever might be the subject of the request?
Correct.
And then what happens to the data that they gather?
So let's say that it was a request for emails. Once the IT folks have collected all of the potentially relevant documents, they would get reviewed by DA Civil and the communications office to be prepared to be released to the reporter.
Okay, and are there occasions when the civil division of the DA's office may hold back a record or refuse to produce a record for various reasons?
Correct.
After that, are the records that are going to be produced given to the subject of the request?
Yes,
And then they're allowed to review them before they go out to, say, the reporter?
they could.
Okay, and then after that, I assume they're released to the reporters?
Correct.
Are there numerous requests going through the communications office all the time?
Yes, there were when I was there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I've shown Mr. Draskovich what's been marked as 339 and 340. Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 339 and 340. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, these are emails that we received or
Okay.
that I sent.
With respect to 340, that appears to be an email from Jeff Gehrman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be a request for public records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then with respect to 339, those look like an email and then a response to an email. Is that fair?
Correct.
And you're the sender of the email and then you receive an email back. Is that correct?
Yes.
State moves to admit 339 and 340. May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as 340. That looks a little bright. Are you able to see that on your screen there?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like it's an email from Jeff Gehrman of the Review Journal. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the date is July 13th, 2022?
Correct.
And it was sent to Eric Papa?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
He was or is another staff member in the communications office. He was the director, or
Okay.
is the director, sorry.
And it appears that Mr. Gehrman says this is an open records request for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Coordinator Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st of 22 to the date that the request is fulfilled. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And he also is requesting communications, including between Tellis and Lee Kennett on Microsoft Teams for that same date span.
Yes.
What is Microsoft Teams?
It's a computer program that allows you to send messages between.
Is it
people.
similar to email or it's
Yes.
just, okay. And then it looks like, please also provide all text messages between Tellis and Lee Kennett on their office and personal phones for that same date time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then as a reminder, he wrote, as you know, state law requires a response to open records requests within 5 business days. And then
I know.
please call me if you have any, if there's a cost associated with it. Is that all correct?
Correct.
Do you remember this request coming through the communications
we
office back
get
in July
a
of
light
22?
Yes.
And so would this request have followed
the
that same
projector?
procedure that
overhead
you
camera?
described where?
Can we just get a flashlight? Can someone with their phone go and put the light over top of that overhead camera? Like, I don't care if it's the bailiff with his phone, anything.
once this request came in, it would be.
That's not bad. Our first complaint?
Yeah,
in 3
right?
days.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, y'all, let's think about that.
Right?
We've had, what, 5 objections? Minor? No arguing? Polite? I don't know what to do. I don't even know what it I don't even remember what the judge's voice sounds like. Of course,
Yeah, right?
I can't hear it. I'm being facetious.
Forwarded
Yep.
on to IT to
Oh.
collect that electronic data.
Correct.
Also to the civil department of the county to see if they wanted to object to any part of it.
Yeah, correct.
I made you
And
laugh.
then also it would have been, the fact that the request had been made would have been conveyed to Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett.
Correct. And in addition, it's, he's asking for things that might not be in our possession. So we would reach out to the subjects of the request so that they have an opportunity to provide anything that we might not have.
Okay. Now, I'm going to put on the overhead, and would those be the text messages from phones? Okay.
You sound
now
cute
putting on
when
the
you're being
overhead
facetious.
states 339.
Who, me?
We'll start with.
Never.
That's you sending an email on August the 8th of 22. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you send an email to Mr. Tellis, looks like at almost 2:00.
Correct.
And you say, Mr. Tellis, we've received a request from the Review Journal for emails between you and Michael Murphy from May 15th to July 13th, and between you and Rita Reed for those same dates. The reporter has also requested emails between you and Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to July 13th, as well as Microsoft Teams between the two of you. Those requests are in addition to text messages for that same time period. So you send out a notification that to Mr. Tellis on August the 8th that this request was made.
Correct.
Now the request that we looked at just earlier from Mr. Gehrman, his emailed request, this email suggests that he was seeking additional communications from Mr. Murphy and Rita Reed. Are reporters allowed to call in and I guess adjust the request and say, well, I'm looking for more than what I emailed you?
That's possible, sure.
Okay. And it's, I guess what I'm saying is they don't have to fill out a form and be exact. They can just contact the office either by email or form and say, this is what I want.
That's correct, generally speaking. I mean, we worked a lot with Jeff over the years. So.
Okay. And did you actually know him personally?
Yes.
And had you worked with him prior to your working at the county?
Yes, we were reporters together at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay. So you were, friends with him, or at least acquaintances, or maybe more than that?
Yes.
Okay. And would the communication between the county office and the reporters, especially ones that were frequent or that you knew, that was a pretty informal back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's after the request is made, that's where the civil department of the county weighs in and decides legally what they're going to produce or not produce?
Correct, before anything's turned over.
Okay. And then I'm just sort of going back to our exhibit 339. It looks like you receive a response from Mr. Tellis on that same date saying that I'd like to review those communications prior to them being sent. Please advise as to when I might be able to do so. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is part of the procedure that the county follows with regard to producing electronic data for reporters?
Correct.
The subject could review them.
When I was there, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes. So turning your attention to State's Exhibit 340. This was the initial request that your attention was drawn to, the July 13th, 2022 request from Mr. Gehrman.
Mhm.
You were to comply with this request within how many days?
We would communicate with the requester within 5 days and let them know how long it might take to respond.
And presumably upon receiving this notice from Mr. Gehrman on July 13th, you would have notified Mr. Tellis.
At some point, we would have notified him. The initial steps typically would be to communicate with the reporter to make sure that we're all understanding what they're looking for and see if there's anything that they would like to change or amend.
Do we have any emails from you to Mr. Gehrman right around the 5-day period from July 13th, 2022 being the starting point?
I would have to search for those. I don't know right now.
Okay, but that would generally be your policy.
Well, it could be communication, we could be calling him or we
Absolutely.
could be emailing him.
And obviously at this point in time, there was nothing out of the ordinary. You testified previously that you'd communicated with Mr. Gehrman before when he would request for records.
Correct.
So in this case, it was just the basically standard procedure. You receive a request, you communicate it to the person whose communications are being sought, and then you respond to Mr. Gehrman. Fair to say?
Well, it's more likely that we would communicate with the reporter first to make sure that we are, getting him or her what they want. For example, he's asking for, communications through the date that the request is filled.
Yes.
We probably would have, or I probably would have called Jeff and asked him to, identify an end date, a specific end date.
And it's safe to assume that you did that.
It's likely, yes.
And then following that communication based upon your testimony, you would have communicated this request to Mr. Tellis.
Yes, at some point in the process, we would communicate to the subjects of the request.
In reference to the communication, the second communication that we have in writing on August 8th,
Mm-hmm.
again, we have a larger request. He's asking for a broader scope of communications. The initial request was between Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett, correct?
The email that you just showed?
Yes,
Correct.
the 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Correct.
Okay. This request concerns communication between other individuals.
Correct.
In this point, we obviously have, it's safe to assume that you had spoken with Mr. Gehrman and now you're speaking with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
But digitally speaking with him, I mean, you sent an email.
Correct.
And his request to review these is normal course, nothing out of the ordinary.
It's not something that every subject of a request asks for, but it's not unheard of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down.
One question.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna stay right here for a minute. We have a question from a juror.
So what do we think about this?
I don't know. What do you think? I
communications officer had a request for some information. We pretty much knew that was the case, so we knew he had to be called at some point. His trial is like
information.
His trial is really smooth compared to
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Miss Kevin. Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah. I have not been following this trial whatsoever.
I didn't know anything about it, but I think
When I say
this
that,
one's a
I
weird
mean,
one.
I've been listening to your guys' comments. That's about it.
Do you recall how many times Gehrman requested communications through you directly, and how often, weekly, monthly?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but Jeff was an investigative reporter, and so it was common for him to reach out and make public records requests. But I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number without researching it.
Okay, it's been marked and made part of the record as Court Exhibit 14. Does the state have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Does the defense?
Yes. In reference to these requests, in other cases, you would have individuals assert a privilege or somehow try and bar the transference of the communications.
The subjects of the request?
Yes.
I can't recall specific instances of that occurring, but yes, that is something that has occurred. I'm not aware of it being successful though.
And in reference to these requests that were made by Mr. Gehrman, there were no objections or any attempts by Mr. Tellis to stop the transference of his communications, correct?
I don't recall.
Maybe.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And your, excuse me, your subpoena, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And state you may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Roberta Lee.
Please watch your step. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Roberta Lee Kennett. It's ROBERTA LEE-KENNETT.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Do you want me to call you Ms. Lee Kennett or Ms. Kennett?
Lee Kennett's fine.
Okay. Ms. Lee Kennett, were you ever employed at the Public Administrator's Office?
Yes, I was.
And I'm sorry, but you have a soft voice. Can you just keep it up a little bit or pull that maybe a little closer?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. Do you remember what year it was that you started working there?
I've been with the county 12, 13 years.
Okay.
now.
Was that your first job at the county?
I worked for the public guardian's office first.
Public guardians and then public administrators?
Yep, a few years after that.
Okay. When you started working at the public administrator's office, who was the elected public administrator at that time?
That would have been John Cahill.
Okay. At some point, Mr. Cahill decides not to be the public administrator, and a new one comes in. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And who was that?
Robert Tejas.
Okay. And you looked over at council table. Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you describe an article of clothing and point to him, please?
He's in a suit right there.
Like
A
on
gray suit.
Thank you. Thank you. What was your job title at the public administrator's office?
Estate coordinator 2.
And as an estate coordinator, can you just give the members of the jury like an idea of what your responsibilities were, what you did?
It was our responsibility to administer probates, estates assigned to us.
Okay, estates assigned to you. And we're, some people may have familiarity with that. Did that involve houses of people that maybe died with not immediate heirs?
It would be decedents who had any property, personal, real, anything that needed to be administered through the probate process. It was our job to either sell or basically you want to end up with income at the end of the probate process so that you have a distribution for heirs or beneficiaries.
Okay.
So,
and so it would be sort of handling what's left.
Handling what's left of the person, right?
To
who
give to
passed.
their heirs.
Correct.
And then that position that you had was called estate coordinator.
Correct.
Were you the only estate coordinator or are there more than one in the office?
I was not the only one. There were more.
Okay. Did some of that estate coordination involve you maybe meeting with people fixing up houses or people in real estate?
Yeah, if a decedent had real property and that needed to be administered through the probate process, sold, fixed up, yes, we would have to partake in that.
Okay. So sometimes you would be going out to houses and walking through them, working with people that maybe worked on the houses in order
Working
to
with the
sell.
vendors, correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Mr. Tellis came in as the public administrator at some point, kind of succeeding Mr. Cahill.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what year that was?
I think it was 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could it have been 2019?
Oh, I honestly don't remember what
That's
year
okay.
that was.
That's okay. When he came into the office, you were working still there.
Yes.
Did he implement certain changes about how yourself and other employees could go about their work?
Yeah, there were lots of changes.
And were those changes well received by all of the employees or were they kind of divisive?
We were very divisive on them.
Okay. At some point, would you have considered yourself friends with Mr. Tellis?
At some point, I mean, sure, not in the beginning, but
yeah.
Sure.
Over time,
Over
did you
time.
develop a friendship?
Yes.
I want to kind of move to May of 2022.
Okay.
Did you become aware that reporter Jeff Garriman was possibly writing a story that would have included information about you?
Yes.
Who told you that Mr. Garriman was writing that story?
Rob did.
And by Rob, you mean Mr. Tellis?
Robert Tellis, yes.
Did he give you contact information for Mr. Garriman?
Yes.
To call him?
Yes.
Did you talk to Mr. Garriman?
I did.
And was that a brief conversation?
Very brief.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 22 if Mr. Garriman ever came to the public administrator's office?
He did.
And what was his purpose in coming there?
just to actually see the office. And I know Rob invited him over to take a look and see what was going on in the office.
Okay, and so Mr. Gehrman was present in the office at some point in May of 22?
Correct.
And that was at Mr. Tellis's invitation?
Correct.
And do you know if Mr. Tellis sat for an interview?
It was on TV, but yes.
Okay. Was there, to your knowledge, a news story that followed that interview?
Yes.
And what was Rob's reaction to that news story?
I don't think any of us were happy about that news story.
You were not happy?
Yes.
I guess I
Number
should say
21
this.
love.
Were you happy about the news story?
Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
I was upset, embarrassed, and relieved all at the same time, I think.
Okay, upset, embarrassed, and relieved. What was Mr. Tellis's reaction?
I would assume upset.
Did he ever talk to you about that story?
Yes, we talked about that story.
What did he say?
He was not happy about it.
Okay. What were his feelings about Mr. Gehrman?
He did not like Mr. Gehrman.
Did you ever describe it as stronger than dislike?
Like hate?
Hated
I
him?
would assume he hated him.
Did he ever tell you he hated him?
Yes.
He had said that? I assume that was after the story was written?
Look at his face.
There,
He's like, "Grrr."
other stories besides that first one that
It's the most
followed?
animated we've seen him.
Yeah, there were a lot of stories that followed.
And in those succeeding stories, I assume, did Mr. Tellis's feelings about Mr. Gehrman change, or did it sort of stay in that negative hate space?
I honestly don't know if his feelings changed about it. I just think they were terrible stories, intentional stories. So
Okay.
it ruined his career, right?
Ruined
his
Mr.
chances.
I'm sorry?
It ruined his chances to run. So I would
Okay.
assume he'd be upset.
And by that, you're saying at the time, Mr. Tellis was running in a primary for public administrator,
Right.
and those stories,
We're going to have
were published. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Mr. Tellis lost the primary,
Yes.
meaning he wouldn't be public administrator the following year.
Correct.
After Mr. Tellis lost that primary, well, let me ask you this. When he lost the primary, did he lose the primary to someone who was already working at the public administrator's office?
Yes, Rita Reed.
And was that one of the employees that was kind of against his changes?
Yes.
After he lost that primary, did he come to the office?
Not as much, no.
Okay. Was he like working from home or staying away?
Working from home, he'd come in and sign checks or sign legal documents.
Okay. Did he ever express concern about Mr. Gehrman writing another article?
No.
Did you ever hear, like you said, he had said that he hated Mr. Gehrman. Were you two communicating much after he loses the primary?
Not very much, no.
Okay, and that's because he was primarily working from home or coming in? Did you ever know Mr. Tellis to respond to things Mr. Gehrman had written on social media?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Were you ever aware of whether Mr. Tellis responded to stuff Mr. Gehrman had written on social media?
Yes.
And it was called Twitter back then?
Correct.
Did you have a feeling about whether or not he should do that?
Yeah, I told him to stop.
And did you just think that was going to cause more problems?
I just felt like the more you were responding with Mr. Gehrman, the more articles were going to come out for no reason.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So after Mr. Tellis loses the primary, that's in June, is that correct?
Sure, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
Sometime after that, do you become aware that Mr. Gehrman has now made another public records request?
Yes.
And I assume it's after the primary.
Correct.
And that's for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Yep, and then also between Rita Reed and Mr. Mike Murphy.
Okay. And did the county notify you that, hey, you're gonna, this request has been made for your emails and that sort of
Yes,
thing?
yeah, communication, the director of communications or another representative from Clark County
Okay.
sent me an email about it.
Okay, and then I want to now move forward to Labor Day weekend of
Okay.
2022. So this will be September. Do you recall if you went into work at all on that Friday of Labor Day weekend?
I did. I went into work on Friday. I had found out the week prior that I was getting to transfer to Clark County Social Services, where I work now. And so I had over 60 some cases assigned to me that I had to complete case statuses on for the next person who was going to receive that assignment. So I went in with the intent of overtime to work on those case statuses. And I saw an email from the communications department asking us to review these emails that were going to be sent forth to German. So I ended up that morning requesting overtime for that instead of doing my case statuses.
Okay.
So yes.
I've shown both these exhibits to Mr. Draskevich, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? Ms. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 341 and 342. 341 is just a calendar, just so we can talk about when we're talking or when I'm asking you questions. And that appears to be a calendar for September 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, 342, it's redacted, but it appears to be an email to yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Okay.
And it's from September 1st, is that correct?
Okay, yeah.
State moves to admit 341, 342.
No objection.
I'm gonna put on the overhead states 341, which is our calendar. And I think you said that you went into work on the Friday before Labor Day weekend in order to catch up on some past casework?
To complete case statuses, not catch up, but case statuses for when I moved on.
Okay.
Yep.
And so that would have been on Friday the 2nd?
Correct.
And I don't need to know the exact time, but did you go in the morning or when would you have been there?
Yeah, in the morning, 7, 8 a.m. I don't remember. I'm sure human resources will have my
Yeah, because you would have had to
so-
log in on a computer.
Correct.
But you said that you saw an email with regard to the messages that were going to be released.
Correct.
What was your understanding of the date they were going to be released?
I had no idea when they were going to be released.
Okay. Did you feel that there was some urgency for you to go through them on the Friday?
I believe there was a deadline of when they had to be reviewed by.
Okay.
So yeah, there was urgency.
Okay. And so instead of doing your work, you start going through this group of messages that may be released to the reporter.
Correct.
And that's all on the 2nd.
That's correct.
Now I'm putting on the overhead 342. And does that appear to be an email? I mean, it's sent at 5:45 p.m. on the 1st. So you would have seen that email on
Friday, because I leave work normally 5 p.m.
So
the
you would
day
have
before. I didn't see it on Thursday. Correct.
Okay. So you received the email about the messages, but you don't see it till Friday, right?
Correct.
So the email is sent out on Thursday. Hey, go through the messages, and then you go in on Friday and start going through the messages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk to Mr. Tellis about the group of messages that were going to be released?
After I had reviewed them, I had created like a Word document advising him what concerns of some of the emails exchanges. My concerns were about some of our vendors named in there. And that was it. I actually said, like, I really don't care what was in here. There doesn't appear anything to be anything beyond the name of one of our vendors that I had concerns with.
Okay.
Yep.
Did he raise any concerns to you about what was in the group?
He did not.
Okay. So you sent him.
Okay, guys. Miss Sneaky, if you can hop on, please do. I'm breaking for an announcement that I have to make, and it's not one I want to make. But I've been told that it's been made public, so I can now make it public to you. So Miss Sneaky, are you there? Only, well, it's my understanding outside of family, I was the first mod to hear about this, and I wish I didn't have to hear about this, but our fabulous friend Jules is on chemo. She's got, it's called, I'm going to get the exact wording because I don't want to get it wrong. GIST. It's basically a type of cancer in the gastro tract. I don't have any more information than that. She has been processing this information. This has been very difficult. We are all upset. I don't know her specific level, what level it is, but I do know that there is a good chance of survival if caught. Well, hold on. That will help me if she'll answer me. She is getting her first chemo treatment today. She did say it is now public knowledge now. So we are going to do a postcard drive next week. I am going to give you a P.O. box next week. We're going to ask everybody to send, if you wish, to send your love and blessings her way, and then I will ship it in a big box to her. We want to storm her with love and blessings. So please, please, please. I am going to ask that you are hearing this through me. Please honor her. Do not go spreading this on everybody's other creators' content chats. If they're talking about it, let's kind of keep this with dignity and honoring to her. This is a hard journey. I've been there 3 times. And the last thing she needs is to be going in a chat and having everybody talking about it. If she comes into this chat, we'll ask her one time, hey, how you doing? Any updates? But I don't know when she's going to be on chat again. This is a very difficult situation. So with love and respect, Jules, if you're listening, and if you're not, it's okay. We love you and we're here for you. And we're going to keep this a place of positive, and we're not going to harass her for information if she hops in. Treat her just like anybody else. And if she wants to share, she can share. And I will be very strict about this. Okay. Last thing, when I had cancer, it was very difficult because sometimes I could be having a pretty decent day considering, and then I go somewhere and then everybody kept asking me the same questions over and over again. And I'm fine, baby. Go lay down. Go place. By the time I got home, I was exhausted and I was in a bad mood because all I did was talk about the negative. So we're going to send all our love and prayers to her. We're going to bless her. And just what I will do, if you are part of our Discord, please, please, please join our Discord. Mod, if someone can throw up that chat, the Discord, that'd be great. What we will do is I will set up, Ms. Kevin, if you're listening, can you set up in Discord a Jules folder, and I will post any and all updates. Go, place. Go. Go. I will post any and all updates that I do have there, so we're not having to do it as much live. Okay? That way, if you want to know what I know, it will be there. But I'm going to ask if you're on my chat or anybody else's. Let's keep it to a minimum. Nothing but
And
positive.
Jules is a funny lady, so if she wants to come in here and joke around with us, that's a great day. Because she always does that with us anyway. We love her perspective.
Yeah. So we don't want to overwhelm her with anything and we don't want to do nothing but talk about her cancer treatments. Exactly. We want her to be able to come back
That's exactly it. Mhm.
to chat. It's an escape from what's happening, and it's a safe place for her. So, I will be announcing this again over the next couple of days because we're going to try and catch everybody that we can here. But I have known about this. I honored her wishes and to keep it private until she told me that we can make this announcement, and we have. And so, if y'all want to buy a card, also, if you want to send a love gift, she's going to need it. I know her families are going to help her out as much as possible, but this is going to be devastating financially. So if you want to send anything, send it in the card and send it in the mail. I won't be opening these cards. I'm going to suggest you try not to send actual checks in the mail because I don't know how often she's going to be able to get to the bank. But what you can do are gift cards. I would not do a Visa type credit card because they take out a chunk every time you use it. But if you want to send her an Amazon gift card or you want to send so she can order things that she may need. Sometimes in going through chemo, we may be in the middle of summer, but she needs winter clothing because it's cold. As you saw in the as you saw when you get your chemo, you get really cold. So everybody goes in with blankets. So if you want to bless her, just do so. Put it in the envelope, seal it up, and mail it to the P.O. box I will be providing next week. And probably at the end of the month or so, I'll send it to her when we get enough to send. Sound good? Okay, I'm sorry to have to share that news. I knew it was coming, but I just wanted to wait for her to say it was okay to share it. Okay, back to trial. Sorry. That's the way Jules would want us to be, though.
Is it fair to say like a Word document by
Correct.
email to say, these are the things I'm worried about?
Correct.
Okay. Do you, I mean, after that, do you do anything with regard to those messages?
No.
I assume at some point you leave work on that Friday
Correct.
and you go home, and I'm just going to put on the overhead 341. You go home and I assume at some point you see some news broadcasts about Jeff Gehrman.
Saturday morning, because it was my intent to go back into the office that whole weekend to complete my case statuses. So I wake up, I look at local news every morning while I'm getting ready. I saw on Twitter or X, whatever, an article about Gehrman being murdered.
Okay.
And so that freaked me.
And once you learn of that on the news, do you have communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis about the fact that Mr. Gehrman had been murdered?
Yes, I had reached out and said something to the fact like, oh my gosh, Mr. Gehrman's been murdered. Sent him a copy of the screenshot of that and said I was not going to go into work anymore.
Okay. And was that just because you were a little bit concerned about your safety?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Droskovich, this is 343. May I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Meekinen, I'm showing you what's been marked stage 343. I know you probably don't recognize the type of document it is, but do these appear to be text messages between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Right, yeah, from that morning, yep.
Okay, in fact, I gave you a copy of this a few days ago for you to review.
Right.
And so this is a fair representation of your communications?
Yes.
State moves to admit 343.
No objection.
I'm turning to the, excuse me, the second page of the, the third page of the document. And it appears to be a text from you, right?
Yes.
And it's from 9/4/2022, and it looks like it's at a little after 7 a.m. And
Right.
you're saying, oh my goodness, Jeff Gehrman died.
Yep.
And it looks just from the punctuation like that was surprising to you.
Absolutely.
And I think you said that you sent screenshots of the
Of that article.
This is on page 4. It looks like There's a communication on 9/4, same date, and it looks like you send a screenshot to Mr. Tellis of like communication on social media. Is that fair?
Yep.
And the second message appears to be we have a bigger version of it, but a
I can't see
screenshot of
it.
the article.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
I can't see it, so.
Yeah, I actually have a
Just
bigger
assuming.
version. I'm
Okay.
one step behind you. So does that look like a readable version of the screenshot of what you saw on social media about Mr. Gehrman's death?
Sure.
And then,
Yeah, that's what I thought I sent, yes.
okay. So those were sent to Mr. Tellis.
Correct.
And his response, this is on page 5 of the document. It's kind of focusing. His response to you is holy shit.
Yeah, yes.
And you actually respond.
It's all over Twitter.
It's all over Twitter.
Correct.
So then do you communicate with him your concern about going into work?
Yes.
And so you, I think if I'm understanding you, you opt not to go into work that day?
Absolutely not. Correct. I stayed home.
Okay. I want to move on. This is page 34 of the documents. And it looks like, are you able to read that up there from you? Yeah, I'll read it. Let me zoom in a little. So this is a communication, it looks like, from you to Mr. Tellis on
Okay.
9/6 of 2022.
Okay.
And it looks like you write, have you received a response from Jeff or the DA? Just wondering.
Okay.
Do you know what that's in regard to?
I do not remember. I'm just looking at that. I don't.
Okay. Do you think it was in regard to the records? Or do you not remember? Or?
I don't even remember what Jeff I'm talking about on there, or the DA. Probably, yeah, our DA for Clark County.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember a lot.
That's okay. But I mean, fair to say that's what that text says.
Sure. Yeah.
She doesn't remember
And
which DA she's
only DA, I
talking
mean, like
about.
the DA that you would have been interacting with would be like the DA civil
For public
those-
administrators, correct.
Okay, dealing with those messages.
Right.
Okay. And then this is page 36.
It's different. He's
And
not.
it is from 9/6 of 22. And you send a message, Rob, WTF,
Yeah.
please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while.
Correct.
What had you seen that made you send that message to him?
I think what everyone else saw, that Yukon in the photos.
You mean
or in media?
Yeah, the media messages that
Right.
Metro sent out
Right.
of a car associated with Mr. Gehrman's murder.
Correct.
And had you known Mr. Tellis to have a similar Yukon?
He had driven it to work a few times. I believe it's his wife's vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're kind of like, whoa, don't drive your car around
Yeah.
for a while.
Yes.
And then his response is, that's crazy.
Okay. Yes.
Is that fair?
Yep.
And it looks like, this is page 37. You say,
Yep.
please tell me your Yukon is not that color.
Correct.
You wrote that.
Correct.
And this is page 38. He says, it is similar, if not the same.
Correct.
And you ask him another detail. Do you have racks on yours too? Meaning the.
Right. From the photos, right?
Okay. And this is page 39. What do you say?
Please tell me you don't.
Okay. And then
I'm freaking out, Rob.
And are you starting to get nervous?
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect.
Okay. And then this is page 40. He says, yeah, I think so. It's fine. I didn't do it.
Right.
And then you ask another question about his tires.
Right. You don't have special rims, do you?
Okay. And then you, this is page 41, tell him I am, and then.
Very worried. Right.
And you then say, what?
I say, it's not you, but they could try to use the vehicle as a way to suspect you.
And then his response is, my car has all matching wheel patterns.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is page 43. You seem kind of bewildered. You say, I don't understand.
Correct.
And then you say,
the rims look like the photo.
And this is page 44. He answers you, I think they are saying that the front does not match the back.
Correct.
And then you say,
F, your car is identical.
okay.
Yeah.
So you kind of communicate with him back and forth, fair to say, based on what you saw
right.
From the Metro release of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. And those were contained in these text messages that we discussed.
Yes.
Do you know what Trillion is?
Yes.
What is that?
For me, it was just an instant messaging app.
Okay, like Snapchat or something like that?
Correct.
Did you install that ever on your phone?
I had.
And who asked you to install it on your phone? Or
Rob?
Rob, tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes, sorry?
Yes.
And
yes.
you installed it?
Yes.
Did you two communicate through Trillion?
We have, yes.
Court's indulgence. Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Do we have a cross-examination? What time was Your Honor wanting to speak?
How long do you think you'll be?
Could be a little bit.
Okay, all right, so we will break for lunch at this time. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in a way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication.
Okay, here we go. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like to do in just a second, I want to go back to the Boone, but hold on a second, y'all. Okay, we're going to go, if it's okay with you, we're going to go over to the Boone and try to finish this. Have you at all watched any of the Sarah Boone stuff, Braxton?
Not as of the last couple days.
Oh my
I
gosh,
have
this last
seen.
hearing. This last
I've.
hearing was priceless.
I don't know if it's the most recent one that I have seen, but
You'll know in a second. So we're going to go ahead and go there because people have been wanting us to finish it. And it's only got about 15 minutes to finish it. And then we'll go from there.
Can tell you is that items will still continue to be mailed to you as required by those rules.
If I may please just make sure that everyone is aware that I cannot be properly prepared, as you can see now and prior. I just want to make sure that
I'm going
everyone.
to bump it back just a little bit.
Ma'am,
I
we
bumped
don't
it
have
back when
any
Susan got
access
out.
to that. I don't know anything about what other inmates that are currently pro se get other than that laptop and the information transferred to a USB drive.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And Mr. Shabamel, you repeated that I have access to the court. Could you please define to me what your access to the court is for me?
Yeah, I'm going to object. I'm not a witness in this case. I'm really counsel for the jail, so it's really not appropriate to ask me questions. I know
Ma'am, he's not in a position to answer questions.
Could you please answer who might be able to? Because I am in desperate need to view the case docket, which requires internet, and I am still waiting for any documents that you have mailed to me. I am unprepared, it seems, every single time now sitting here at the counselor's table with not the same information and opportunity and advantage as everyone else in the courtroom because I'm waiting for the mail. So I didn't know if anyone had any other suggestion of how I might be able to receive those more expeditiously.
That's why you need an attorney.
Timely
Oh,
fashion,
darn.
so I can be prepared in order to properly
I may
defend
play
myself
some of this
in
back for
apparently more than one
have you?
way. Or every time that I'm here in the courtroom and something new is presented to me as a surprise. So I'm just trying to avoid those.
Items will continue to be mailed to you at the appropriate address as required by the rules of judicial administration and general practice.
So
It's not like her address is changing.
understanding is the only see if anything is through
It is.
United States Postal.
I'm not going to answer that question because that would be me potentially providing you legal advice. But what I can tell you is that items will still continue to be mailed to you as required by those rules.
If I may please just make sure that everyone is aware that I cannot be properly prepared, as you can see now and prior. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware and understands that.
Ma'am, for the reasons that we've discussed previously, I understand that. You're entitled to that opinion as to your
I've gotten rid of your
pro se representation of yourself.
lawyer.
Anything else that we need to address today? Ma'am.
Yes, I have a motion that I would like to submit, please.
Okay. Is there any is there anything else that the jail needs to participate in with regard to this hearing?
Captain, would I be following up with you, or who would I be speaking to when I return to the dorm?
She doesn't call it the jail.
In regards to what?
I'm wondering in regards to the guideline and when and how the discovery hard copies, will the property bags be waiting for me when I return?
I will take care of that with my supervisors that are on shift.
Yes.
We will need the cardboard box so that we can dispose of that properly.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, do you know why it was not approved prior when a supervisor was the one who delivered it to me?
I have no information about even the amount of hard copies. I didn't even know that that came into the jail because
Guys, she just threw the other supervisor under the bus. Well, if they let me have it, why can't you?
my conversation has always been that everything would be digitized and that we would have no hard copies so I could be in compliance with the Florida Model Jail Standards, Orange County Fire Marshal, and our policies and procedures regarding excess amount of paper.
That fire marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Thank you very much for your time. And Sergeant DeJesus and Mr. Shabamel.
Okay, are they free to leave?
Yes, thank you.
State. All right. Thank you all very much.
Let me leave.
Ma'am, you made reference
they're
to
running.
another motion or something else that you have.
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay, if you can hand to the deputy behind you. Actually, deputy, can you hand it to the state? State, you can take a look at it and then I will.
We'll go back for Braxton and others who haven't seen this. There's some good moments.
Thank you, sir. All right, ma'am, give me a
There's
moment.
some great
She
moments.
hurts my head.
Huh?
She hurts my
There's some
head.
great moments.
I was nailing it 2 days ago, didn't I? Everything I said before they did was right on. Spot on.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much.
I was proud of myself for that one.
Mm-hmm.
I was sounding like I was in the law.
You a psychic.
I kept
You
hitting
have a
my
psychic
back.
hotline.
We're going to have to change my noise because this is now Braxton.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess I'll be this. Or, oh, and when things get real spicy, Braxton, or when it's getting deep, I'll look up and see what other kind of wizard sounds I can find. I can always do the.
Court has been provided a motion for payment of costs and appointing a neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense. State?
I can't believe they would do.
I don't think we can have a hearing on this without JACS.
Right, you got to have Jack.
State takes no position. We don't have anything to do with this.
Okay. Ma'am, I can't have a hearing on this today. I will have to coordinate a hearing with regard with JACS to have this heard because this is something that involves them.
Correct.
And they haven't even had the opportunity to review it yet.
And they are copied on that as well.
I do see that, but you're hand filing it with me right now. So the court will file this in the court file and we'll coordinate a hearing as soon as practical with regard to this motion, and it'll be heard before the end of this week.
He's
Anything else,
wanting a
ma'am?
neuropsychologist.
Just to confirm, please,
mental
for the next deadline for my responsibility to meet would be the August 23rd for the objections to the state
Temporary
USB drive that they provided.
As identified in the court's order, that is the deadline. The only other deadline, ma'am, is the September 3rd deadline for the viewing of the state's physical evidence, which sounds like that's something that may take place prior to that deadline. As you may recall, you will have 14 days after that evidence viewing to tender any of your objections in writing to the court. 14 days thereafter, and that will be extended for good cause shown. Anything else? State? Ma'am, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll return Ms. Boone back to the custody of the Orange County Jail, and we'll coordinate the hearing appropriately. Thank you all very much.
Take her away.
In order possibly for a solution for me to know about the hearing, especially for the one regarding the JAC.
Oh my God. Can't shut up.
Mr. Lane, and
Nope.
he can tell me sooner than the mail.
I can certainly do that.
Going forward, so I would have some
Oh.
opportunity quicker than waiting for the mail.
I can certainly advise him of that, or my office can. Sure. Okay, I understand. All right, just so for recap purposes, with regard to the motions to intervene as first addressed this afternoon, the court orders that the defendant has failed to meet the burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that closure is necessary as required by Miami Herald Publishing Co. versus Lewis, 426 Southern 2nd, 1 at pinpoint 8 by the Florida Supreme Court 1982. As such, the defendant's requested closure of the state's physical evidence viewing with the state and defendant set for September 3, 2024 at 9 a.m. is denied. With regard to the other items that were discussed today, defendant and state agreed to an alternative arrangement as placed on the record on August 14th, 2024 regarding the viewing of the state's physical evidence as tendered in open court on August 9, 2024. The state shall prepare for all parties to execute a notice reflecting when the evidence viewing took place and the length of time that the evidence viewing took place. The state shall file with the court the executed notice after the viewing of the state's physical evidence takes place. Defendant's request regarding extending the laptop time has been agreed to by Orange County. The times have been extended as follows: Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. This is in addition to the times outlined in the memorandum from the Orange County Corrections Department Security Operations, which was previously provided to Ms. Boone and read to Ms. Boone. Defendant's request regarding the discovery that was provided to the court on June 28, 2024, and keeping that discovery in defendant's possession was addressed to defendant's satisfaction on the record on August 14, 2024, and the balance of defendant's requests cannot be accommodated for the reasons placed on the record on August 14, 2024. Ms. Boone, you'll be given a hard copy or hand-delivered a copy of these orders momentarily.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Anything else, ma'am?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He's like, I'm done. Dun, 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 dun. No moss for you, my dear. We're not going to go there for you. No moss.
Judge, I've obviously never.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts on that little angel?
We're talking to you, Braxton.
I hate her. She makes my head hurt. Like,
just tell us how you feel, man.
Oh, okay. And it's not her that I hate. It's everything that she's doing. Like, hers. Okay, I can't say that.
It's not her that I hate. It's everything about her.
Yes, exactly. Perfect.
You hate you don't hate her. You just hate the behavior.
I mean, there's a lot of behavior that included zipping.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty
I
bad.
love how you're like, it included zipping.
Yeah.
Zipping behavior.
Zipping behavior, yeah.
Yeah. So I think she's gonna be, I hope future pro se defendants use her as a case to get, get fair like equity or whatever, because if they're treating her like gold, then they technically have to do that for everyone, don't they?
Yeah.
Or one could argue that if they had a decent lawyer.
Yeah.
But you would have to have, or you would have to be decent at pro se to argue that. But couldn't you argue that? Wouldn't that be a decent argument?
Paper.
Are there? You're not wasting the court's time. You can feel free
to go up to where we're going to
the
go.
case law that the court was making reference to.
Really
You specifically asked for it. That was provided to you. It was mailed to you.
Case law?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the date that it was mailed?
August 9. What was provided to you on August 9 was the additional copy of the pro se packet as provided by the Justice Administrative Commission. You were provided a hard copy of that in court, along with the case law that was referenced at the August 9 hearing that the court had said that it had reviewed in anticipation of the hearing that we were having this afternoon.
I don't have that. The only thing that I was provided was the notice of provision of witness list from the state, and then the JAC packet.
Those were both provided to you in court. You are correct. The balance of the things that I'm speaking about were mailed to you at the legal mail address on August 9.
Which I have yet to receive.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to
This is the first time I'm seeing each one of these documents.
I understand that.
Don't do
They were
this.
filed August 12th and unfortunately
There's
this
a
morning due to an
reason
issue
we
with the
don't go
e-portal.
through 8 lawyers.
I wouldn't have internet access anyway to receive those.
They were sent to you via US mail as well.
Ma'am,
Yes.
they were filed on the 12th. This is the 13th.
So you're not wasting the court's time. You can feel free to review those at this time.
Is this the case?
Oh, Ronnie. You are the voice of reason.
I believe that those are the circuit court opinions that are referenced in WFTV's motion, which cite to the Miami Herald versus Lewis decision, which is the controlling law on this matter.
And these are mine to take. Thank you.
And you know what? She says she excels at everything she does. She said that in her interrogation video.
Yeah, no. Okay, let's see Kim.
In many ways.
So that's hilarious that she's not ready.
And I see on a couple
I
of
feel she can't do it.
on the motion to intervene for WFTVs. My question is, why is this an important criminal proceeding? I don't. And
One more
why do they need to have it monitored? I don't understand the reasons why just for this one. I'm not asking for all of my other hearings to be closed. Simply, this is my one and only.
One more time?
Try again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll put it up closer. I said this, she gets a little funny with this. I don't need to play the whole thing, but basically she's arguing this is the
only time that I can have a private hearing. Why do the news station have to be involved? We're talking about the evidence viewing. So that's private. Why do they have to be here, Your Honor? It is one of the most important hearings in my case.
Does she not say that crap? She says that. And he goes, I'm like, I said it before they did. Before she said anything about that, I said, it's a courtroom. Anything in the courtroom is public viewing unless it's a minor involved or something like that. And then the prosecution offers to have a viewing elsewhere so she can have a private viewing. So we are not going to have a viewing publicly of the evidence. They're going to do it privately. So we're going to skirt that. But this, this woman, let me get as close as I can.
To be there. What transpires in the courtrooms, even pretrial hearings, is public property, and there's a right to be there. I'm not going to go over the Lewis test because I know Your Honor knows it well, but it's a very strict standard, and it's the plaintiff's burden to meet. I haven't seen a case in Florida where a criminal case was closed on a defendant's privacy concerns. We're not talking about third-party privacy concerns or something that's not inherent in the proceeding. This is the evidence. And even with respect to the evidence and it being still an active case, Florida law is clear that once discovery is provided to the defendant and accessible to the defendant, that becomes public record. That too becomes open to the public. So with respect to the first part of the analysis, I don't think the defendant has established that this hearing needs to be closed to protect her fair trial rights. Publicity isn't necessarily synonymous with prejudice. She has to show widespread, adverse, hostile publicity, and then specifically show why that publicity is going to be aggravated by access to the September 3rd hearing. The discovery in this case has been public. I'm not sure what specifically would be aggravated by access to the hearing. So I don't think she's met that first burden under Lewis. And importantly, the admissibility of evidence, Ms. Boone said she didn't think there was anything suppressible, but even if there was, courts often suppress.
I'm trying to salvage the little bit of anything that I have pertaining to my evidence that is not available online, which would be in that hearing. And I also, she was speaking in regards to once discovery has been received, that is therefore a public record. I just received my discovery for the first time, and I'm still reviewing most, if not all of it. And I have not had the time to go through all of it, but I literally, on the record, just received my discovery to even have an opportunity to prepare to review any of that. And in regards to the hostile publicity,
That
I
one
have
was
letters,
loud.
I have messages,
Hi,
I
Lefty,
have
how's it going?
tablet information. I have an entire folder dedicated to publicity in more than one way as being hostile, good, bad, ugly.
it's publicity. This will incredibly enhance my inopportunity to have a fair trial because of the already millions of viewers that I have in my case, literally in my case. This would just contribute to it even greater. I'm not asking for all hearings to be closed. I've not had an opportunity to review my discovery, which I just received. I have an entire folder and more information and letters and evidence in regards to publicity, hostile, any type of emotion that you can come up with. I have received from Australia being the most recent. So I do not believe just because they would like to, again, in my opinion, for ratings and for publicity, it's one hearing. There also is a solution that I believe, my understanding was that
Pause
this
it
could
real
be held
quick.
at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The question was in regards to transport, which is a possibility. It was a matter of the decision.
Guess what's broken at McDonald's?
What?
The ice cream machine.
Being with the court.
Why is that important?
Because I'm getting McDonald's and I wanted a McFlurry. No, ice cream machine is broken.
It's always broken here. Go to
I
Freddy.
was about to say the McFlurry machine is always
Freddy.
broken.
Sorry, Brad.
I would like to be able to
Now you
properly
made me
prepare, but this is
hungry.
what I had received everything prior as
What?
everyone else did.
Now I'm
Having the
hungry.
internet would have helped also in
I
regards to
haven't eaten.
receiving the notice via email, as everyone else had. I'm sitting in front of you, yes, unhandcuffed, but I am unprepared for this rebuttal in
right.
regards for me to have privacy, expected privacy to a certain degree, and by law, to have this one hearing closed. And we also have an active case that is ongoing, active evidence, and there's a solution for it to be held at the Orange County Sheriff's Department as well.
Anything else from the state?
I wasn't going to bring it up until after the ruling on the motion, but
It
the
just-
parties have reached an agreement
I
to
want
do
to get
this
to the close.
on our own.
14th.
And when
And the media's participation in the physical evidence view. State.
Okay. From the state
All right.
action, then I will notify the JA so that we can release you next board and then
Physical evidence would
back. As I turn it.
dissipate.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then is it the parties' agreement to no longer have the evidence viewing here in open court on September 3?
That's the state's position, but again, been doing this long enough to know that you can never predict every possible hiccup. But I will defer to the court if you want to free up your hearing time now or wait until we're able to tell you that we're satisfied.
Okay. Ms. Boone, are you in agreement with that alternative solution?
At the Orange County Sheriff's Department,
Wherever the viewing is going to take place. I don't know that a specific location was identified, but yes, where it's going to take place.
I am.
Okay. So then here's what we'll do. I will keep the hearing for now. I understand that a representative from the public defender's office spoke to you about clothing and what they may be able to provide to you.
Really funny.
Is there any preference with regard to clothing that you may have?
As opposed to a skirt and pants?
Correct.
Yes, I very much would prefer to wear a skirt.
Okay. So if you wear a skirt, as explained to you by Officer Barnett,
Nice.
the stun cuff is located on your calf Achilles area. It would be something that would be viewable by the jury. So do you understand that if you choose to wear a skirt for clothing purposes, that's going to be viewable by the jury?
I understand. My belief by you asking me was that maybe it could be moved to a higher place where it cannot be seen, or is it strictly to the one area?
As Mr. Barnett or Officer Barnett explained at the last hearing, how the stun cuff is affixed to a person, it is on the lower leg ankle area.
Okay. I'm not understanding why this is being asked.
Because I want to bring it to your attention that if you have a desire to wear clothing which would reveal the stun cuff, I want you to understand that it's something that the jury can and may be able to see.
I understand. Is it a decision I need to make today?
It's something that you need to consider. If you're wearing pants, they obviously cannot see it. If you're wearing a skirt, they can see it. And you're making an intelligent, knowing decision that they can see that and that you want to proceed with wearing a skirt. Your other option, if you do not like either of those, is the parties will remain, you'll be hands-free, as we discussed, but you'll have the leg restraints like you have today, and everyone will conduct everything from counsel's table. All direct examinations and cross-examinations, any questioning of any witnesses, any argument, any opening remarks or closing arguments or opening statements will be made from counsel's table. You can certainly stand, but we will not have the opportunity to walk around the courtroom. Now, I know that we talked about in our last hearing that we would have another hearing when we have our trial case management in September, addressing the box as to where everybody would go to. And last week on the 9th, I said that we would limit access to from counsel's table to the podium, and we wouldn't be allowed to approach a witness or the jury. And those same restrictions would be placed on the state as well. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a series of options. Because if you want to wear a skirt, you have to understand that the jury can and will be able to see that device that's affixed to your leg.
And by my hearings that we have spoken about the stun cuff, they are televised, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, the media has participated in the majority, if not all, of the hearings that this court has had with you.
Does the court broadcast live, or is it uploaded to the clerk of the court's website?
What is broadcasted live?
My hearings in regards to all of them, basically, but recently the stun cuff. Is there anyone that would know that I'm already wearing it if they could see it or not?
I can't speak to what everybody else knows.
So if I may, please, my options are pants hiding the stun cuff, or a skirt with it being visible, or I am able to sit here at the counsel's table with leg chains on and no one is able to move except for here at the counsel's tables.
You certainly have the opportunity to stand, but we wouldn't be able to move around the courtroom, and those same restrictions would be placed upon the state.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that those were my options.
Correct.
And when do I need to make that decision?
You don't have to make that decision today. It's something that we can address at the trial case management in September. Ms. Click, I see you raising your hand.
Your Honor, I just wanted to let you, so Ms. Boone and Mayor, fully of what the options are with what kind of office we're moving. I have gone through.
If you could, before you get to it, and just announce yourself for the record, please. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We have gone through the entire clothing closet as well as our backup for what we have. As it stands right now, unless we have any donations in the size that happen at that size, we have 8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, and 1 dress, and that is every, well, we do have some shirts, but for in terms of skirts versus pants versus the dress, that is everything we have that would fit in this student size range. So I just wanted that to be aware so that if Ms. Boone is making any sort of decision, she understands the limitations in terms of what we have to be able to provide.
Okay. Ma'am, did you have the opportunity to hear what Ms. Click said?
I did.
Do you have any questions for her?
If you could please repeat what it is that you all have available, the numbers.
8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, 1 dress.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions for Ms. Click regarding the clothing that the public defender is endeavoring to provide for you?
And if I do come to the decision, I can always have someone externally bring something into me.
Absolutely, you can always have someone provide something in your
Why do you need the county to buy you clothing if you have somebody who can bring it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for her? All right, can Ms. Click be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next issue that I wanted to address was the review of the digital discovery. Ma'am,
woman ran
Mr.
into the
Lane
door
was
a bit too
provided
quickly.
at our last hearing on the 9th.
Okay.
The hard copies of the discovery.
Be viewed. She's got extra hours.
This, by the way, is the same way it's managed by other facility captains.
The Orange County Jail, who's appearing virtually. If you could please unmute yourself and turn on your camera, whoever it is that may be appearing from the Orange County Jail. I have a Administrative Sergeant De Jesus on the link.
Good afternoon, Judge. This is Captain Dina DiGiovanni with Orange County Corrections. I'm the captain of the Female Detention Center. And yes, I have Administrative Sergeant Stephanie De Jesus with me.
All right, very good.
I also want to make it clear that I have Orange County Corrections Department Legal Counsel Scott Chevenel on the phone with me.
Okay, very good. If all of you can, if the Captain DiGiovanni and Sergeant De Jesus, if you could please, I only see you, Captain. If Sergeant De Jesus can come into frame, we'll have Madam Clerk swear you in. If you both can raise your right hands.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and concede.
This, by the way, is the same way it's managed by other facility captains, that you get a viewing period and then everything gets secured in inventory.
Ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to the USB drive request in your letter and the position of corrections regarding it being a matter of security and how the USB drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and confirmed to be in good working order?
I understand the process. My only concern is if I'm able to have my hard copy of 2 full boxes of my discovery, I'm not sure why, other than the fact that the assumption could be made that it could be made into something other than a USB drive. And I'm trying to avoid any further leaks of information that could possibly be suppressed or utilized in my case. So I didn't know if I could have my hard copies. I'm unclear, other than those reasons why I cannot have those as well.
To the extent you're able to answer that question.
I would just chip in that, obviously there's safety issues and you can definitely distinguish between, paper copies and anything made out of metal, which is what the captain just testified to. That's the problem, it sounds like to me, is anything that could be a safety hazard is an issue for us.
So, ma'am, do you have any other questions regarding the Corrections Department position with regard to the USB drives?
What was the outcome?
It sounds like unless I've missed something, it sounds like the Orange County Jail is going to continue with their protocol of storing, inventorying, and keeping the USB drives in accordance with the procedure as provided to you and read to you in open court.
And that's due to metal?
That's due to the reasons that were already identified. The matter of security regarding the drive being fashioned in a way that may affect security, and it continues to ensure that those drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and in good working order.
Right. She's having a hard time understanding that the thumb drives have metal that's wrapped around and they can be fashioned into a shank. And just not quite grasping that concept.
She doesn't grasp a lot of concepts. Or doesn't want to grasp a lot of concepts.
Which is funny because we were picking out a lot of things in her her interrogation video that were like Latin and like not very common Latin terms, like conventus, I think it was, which meant with my favorite or something like that. It was something I hadn't heard before. So it's funny that she's like very, very book smart, but then sometimes very not street smart. It's an interesting combination.
Critical thinking seems to be lacking.
Well, yeah. And yeah, like I could make a USB into a pair of tweezers. Do you know that there was an external hard drive also that she wants to keep? And I said, oh, if I was an inmate and I wanted to make money and I could tattoo, I'd get somebody to lift that external hard drive because there's enough wiring and components in that thing to make multiple tattoo guns. Am I not right, Brax?
You are, 100%.
Absolutely. And other things like mini shanks.
Oh yeah, the case for the casing for the external hard drive. The what do you call it, Braxton?
The metal casing. I mean, any of it.
It would be great for a shank. It would be great.
Oh yeah.
So.
Department.
I'm not going to.
Yeah. Just the opposite. She's being treated like every other pro se inmate in the institution.
Okay, Brax, this is what you're going to want to hear. I'll wait till you come back.
Really,
I'm waiting.
Really positive around here.
Hey, sorry. I've watched enough shows on shanks and in prisons.
We're just very, very reasonable around here. We're concerned with practical results. We're pragmatic.
What can I say? You don't know anything about prison, just come on over here. We'll educate you.
I'm being educated.
I'd really educate you, but then I would get banned from YouTube. Oh, Eddie Mouse, I'm just a baby.
That's why you need to come to our members only lives. Then we can get into some more interesting things. Okay. Sorry.
I was 24 years old. Listen, Brax.
For whatever it is that I can do to fully access and become a pro se defendant and inmate. Do you know when, how long the deadline might be for the open-ended items that I would be waiting for?
Just discussion. I mean, I'll chip in with the legal piece of it. The legal piece of it is simply that she's a pro se inmate. She's not the first pro se inmate that the jail has had. We've had several. And the issue is whether or not there's any constitutional or statutory violation with what we provide pro se inmates. And I would argue that there's not. She has access to the court as required by the law. Everything she wants is over and above, what our typical stance is for pro se inmates. And all those policies are in place for a reason. But somehow she wants to go beyond that, and she wants all this extra consideration, more than anybody has ever been given, frankly. And at the end of the day, Again, it's a constitutional question. Is it a violation of her constitutional rights, the restrictions we have in place? And I would tell you it's not.
Is that a position, Counselor, that you're taking today? Because Captain DiGiovanni had stated she needed to consult with legal counsel as to the issues of the headphones, internet, word processing, telephone issues. Is that the position that you're taking today, or is that something you need to further investigate to have a final position as to that?
No, that's my piece of it from the legal end. Now, of course, she's got to talk to her folks as far as the security end, because a lot of those things are in place because of security concerns. But from a legal concern, I can easily answer that today. And the answer again is, she's legally she's allowed access to the court and all these other things that she wants. And really, and I'll tell you what the case law says. The case law says if she's pro se, she's entitled to get, a paper, a pencil, and some stamps and some envelopes and those types of things. The idea that she wants unfettered access with the phone and she wants to make calls all day and night. At the end of the day, I'll also say there's case law out there that says, she's gone through, I think, 8 attorneys in this case, and she had several attorneys appointed to her case, and she's kind of put herself in this position today. And the case law is not real favorable to folks that put themselves in that position.
Ma'am, do you have any other argument with regard to these requests as to the headphones,
No.
internet, word processor, or telephone?
So my understanding is that I'm being penalized by Orange County Corrections Department because of their misunderstanding in regards to my input as 8 attorneys prior. Is that why I'm unable to have anything in order for myself to properly represent myself as a pro se defendant and inmate of the Orange County Corrections Department?
I'm not going to answer that.
Not being penalized, just the opposite. She's being treated like every other pro se inmate in the institution. She's not being penalized at all. She wants consideration over and above what everybody else has.
If I may please, what is over and above? What other pro se inmates, what is it that they've asked for? I don't see how they could successfully
Please
even represent
define
themselves
over
without internet and a regular
and
working
above.
phone. And I'm pretty sure that they were not able to complete their case in the successful outcome that they were hoping for by being provided simply papers and pens.
They've all lost.
Counselor, if you.
I'm not sure if she's asking me a question. I don't know if I'm a witness in this case or if she's trying to ask me a question.
I'm not. You're just simply the attorney for one of the participants, sir. If you don't, you're under no obligation to answer that question. You are just providing your legal position with regard
I don't know
to
if I'm a witness here or
Ms. Boone's
something.
demands and requests.
They're simply requests. And I'm not sure who it might be that could answer my question, please, in regards to what prior or present other pro se defendants and inmates have requested. So I might have a guideline of something to go with forward. And I, again, do not know what is above and beyond simply asking for more than paper and pens in order to properly and rightfully and lawfully represent myself.
Counselor,
Those could be demands, and she might be taking hostages.
I mean, Judge, like I said, we've got tons of pro se inmates that have come through.
How much was her bond? Was she bondable?
I don't think she was bondable.
Oh.
If she, if they looked into a bond for her, I didn't, or if there was a bond set, I don't know what it was.
Number one, you shouldn't put your boyfriend in a suitcase and zip him up and go,
No. I think that zipping someone into a suitcase is entirely fair and is a perfectly rational thing to do.
and yet now you want everyone to treat you rationally? Girl, you getting far more than anybody else ever has.
You're lucky that the jail
They're right
doesn't
now,
have
they've come through the jail and they get standard treatment. And
The one
she
that
wants
you
all
wear
things
is
over and
in
above
the
that.
back.
For instance, again, unfettered phone calls. She wants to keep things in her cell that she can't normally keep, that they wouldn't allow folks to keep. So there's a lot of issues. I mean, that's a wide open question. But, can I speak to everything that everybody's got in the past? How many pro se inmates we've had that have come through the institution? No, but I can tell you that, we could probably find plenty of examples if need be as to what people have received in the past. And it's nothing close to what she's requiring or requesting today.
Ma'am, with regard to your state, do you have any position with regard to any of these matters we've addressed? Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am. So with regard to your request as to the laptop, this jail will be able to accommodate your request, and those extensions will be provided as placed previously on the record. With regard to your request to hold the USB drives in your own personal lockup, for the reasons identified by counsel, Chevenel, it's a matter of security and the protocol which secures, controls, inventories, and ensures in good working order the USB drives will be complied with, so that request will not be accommodated. Your request for a classroom similarly cannot be accommodated for the reasons identified by Captain DiGiovanni on the record. However, there is an alternative housing offer that can be provided for you. With regard.
Okay, Braxton, pop on.
Oh, I'm here.
Good morning, Diane.
Good morning, Diane. Okay, she wanted a classroom.
Yeah, I know that.
And they offered her a single bed cell.
Cool.
In an area that she goes, I don't want to be in solitary confinement. And it's not.
I would have preferred it.
I know, right? But it's not. And she can leave it during the times that they're allowed out of their cells. Like during the day, she can go in the day room. She can get her shower when she's supposed to. She would have freedom of movement, but yet be able to confine herself in the cell to prepare, and she could control the amount of evidence that she has to go through. It would be ideal. She wanted headphones or earbuds so she could listen to the videos and stuff without everybody else hearing it. And I mean, you can't, because those are made so thinly that if you try to do that, they break. They really do.
I was talking about that this morning. I was talking about it, but I think I was saying garroting wrong. Garroting, something like that. That's what garrot. Yeah,
garrot.
Yeah, garroting.
Yeah. So, but anyway, they denied her on all that, but she can move into a single cell. And I'm like, dude, if I'm preparing to try and save my life, put me in a padded cell and leave me the hell alone. Just bring me my food, my drink, and let me have my evidence and let me prepare my case. She's sitting here saying that she has not had time to prepare because she's too busy trying to organize.
I would be begging for solitary confinement. Literally, that is what I'd be asking for in these hearings. Put me in solitary, please. Can I have my boxes of evidence and throw me in solitary?
She's getting like the presidential suite.
Yeah.
Do you realize that if people start doing this to others, that we're going to have to start calling it Boone bagged?
Boone bagging. Boone bagging.
Boone bagging.
Ray, she's boom bagging the court. Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry, but that
so
I think that just zips this up.
I'm making a new thumbnail.
You heard it. You heard it here first. At 1 p.m. Pacific time. Boone bagging. Boone is.
I mean, I feel like that just kind of zips the whole thing up.
So sorry for the maybe easily offended, but I don't think we have those here.
Boom bagging it. I'm gonna
bagging it.
Thumbnail, and I'm gonna come join us for the Sara Boone's boom bagging. The court boom bagging. The Sara Boone's court boom bagging trial.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. We can continue onward, but
Unzip this
have some work to
your
do.
request for headphones. That has been rejected and denied by virtue of the legal counsel's argument and what is being provided to you. With regard to the internet, word processor, and telephone, again, for the reasons that counsel for Orange County has identified, those cannot be provided to you. The court does note that you do have the services of an investigator, and JAC provided you $10,000 and $1,000 for travel for your investigator. To the extent, as requested for the purposes of internet, for locating witnesses and experts, you have a personal private investigator that can utilize, who can do that for you. I know you've made requests previously to look at your phone to find contacts and information. You also have a private investigator who would accomplish some of those tasks for you. And those can be communications and conversations between yourself and your investigator as to who and when and where and what persons you might be able to seek to find. So for those reasons regarding the headphones, internet, word processor, and telephone, based on arguments of counsel for Orange County, I'm unable to accommodate those requests. The jail is unable to accommodate those requests.
She
Word
wants
processor, I think, would have been fine.
unlimited access to her cell phone.
Yeah, that one's bullshit, but you know. But
How
why
about
not a
this?
word processor?
How about this for the new title for the new thumbnail? I keep it all the same. Sarah Boone Baggin trial. No. The Sarah Boone Baggin trial.
Sorry, I was just thinking about something different, like for New Year's Eve, Sarah Boone's Boone Baggins New Year's Eve, like Dick Clark's. Sorry, only old people will get that.
So, guys, the thing is,
the ball doesn't drop, the bag unzips.
Yeah, we'll have a bag with Sarah Boone's face on it dropping. I'll make that. I can make it. I'll have my own little pole with a bag in her face,
And it's just a giant zipper.
Too much fun today.
It is just a giant zipper as it goes down.
Yeah, we'll make it. I unzip it. I go, shh.
We unzip the verdict.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing. So we've got
You guys, I don't know how that looks with the title on the thing where it says the Sarah Boone Baggin trial.
I think that's a great title. Sorry, I didn't go and look at it. I will go look at it though.
Oh, I haven't finished it yet. I'm working on it.
Oh, okay. But I think that's funny, and I think that as soon as other people see it, they will probably pick up on it, and then nobody will know where it started.
Those requests will not be provided. With regard to the hard copies,
we started it.
That's going to have to be a matter. If it needs to be addressed, it can be readdressed with regard to the potential fire hazard. Captain DiGiovanni, would that still be an issue with regard to the fire hazard based on the amount of paper if Ms. Boone elected to move to the secured housing in the K dormitory?
Yeah, it's basically the Florida Model Jail Standard 7.12. The officer in charge or designee shall determine what personal items may be kept in the cell or stored with the inmate. However, an inmate shall be allowed to retain a reasonable amount of personal property, including but not limited to his or her legal material, personal hygiene items, writing paper, and writing instrument, and authorized reading materials in reasonable quantities as approved by the officer in charge or designee. Personal items will be kept in an orderly manner. Fire potential is reduced by limiting the amount of personal property in the cells. So it is the sheer volume of
That's
paper.
why they limit it.
And
Fire.
that is what I need to conduct an evaluation from. Now, in Miss Boone's letter, if you give me one moment.
Fire hazard.
Yeah.
In number 8, discovery hard copies, she writes the following: as I am presently, I can keep these in the permitted property bag discreetly located at my bunk. I will purge the documents I have now and keep only new discovery hard copies. The remaining I can send to the property department and will purge anything already being stored for easy convenience and extra space. I'm willing to see what she's going to purge and send to property, but at the end, I have to reduce any fire liability to the building in order to maintain security and safety for the 399 other inmates that I have here, along with the almost 100 or so assigned staff, civilian and certified. I will also say that pro se inmates in the past have been afforded a second fire retardant property bag, and I'm willing to issue a second fire retardant property bag to accommodate the excess, but anything over and above that, we may have to find an accommodation. And based on the willingness of the letter that Ms. Boone has written, she articulates clearly that she's willing to purge and send to property any paper that's over and above.
Do you have any questions? No, go ahead.
And I can have that second property bag upon her return this evening.
But she already
Now,
had.
do you understand the second fire retardant bag that could be provided to you regarding the hard copies of the discovery?
I do, and it was already provided to me, but the boxes unfortunately do not fit in the bag, where I did attempt numerous times and even had others try to help me put it in the bag. I also did not know that they were fire retardant bags. I have the one already at my bunk, and I'm in the process of trying to figure out what needs to be purged. I also have my second family law case that I'm trying to be able to obtain those copies at my bunk as well, because of the difficulties of receiving and delivering anything to the property department, which is why I came up with the solution of me trying to purge what I can specifically to be specifically removed from the jail completely by a friend who can come and pick that up. I was just waiting for this hearing to happen so I can figure out when to tell her to come to do so.
So is that accommodation acceptable?
I see so
It
many
is.
solutions.
Returned the second fire retardant bag, property bag, because I didn't want to have anything extra on top of my extra already. And it is not able to be used for anything that I can put in there, where I already have everything in the boxes in the one bag already being occupied.
Are you satisfied then with
Just
regard
shove
to
everything from the boxes and bags?
treatment, for lack of a better word, of the hard copies?
Say that again.
What do you mean by that?
Sure. Are you the
Can't you just shove everything from the
procedure for
boxes
having them stored and
into
where they're
the
kept is
bags?
identified today?
Oh, she
Is that
won't.
acceptable
Oh,
to you?
just keep listening.
Meaning I can have them where I have them now?
That's my understanding.
Judge, may I say something here?
Sure.
Okay, and thank you for allowing me the interruption. The cardboard boxes are not authorized by the fire marshal. The fire retardant bags are. So the documents are going to have to come out of the cardboard box and into the fire retardant bags.
Ms. Boone?
I would have to figure that out for the voluminous amount of paperwork that are contained in those two boxes.
Voluminous amount.
And there is no way to organize or separate. So it would just be a large mass amount of papers. So if I
Are
may,
they
in the meantime,
organized
try
now
to come up
in
with
the
some type of
boxes?
organizational structure of those two fire retardant bags with my hard copy discovery enclosed in those, if I could please do so.
Mr. Chavanel,
Captain Giovanni, is there any way we can give her an additional bag or so and she can switch it in and out of property or whatever it may be? Can we provide her an additional bag that may help her to separate her documents?
I could provide the third fire retardant bag, but it's the encroachment into another inmate's
Does she
area.
want as
It's
many
a
bags
limited
as
space.
lawyers?
But the cardboard box can't remain. And Judge, if you recall my request, I had asked for all of this to be placed on a USB drive so that we would not have the paper in the jail for this very reason.
And I understand that. And Ms. Boone has continued to request the paper copies. And that's why everything was digitized, so that she would have that access to it. Everything has been digitized, but she has continued to request for those, and we're trying to make that accommodation for her as well. Yes.
Scott, if everything's digitized, why do we have to get the paper?
That
That's up to her if she wants paper or not. That's fine.
All right.
It was never my decision to have anything digitized in the first place, and nonetheless, it's being put on a laptop that is not even fully accessible because some of the programs do not work, which I have not had the time yet to continue to go through everything that are on the USB drives. And that being not my decision, and nonetheless, and most important to me, they are limited and restricted to particular time periods. When those laptop times are closed for the day, I can therefore pick up the hard copy discovery, be it in a fire retardant bag or in a cardboard box or whatever else it is that I'm able to keep them there at my bunk. I have that as plan B when plan A is closed.
Judge, if I might be able to offer a resolution here.
Okay.
Was the discovery that Ms. Boone received, was it just a stack of papers in the box, or was there any type of manila envelope or filing separation system?
I haven't looked at them. I haven't copied them. They were opened in court back in, I think, June 28th, when we had the hearing where the court found that Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel and alternatively have waived that right by virtue of her conduct. I believe the box was open at that time, and there may be manila folders for some of the items, but I can't speak to all of it. I haven't reviewed it. I'm not able to review it.
I know, right?
By virtue of her conduct.
Would Miss
pause
Boone
it
be
real
able
quick.
to indicate whether the paper is free?
Did you hear the sigh that came from the other side of the screen? There was just this audible when she kept asking for things. And it's like that. And I loved when she's like, yeah, and Your Honor, this is why I wanted them on USBs. And he's like, I know, I tried.
Hey guys, how about that?
I don't know if it's funnier if Boone bagging is together or if that's too offensive.
The Sara Boone bagging trial. Oh.
I know that's hard with the restriction of space though.
When the seas of bullshit start to come up to your door, you don't want sandbags, you want Boone bags.
Okay, guys, I got to figure this out. It's a lot.
That has to be on the same line. Sorry, he just made an argument for it.
I'll make the font a little bolder. I wish I could get. Oh, what if I got a prison bag? And because they're mesh, and I can cover her face with it where she's bag.
Maybe.
You
Man, I
guys,
still
we're
love
like,
those red eyes.
yeah, we're
red.
kind of like mad scientists when we get together.
Right.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying. Fantastic. Thank you, ADHD Jelly Bean. Feel free to give Ada some feedback if you think that there's something that maybe could add a little to the thumbnail. We've had some really good suggestions before. But I just I marvel at Ada while she's doing this. So
My greatest contribution was those red eyes. Like,
I thought about it, but I thought, nah, that's gonna be.
See, but if it was any brighter, it wouldn't work, and it'd be too much.
sadly, my greatest contribution is that I asked to make the webbing on the suitcase gray. Like, anyway, the lighting.
Yeah.
It's just like, that needs to be gray.
And
this lining is gray. Craig, though, one of our users, he was like, add some caution tape or add some police tape. That was a great suggestion.
That was perfect.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic thumbnail.
Yeah. Yes.
Now I'm just picturing, like, rather just
You want to
stopping
listen to
rivers.
her and watch me?
Sure. I'm imagining just stopping rivers now with suitcases.
Oh dear.
We cannot
Oh
hear.
man. Wow. Well, guys, we really appreciate you guys coming to help with our mayhem, because that's part of what you get when you come here, and we really appreciate that you like it. Canva for the win indeed, ADHD Jelly Bean. Thank you for being here. ADHD Jelly Bean, did you find out how your interview went the other day?
Say that again?
Oh, I was talking to ADHD Jelly Bean, asking if she figured out or had heard about her interview the other day. She had done an interview for a youth or like a mental health role position.
Nice.
So, yeah.
How does that look?
I don't like it. I like the idea. I don't like it in execution.
I think because it's too perfect of a net, it looks like a beehive.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like the netting, it's an imperfect. Good. Thanks, ADHD Jelly Bean. Sorry if I'm being nosy. Just tell me to mind my own business.
Is that better, Brian? Yes or no?
I don't think it's obvious enough what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think we can make it obvious enough without it not taking away
Yeah.
from what it already has.
So I can
ADHD.
just make this font bigger.
ADHD Jelly Bean says you could try a tighter net, like a if you have one.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
think the problem is that's something we'd have to explain. Everything so far we have not had to explain. It's very self-explanatory.
And that's a beautiful thing.
Mesh, we'd have to explain that it is the prison bag mesh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this thumbnail is pretty awesome. So
it's fantastic.
Maybe we should just not mess with it. But maybe we should just save our Boone bag in for in-stream comments.
Oh man. In-stream.
It's definitely no.
I have a few more sips of my tea, and then I'm gonna drop out for a couple of hours, guys. So I will say goodbye now.
Responding to you and
I'm going to go ahead and drop hers because nothing else happens. Brax, are you going to stay with me a little bit?
A little bit. I'm really tired.
Well, go get naps because tonight I hope I was trying to find Ian's email. I hope that will be the thing tonight.
Yeah.
Yo, ADHD Jelly Bean, do you have your gift memberships on? Because if you don't, you should turn those on.
Braxton's trying to gift you a membership.
Maybe just a little bit.
Yes, we're hoping for Friday Night Frenzy. So anyway, it's really good to hang out with you guys. I will see you in a couple of hours. Bye.
You should really be able to gift specific people memberships.
I know.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Braxton, I finally got something back from no. We can't do
Come to order. Court is now back in session.
What?
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can call the witness back in and
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Draskowitz can begin his cross-examination.
Is that what you wanted?
Yep.
Oh, you're so nice.
Now you can be in our member live streams.
Huh?
Thank you very
Now
much for your
ADHD
patience
Jelly
in
Bean
coming
can be in
back.
our
You
member
understand you're
streams.
still under oath?
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Mr. Draskowitz?
Problem is,
Thank you.
it expired.
Good afternoon, Ms. Knapp.
Yeah.
You had testified that after Robert Tellis started the
gonna
public
drop
administrator's office, there were a lot of changes, kind of a shakeup, fair to say.
That's correct.
It's kind of a tipping over basically of the apple cart away that the things had been prior to his arrival.
Absolutely.
There'd been some changes concerning overtime. He was eliminating people's overtime
Correct.
in an attempt to try and save taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
That didn't go over very well with the old guard, did it?
Old guard, meaning all the prior?
Correct.
Correct.
And who, based upon what you saw and what you knew in the office, who was he making upset?
It would have been our senior state coordinator, Noreen Pagdanian. It would have been Alicia Goodwin, one of our state coordinators. I can't say Rita Reed because she was on salary. That's our assistant PA. But mainly the other two estate coordinators.
In addition to the concerns that Mr. Tellis had in reference to the overtime, were there other concerns regarding basically the ethics of the office's relationships with third-party vendors?
Yes.
What were some of the concerns that you shared with Mr. Tellis in reference to this?
Are you specifically talking about our real estate vendor?
Yes.
We had one vendor at the time.
And who was
So I am so sorry. I forgot his name. Brian. But he worked mainly with John Cahill on real estate. Estate coordinators were not a part of that process. Actually, there were lots of concerns by other realtors that would come in and say that it just didn't seem right that there was only one vendor for that.
And again, was there a concern by those that predated Mr. Tellis concerning his wanting to change things up concerning the third-party vendors?
Yes.
Was there a concern shared by yourself and Mr. Tellis about some of these basically contractors, real estate agents operating under the Independent Administrations Act?
Oh, yes. We're talking about Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Yes.
Where homes basically were being sold, people, Mr. Moore and others were coming in on properties, selling them to straw buyers, and then selling them a second time for substantially greater profit.
Sure. I don't know what straw buyers are, but yes, there is a concern.
Let's say a person dies. And generally, let's say that person dies intestate, where they don't have a will. Maybe their heirs are around, maybe there's not. But was there a concern where someone would proclaim themselves, Mr. Moore, just a de facto, just right off the bat, I'm the administrator. They come in and sell the property to someone that perhaps there's a conflict of interest.
Okay. Yes. Well, yes.
That was occurring.
Correct.
And then that person would turn around and sell that same property for a lot more money.
Correct. Yes.
And was the concern that you shared with Mr. Tellis is that basically these heirs weren't getting money.
That's correct.
So basically the memories of their loved ones who had died was being trampled on by these people that were coming in and grabbing these properties and making money off of them.
That's correct. I actually handled an estate just like that. Yes.
And that person with whom you handled that estate, was that person afraid of reprisal or getting in trouble or danger from stopping this happening to an heirs or to the properties being sold by these third-party vendors?
I'm so sorry. I don't think I understand.
Fair enough. What do you recall concerning your involvement? What are your concerns that were going on?
Are you talking about specifically to that one estate?
Correct.
I had an estate where real property was not worth very much. There was quite a bit of personal property though in the residence that had some value. We could not find a way to handle that real property accordingly because there's no liquid funds that we could use to fix up that place. I believe Mr. Moore came in and took over. John let him Mr. Cahill, my prior PA. And he had made a comment when he came in to secure that property and take over the estate. Oh, if you got any more cases like this, we'd love to take them. So, and then later on, the family made contact with me and made comments that they had received nothing. So nothing of the personal property was distributed to them, which is normally something that we would do with family members.
Yes.
And there was no distribution of any kind. I think the house got foreclosed on. They renovated and sold it for more money, and the family got nothing.
So again, you had these third-party vendors who were making money off basically dead people's property.
Correct.
And the dead people's heirs were not getting money from the sales of these properties. It was these third-party vendors.
Correct.
Did there ever come a point in time where you and Mr. Tellis discussed the concerns regarding Compass Realty?
Compass Realty came up because they were noted in a lot of these private administration. I think they're called IAE, something like that, Independent Administration Estates, something of that
Correct.
nature.
And that came under the Independent Administrations Act?
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So we started to see their names more involved in the document filings, the legal filings. So Compass Realty came up. I think there were, besides Mr. Moore, there were two other parties that would file for these independent, whatever acts. So I believe they were associated with them. Yes.
And when these parties, specifically Compass Realty or others similarly situated, when they come in and make these filings under the Independent Administrations Act, they would do that. So basically, based upon your understanding, the public administrator's office would really not have anything to do with that. And they would.
That's correct. We would find out about these filings after the fact.
And based upon your personal knowledge, was this common prior to Mr. Tellis winning the election?
Absolutely.
But then when he came in, he tried to stop that.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that people expressed anger at Mr. Tellis because he was trying to stop this.
Yeah, I believe there were some phone calls from people, angry about it. Why was he trying to step in?
And basically keep money from going to them.
I guess, sure.
Are you aware of the amounts of money that we're talking about?
I think when Rob was researching it was like in the millions. So it was a lot.
So he was basically standing in the way of people making millions of dollars, which had been making that type of money before he was elected.
Correct.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis a packet, or let me ask you this, did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis his wanting to go to the district attorney to try and stop this?
Yes.
And the
I think the whole office knew. Yes.
Okay. And Steve Wolfson was the district attorney?
Okay, yes. Sure.
Are you aware of Mr. Tellis speaking with another individual in law enforcement, specifically Mr. Jappy, trying to put all this evidence together?
Yes.
And this evidence that was getting put together was part of an independent investigation that Robert Tellis was conducting.
Yes.
And he was trying to get law enforcement to take it to stop these millions of dollars going into the wrong hands.
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Tellis discuss the suspicious nature of these transactions that were going on prior to his being elected?
Yes.
You had testified prior to the lunch break that you were made aware that Mr. Gehrman had made a request for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
And you had testified that Mr. Tellis, and I think your specific words were, didn't express concerns about these communications between yourself and him.
Talking about my not having concerns? That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe that his concerns just dealt with vendors' names.
No, those were my concerns. I had no idea what concerns were of Rob's with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had no idea because he didn't express to you, oh no, this information can't get out, or
That's
this is
correct.
terrible.
Correct.
He didn't seem to be so concerned.
No, I don't think we had a conversation about that.
And if it would have been a concern in reference to the emails and things or digital communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis, you would have expected him to tell you, hey, I'm afraid these communications are going to be in the journalist's hands.
Correct. Correct.
And were you informed on September 1st that these communications that you were not concerned about, other than some of the vendors and Mr. Tellis was not concerned about, was there a communication that you had with Mr. Tellis right around September 1st concerning the release of this information?
On the first, no.
No. Okay, leading up to the 1st.
You talking about when we first got the request?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of communications. So I guess the concern was what was going to be in there. We talk about our vendors, we talk about our estates, we talk about colleagues in emails. So I guess there was some concern about, will our vendors find out that we're not very happy with them, more than anything, or are they going to share personal estate information? But so, yeah, there was an initial concern.
But that concern, when you talk about the personal estate information, you didn't want these errors or the information of dead people's estates being made public.
Being made public, correct.
And that was an ethical concern.
It's confidential. You work in a confidential atmosphere, so yes.
You had given testimony prior to the lunch break concerning seeing an image outside of Jeff Gehrman's house. Do you recall that? There'd been news releases concerning the
Are you talking about the vehicle? Images of the vehicle?
Before the vehicle.
Images of a person walking?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you recall when those came out?
Those came out, I think, a day or two before the vehicle image.
Okay.
I don't remember what day, but prior to the vehicle.
And I'm going to just publish, and this has been previously published, a calendar.
Mm-hmm.
September 2022. If I told you that it's been learned that Mr. Gehrman was killed on Friday, September 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
Is that accurate with your recollection?
Based on all the reports?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I told you that this image of an individual, in the getup, and I'm sure you've seen it since, and
Right.
orange.
The Chinaman hat and the orange vest, and yeah.
That was released on the 5th. Would you have any reason to disagree?
No.
If we had heard testimony yesterday concerning real estate agents that say that they saw this one in particular on the 5th, would that be, or on the 2nd of Friday, would that be inconsistent with your recollection of when this image was released?
No, because then I would have known Friday that this had occurred versus Saturday morning. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
In reference to this image, and it may have been a clip of an individual walking
right
in this getup, you didn't recognize that as Mr. Tellis.
I did not.
And you had known Mr. Tellis since 2019?
That's correct.
Worked with him every day?
Correct.
Saw him walk in and out of the office, saw him walk at properties that were being sold as part of his duties as being the public administrator?
Yes.
Seeing that walk on TV and that person, you didn't think it was Mr. Tellis, did you?
I don't look at people's gates. So yeah, people have asked me that before. I did not know that was him.
Your concern came about when you saw the vehicle.
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that, there'd been some discussion online concerning whether the rims matched or not. You could call that questioning?
Sure.
Before the lunch break. And obviously there was a concern that you expressed that, geez, that vehicle looks like
identical, right?
And obviously there was a concern on Mr. Tellis's part as well, going, yeah, that looks like my vehicle.
Correct.
At no point in time did he ever communicate with you face to face or digitally by the phones or anything else that he was involved with Jeff Gehrman's murder?
That's correct. He said it wasn't him.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kennett, in June of 2022, Robert Tellis lost his primary race. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So that would mean he would be out of office as of January of 2023?
Yes.
And so the new public administrator in 2023 would have been Rita Reed?
Correct.
And potentially she could have reversed or changed or done whatever to any policies instituted by Mr. Tellis because she would have been the one in charge?
Correct.
So his policies were ending, at the time of the murder, about 3 months later. Is that right? Well, September to January.
I say she started changing policies probably closer in June after he stopped showing up to the office all the time.
Okay.
She made changes on her own.
Okay, so because she was sort of the next in line.
She was there to, yep.
Okay, so she
Yes.
started managing how things were going?
Correct.
Okay. But officially, at least,
in January, she would be the public administrator and would be in charge of how things were done.
Correct.
I want to talk about the communications that were going to be released between yourself and Mr. Tellis, and there's other people, obviously.
Sure.
Those were going to be text messages, email, and Teams messages.
Correct.
And you mentioned that your concern was
The vendors.
what you might have been saying about vendors.
Correct.
Did you raise any other concerns with Mr. Tellis, like, hey, this is going to cause problems for me, I'm really upset about this?
I did not.
Okay. You
did
just
not.
said, look, I'm concerned about the vendors.
Just that, yes, there was one vendor's name in there, one of our newer realtors I didn't want.
In that group of communications,
Yes.
were there, like personal communications that really didn't have anything to do with work as well?
Probably.
Okay. I mean, probably everybody that uses
Right.
email at work, not every email is.
With Teams, all my other colleagues, so yep.
Yes. But that was included in that group as well.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by detectives, I don't know if you remember the date, but does September 7th sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So they come to see you on September the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And they talked to you about the different images, the images of the figure walking the person in orange.
Yes.
And then you also talked to them about the vehicle.
Yes.
And I think you said it today that you don't really pay attention to gait, like the person that didn't set off any red flags or alarm bells for you.
It didn't.
But the vehicle did.
Correct.
And that's because you had seen him driving it?
No, never saw him driving it. It would be parked in his spot. Like we had designated spots there for our work, and his was right next to the employee exit and entrance. So there were a few times that we had saw it there.
Okay. And is that why in your communications with him over text, when it was all coming out in the news,
I was like, wow, this is
identical?
Correct.
And so when you discussed that with detectives, you mentioned that vehicle looks.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, after the time that Mr. Tellis lost his bid, in the primary for reelection,
yes,
he nonetheless kept working towards trying to preserve the estates of these heirs.
Yes.
And even though he'd been elected out of office, he kept trying to stop this corruption that was in existence.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. The state may call their next witness.
Okay, that's a little interesting. So she's the one that made those texts. Yeah, if I had the same exact car with all the same markings as somebody else, I'd be going to the police saying, that ain't me. I got the same car. That ain't me. Here I am. Do what you got to do. But it ain't me. I don't know.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the front.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Anthony, Anthony. Last name is Mariscal. First letter M as in Mary, Ariscal.
And give me 1 minute. There's another flash drive that I did. Just like the one right before this.
What do you do, sir? Who is you? We are now on number 21.
Okay, restart the computer, but we can begin. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been, where are you a police officer with, or like what department are you with?
I'm currently employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with Metro?
7 years now.
What is your title?
A patrol officer.
All right. What area command are you a part of?
I'm currently assigned to the Summerlin Area Command.
If you could explain to the jury, what is an area command?
An area command is one of various substations that are spread across the Las Vegas Valley to patrol different areas of town.
Okay.
The hard job.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you respond to an address of, I believe it's 7216 Bronze Circle in Las Vegas, Clark County?
That is correct, sir.
All right. On that day, were you working on duty?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming since you responded. Were you with a partner? Were you alone? How were you working on that day?
I was alone in my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Was it a black and white vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember there being in terms of like a call for service? What do you remember the basic details being?
Vaguely that it was a suspicious situation call and that there was possibly somebody in medical distress.
Okay. So when you get a call like that and you're driving around, what do you do at that point?
Once we're dispatched, the address comes up in our computer system and we just start heading that way via, the GPS, how we decide to get there. And we're reviewing constant details that are updated in the system by the dispatcher as we're driving en route to that location.
Okay. So as you are driving, what sort of details do you hear? Are there any different details that you're hearing that changed your mind about the circumstances, or is it pretty much the same?
Pretty much the same.
Okay. When you arrive at Bronze Circle, what do you remember about the area that you went to? Is it a commercial, residential neighborhood?
It was a residential area, a cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay, it's a cul-de-sac. When you arrive, how many other police officers are there?
I was the first one to arrive.
So the first one there. When you are there any citizens in the general area coming towards you to fill you in on what's going on?
There was an elderly white couple standing in front of the target address.
If you could, please tell me a little bit about what their demeanor was like when they approached you.
It was a white male and white female elderly, as I previously stated. The female appeared to be visibly distraught, crying, and the male subject was a bit in disbelief when I first made contact with him.
Okay. What do you learn from them, or what do they tell you?
They state that they're neighbors of a gentleman by the name of Jeff Gurman, and previously, the day before, they had tried to make contact with him because they were sitting in their living room and they had noticed that his garage door was open, which they found to be unusual.
Okay. And then what do they say they do over the course of the next day or the following morning?
That previous day that they referenced the garage, they went to his house and attempted to make contact with him. So they were knocking on his front door numerous times and he wasn't answering. And the male also stated that he had his phone number and had tried to call him numerous times to no avail.
Okay. Do they ultimately relay to you that they discover this man somewhere on his premises?
That is correct.
Do they lead you over to that area?
Yes, I walked up there with the male.
Okay. At that point, are there other officers kind of trickling in at this point?
I was still by myself at that point.
Okay. When you approached the body, did you touch it in any way, or did you just kind of look to see generally what it looked like?
None whatsoever. I just observed the general area.
Is that part of your training, or was that just a personal feeling?
That's standard protocol. Usually when we respond to situations regarding dead bodies or decedents or anything of the sort, the police themselves do not manipulate the scene in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
Was this individual who was on the ground, was he moving or breathing in any way?
No, not that I could discern.
What did he appear? Did he appear to have any apparent blood on him?
A large amount, yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about protocol. You see a body, there's a lot of blood, not moving, not breathing. What do you do at that point? What are you supposed to do at that point?
At that point, I got on the radio and I broadcast dispatch and the responding officers that it was my belief that the subject, Mr. Gurman, was deceased.
Okay. Eventually, do some other patrol officers arrive?
Yes.
What other steps are you taking to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, officer?
Due to the nature of the circumstances of this call, we had to make sure that there was no signs of forced entry to the home or anything that was amiss. So while my partner had arrived and was standing with Mr. German and his neighbors, I decided to check the outer perimeter of the home just to confirm that there wasn't any signs of forced entry or anything else otherwise unusual.
At this time, is it pretty much just a couple officers that are there and this couple that are out in the cul-de-sac at this point?
Myself, my partner, and the couple, yes.
Okay, so there's not like a mountain of citizens pouring out of their homes coming towards you guys, right?
No.
Okay, any real estate agents?
No.
I know it seems like a silly question, but no one from Compass Realty, just to be clear, no one identifying themselves as an employee of Compass Realty?
No.
All right. You walk the perimeter. Do you see anything that catches your attention in terms of like suspects or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. At some point, do you start to tape off the scene?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
To prevent any of his other neighbors or anybody else that might be in the area from encroaching upon the residence that might otherwise disturb the immediate scene.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term? So when you do your perimeter tape, where do you do it from?
Standard procedure for us is generally to make it as large as possible, just to facilitate as much area for investigation to take place.
Okay, so do you just kind of around the house, the driveway? Where are you doing this at?
Specifically, I did it in front of the house.
All right. Later, is there a crime scene tape that blocks off the entrance to Bronze Circle?
To my recollection, I believe so, yes.
You didn't do it per se, but was
No.
it ultimately done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard of clearing the residence?
Yes.
What is that?
Aside from this particular call, we respond to a variety of other calls for service, such as welfare checks, burglaries, things of that nature. We clear a residence usually with a minimum of a 3-man element if we're trying to take a suspect into custody, if we're conducting a welfare check, any lawful reason that we have entry to make into that home to conduct that.
Officer, did you participate, I just don't know, but did you participate in the clearing of that residence? Or
I did, yes.
Was there a Sergeant Freese that also arrived at scene that assisted in clearing the residence with you?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. At the time that you arrived there, were you wearing anything that potentially could record the things that you're seeing or experiencing while out on duty?
Yes, sir.
What were you wearing?
My assigned body-worn camera.
Okay. Prior to coming here and testifying, had you had an opportunity to review footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, we have state's proposed 344, which has been admitted by stipulation. And this time we are going to play Officer Mariscal's body-worn camera. If we could cue over.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
I don't know, it's pretending like we've got extra screens. So we're gonna spin that, okay. Oh, let me stop it right here. Sir, when you activate your body-worn camera, does the audio immediately pick up?
No, sir.
Okay, so how does that work? Why then, if we play from the first few seconds, why is there no sound? What happens with the camera?
The manufacturer of this particular body camera, there's a approximate 30-second buffering zone where there's no audio before it kicks in.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all had to go get dinner. Hey.
Control 004, we're getting contact with the residents on the said for being cooperative. There's somebody that's injured around here? What happened
Just right here.
Yes, good evening.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, we're right.
Okay.
And yesterday, the garage door was open during the afternoon. At night, it wasn't closed, so we came over and we got his cell number. So we're trying to call him. We're trying to call him, and we got no answer. So we thought, oh, you know, when it got dark.
So I want to. I'd like to stop right there for a second. You said you have a 419. What does that stand for?
That is our Metro radio code to identify a dead body.
But the only thing I could do is hold the red cord and lower the garage door because it couldn't get a hold of him down on the door. Left in messages and he, no answer. So I came over. I knocked and rang his bell because I was going to make a wellness call because he does go out of town. He does go out of town, and it's a holiday. We thought he's flying, and then I was going to call for a wellness call once I'm offshore, and I walked around here because I was going to go in the back garden.
Does he live alone?
Yeah, his name is Jeff Gurman.
Okay.
He's the RJ reporter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Let me just kind of listening to the radio at the same time. Did you say that his garage was open?
Yeah, I pulled the cord on it and lowered it down because.
That was last night?
Last night.
At what time?
Probably. What time did we come over last night? I think it was.
Sundown's usually like around close to 8 p.m.
Yeah, probably around there.
Okay. So, you haven't heard from him in a while? Is that what it was?
We kept, well, no, I see Jeff has got and with the door being open, that's very unusual.
The garage door.
The garage door. So, we said, let's run it down, hopefully for us, maybe Connie, maybe in the Midwest,
Did you notice anything unusual inside the garage?
No, it's house.
Okay. After you closed the garage, did you like knock on the front door, try to get hold of
Yeah,
him?
we were trying to do all that before, and there was absolutely no answer. We kept leaving messages on his voicemail.
Okay.
Well, yesterday afternoon, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. There was a red car. I was sitting in the living room over here, and I just happened to glance out the window, and there was a red, it was like SUV or something. It was out of the view on me,
That was yesterday?
yesterday.
At what time was that?
Oh, that was what time?
Three-ish, because I went to pick up.
Is that your guys' house?
Yeah.
You have cameras? Is it,
I do, and unfortunately, we've been having problems, so I can't get into it.
okay. Okay. Give me just a second. We'll probably get you guys on a written statement real quick, but
You guys agree to that?
yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. There's some trauma to his neck. They said yesterday at around 8 p.m. approximately, they noticed his garage door was open. They were knocking on his door prior to that.
Go over to your house, we'll be over in a second, okay?
They were knocking on his door prior to that, and they weren't getting an answer. They said before that, earlier in the afternoon, a red sedan was parked in front of his house, but those cameras that they have don't work.
Is it looking from his neck or is it from his mouth?
I almost want to say it's his neck, dude, because there's like a tear in his shirt. Yeah.
Wait a minute. They said red sedan, not an SUV. Let's see if anybody catches that.
Yeah, it definitely looks like trauma to his neck. They said that his car was in his garage. They didn't notice anything unusual inside the garage. I'm gonna check the outer perimeter of the house.
So you know, the amount probably about 60, a fair amount of blood, possibly everything. So particular 60, yeah, should be kind of well. Hey, Bob, give me a call when you have something. Copy. Number 32, just spoke with the resident who has a camera. We did observe the male walk by at 10:11 break. Shows white shirt with the red lettering on the back, and a white light and everything else. But he just had a bomb in his hand, negative 813 on the camera.
I really appreciate the fact that
Everything
they
else is
are
secure. Yeah, I'm gonna put it up right now.
not showing where the deceased is. I
Yeah,
appreciate
he's
that
at
a
the
lot.
end of the street. I'll put it up right here.
You're on 32 TV. Just second camera angle, just to reconfirm. Negative 413 in his hand whatsoever, there's a phone break. Just update this to a 460.
That's a good thing that they're not showing the victim. I really appreciate that. How was my sound, y'all? Can you hear me? I feel like I'm not
In case there is
there.
any future calls, he appeared to have an orange tank on. I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
Yeah. Oh, there. That's better.
Send me the next two available units, so we can make sure we have this whole thing contained. Time to that whole. Robert, 34 cent trucker. That's Frank, please. Keep that unit free. Keep unit free. I didn't know just give us a star. What is it? She said that we need to bring the other unit on the call. Whatever they need.
The light bulb? Okay.
Pause it here. So essentially, you kind of finish up sealing off the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we move a little bit farther forward, I take it you kind of speak to the neighbors a little bit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you get, what are we looking at here? Whose home are you in at this point?
This is the home of the woman that you see pictured on screen now.
Okay, so you maybe go speak with them briefly.
Yes.
Is
Yes,
that
sir.
what you do? Yeah. And then eventually, what are we looking at here?
At this point, this is when we've made entry into Mr. Gurman's home and is clearing it.
Okay. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is the garage of the woman's home that I previously mentioned.
And why are you in there?
I'm with her husband, and I was attempting to assist him in operating his video surveillance system to possibly obtain footage of the red vehicle that they had mentioned.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Officer, we see you arrive, and when you came into contact with a fairly mild-mannered, well-spoken gentleman, Roy Bailey. He was the gentleman that you were speaking to initially in front of the residence. That was captured on video, correct?
Are you referring to the neighbor?
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
It's Metro's policy that you wear body cam, and that as a patrol officer, and that when you have civilian contact, you record it. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In this case, he was not the subject of an investigation, the target of investigation, but nonetheless, we have your contact with him captured, and we had the benefit of viewing that this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
You arrived a little after 5:30 on this date, September 3rd. Give or take, and trust me, it's not a trick question. I mean, you can see up here, we have a time later on, but you arrived right around 5:30 in the afternoon, September 3rd.
5:30 in the afternoon?
Yes. What would that be in normal time?
I don't know the conversion.
Fair enough. Okay. Point being is you come into contact, and you were the first recorded law enforcement that we know of, correct? And that's captured on the body cam.
Yes, sir. I was first to arrive on scene.
We don't know what proceeded prior to your arrival, correct?
No, sir.
It's on record, that's recorded. Fair enough. And we have you securing the scene. It says 17:46, but could you give us what time that would be in body cam time?
Bear with me for a second.
Sure.
5:46. Minus 12. It's simple. Minus 12. 17 minus 12 is? Oh, come on, dude. You're in the police. You can't do military time. Oh my gosh. I'm floored.
That would be the time that you previously mentioned.
Would it be 10:30 maybe in the morning, give or take?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I have no reason to
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
contradict.
Didn't he say 1736? Twelve, 13, 14, 15, 16, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I don't understand what he's wanting. I missed
Your
something.
recollection or your review of the time, I'm just trying to make it clear and so the record's clear. From that point forward, we have the benefit of body cam. Interactions are captured. The scene is captured, things of that nature. Fair to say?
Right now.
Yes, sir.
And you secure the area about 10 minutes after you come into contact with Mr. Bailey, the neighbor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Attorney Direct? Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here
Little
today.
mozzarella
State
cheese
and
balls.
call their next witness.
We'll call Sergeant Bradley Freese.
Sergeant in next.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Bradley Freese, Bradley. My last name is Friess.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a police sergeant with Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long have you been with Metro?
17 years.
What is your current title?
Currently, I am a supervisor with the abuse and neglect section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. At that time, did you hold a different position within Metro?
Yes, I did. I was a patrol sergeant, sorry.
Okay. And what was the area command that you were affiliated with?
Summerlin Area Command.
All right. Do you respond to 7216 Bronze Circle at approximately sometime after 10:30 in the morning?
Yes,
on
I
that
did.
day? Okay. When you go out there or when you were kind of alerted, what are the basic details that you recall hearing?
The basic details that I heard is that there was a suspicious situation and the neighbor had found their neighbor lying on the ground and believed they were possibly deceased. And then officers were dispatched to that location.
Okay, so when you hear that, do you start to make your way over?
Not immediately. Generally, I will wait to get a confirmation or something like that. I'll start heading that way, but depending on who else is, if there's other supervisors, I may or may not head that way right away.
Do you ultimately do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you do arrive, is there any crime scene tape put up that you can remember to help preserve the scene?
Yes, there was crime scene tape and marked police vehicles at the end of the cul-de-sac, blocking off any vehicles driving down the cul-de-sac, as well as at the home itself, there was some crime scene tape.
When you arrive at the scene, who appears to be outside?
When I arrived there, the only people that I remember seeing were other officers that were there.
Okay. Do you recall any regular citizens coming through?
Not that I recall, no.
Any real estate agents?
No.
All right. When you arrive, what do you decide to do at that point with your fellow officers?
When I first arrived, we needed to make sure that there were no additional people inside the residence that needed assistance. So we cleared the residence, make sure nobody else was inside the home. And then after that, we started to stabilize, make sure everything was preserved for detectives to respond.
Okay. Are you familiar with something that is called a CAD log?
Yes.
And what is a CAD log?
A CAD log is basically the log as an event is updated in our computer system. It is put in this log and it details, each line details what the officers say over the radio to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher types in this log, which is preserved in that CAD log.
Okay. Is that sometimes referred to as an audit trail?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, can CAD logs organize people in terms of kind of the chronology with when they arrive on a scene?
Yes.
Can they do that? So there's other forms that kind of show the chronology of people showing up.
Yes.
And it lists maybe their name and their time and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In preparation for testifying, have you reviewed the CAD log, an audit trail, as well as a chronological log of who was arriving at scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states proposed 346 and 347, which I believe is admitted by stipulation.
Correct.
All right. So I'd like to publish just page 1 of states 346.
You remember the trial for, was it Harry Reid, where they were talking about the catalog being inaccurate?
So in the upper left-hand corner, it lists an address. Is that the address that you guys kind of respond to?
Yes, sir.
What does cross slow mean in the middle here? What's that signify?
That is the closest cross street with that particular address.
At the bottom here, or at least in the middle here, it says create, and it says 9/3/2022 at 10:33:31. What does that signify?
That is the date and time the event was created.
Okay, and so there's an event number that's associated with this. Is that right?
Correct.
What is an event number?
The event number is how our police department logs and catalogs anything that's associated with a particular event, whether it's a car stop or a crime or anything like that.
Okay, so if someone calls 911 at the beginning of the day, maybe that's the first event of the day, and it just kind of goes on and on and on.
Correct.
Is this the event number up here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I want to, you mentioned that the create date was at 10:33:31. When you look at this first entry here, is that kind of what it's signifying here?
Yes.
All right. The next entry here says, can you, this is in shorthand, but can you interpret that for us?
Sure. Conference with medical, PR found neighbor on ground on side yard covered in blood, appears 419.
What does PR mean?
PR is a person reporting.
Okay. And what does appears 419 mean?
Appears 419, 419 is our radio code for dead body.
Okay.
Dead on arrival.
We look here and we start seeing at this entry at 10:34:38. It says unit LV2V6TV stat AS. What does AS stand for?
That stands for assigned.
Okay. And what is that unit, kind of those numbers and that symbol, LV2V6TV? What does that mean?
So the LV is just the actual call sign is the 2V6TV. And what that stands for, 2 is the shift indicator, 2 is day shift, 3 is swing shift, 1 is graveyard. V is a particular sector beat that unit is responsible for. And then the 6 is that officer's assigned number, whether 1 through 6. And then TV is short for a tactical vehicle.
We go to 10:34:44. It indicates dispatch LV/2V13 officers LV Mariscal Anthony. What does that mean?
That indicates that 2 Victor 13 Officer Mariscal was dispatched to the event.
Okay, and then right below that, it has that same call sign being AS, meaning assigned.
Correct.
Right below that, it says ER, and using that same call sign of Officer Mariscal. What does that mean?
ER means en route.
Okay. So as we kind of look at this log, we'll see a different call sign a little bit lower here. That means that Officer Tyler Burgess is being assigned at 10:34:51. Am I reading that essentially right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got another entry down here. What does this mean?
It says neighbor male, approximately 50 years old, negative breathing, meaning not breathing, changed colors.
Okay. So the call sign for Officer Mariscal was 2 Victor 13, correct?
Correct.
When we look at page 2, we look at this entry here at 10:37:08. It says 2 Victor 13 AR. What does AR mean?
That is short for arrived.
Okay. So essentially what this log does is it shows us who is arriving and who is coming and when they go or if they leave. Would that be fair?
Correct.
All right. You've had a chance to also review the 31 page, and I'm publishing 347, this chronological log of officers and law enforcement personnel with Metro that responded to the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've been through all 31 pages reviewing the names, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the name Derek Jappy anywhere on that catalog?
No, I did not.
Okay. On that day, were you also wearing body worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Okay. At this time, if we could switch over to, and we're going to play stage 344. So is this your body cam, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are not at the location in question. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
All right, you're going to spare everyone. Take it this is you driving there?
Yes.
What is he doing?
So we're resuming at 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
I just arrived. Give me just a minute. I'll let you know. How many do you have in an office though? Okay, that should be sufficient. I'll let you know here in just a minute. Go ahead, sir. So what's it across the street? Bronze and what? Copy. It'd be a winter and bronze. Okay. Fair amount of blood, probably more than that. We're making sure. Okay. David said today, or yesterday, saw a reddish be parked here. Can't really describe it that well. So the garage door is open about 8 o'clock. Goes outside. That should be strong. Garage is still open. Can't get a hold of this dude. Didn't know where he's at. Neighbor goes in, close the door, close the garage. Okay. So it should be unlocked. Okay. That's it. No family. No other inside. And no animals. So this dude is a crime reporter for the RJ. Okay. That's what we're at. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to the garage door. I gotta look it up. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna put a glove. I got a new stack on my desk. That's fine.
Let me just stop for 1 second. You've been doing this for how long?
17 years.
I take in your 17 years, you've been to a lot of scenes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How would you describe this? Is this a dynamic or more like a sterile scene?
It's not a dynamic scene, but there are still some unknowns for us, so it's not quite static yet.
Okay. And so, but I guess you've been to scenes where there's like lots of people running around and people coming out of the woodworks to kind of offer opinions about things they've seen. Is this really one of those scenes?
No.
Okay. Just resuming play.
Hold on, ma'am. Give us just a minute, okay? Yeah, we're gonna move it right now. We're gonna go in and make sure somebody's inside. Hang out over there for us, okay?
Why are you asking her to do that? Why are you asking her to stay on the other side of the street?
Just to kind of maintain the integrity of the scene where we have, because there's only limited resources there. We needed to make sure we went into the home safely, and I don't want somebody else kind of drawing our attention elsewhere.
Understood.
Before you go in, make sure everybody's ready, so hold on. Good? All right.
there's anybody in here, make yourself known.
Okay. I got the kitchen. Okay. Move up, move up, move over here and you hug that wall. If you want to go with them, then I'll cover it on here. It's got a kitchen back here. You guys ready? Yep. The kitchen kind of looks like it's closed off to the right, and then so it wraps up around to the left. So I'm just gonna push through. Ready? Yep. Straight room, straight room. All right. Clear back here. It is locked. Check the outside already. Visual commands from here. It looks like it's clear. Yeah. Before we got here. Day 12 code for residents is clear. All right. Any sign of a struggle or drawers open or anything like that in there? What you guys saw? Okay. All right. Where's the right here?
The only thing is just the gravel slightly.
Hey, Ronnie, if you're listening, can you go to Discord, please?
Oh, yeah.
Miss Kevin, if you're listening, can you go to the Discord, please? What are they trying to do? They're still watching a video, I guess. I know. Go take a nap, love. I'm sorry this is so boring.
Sergeant, I noticed that you didn't touch the
Some
body
days
anyway.
it's
Why did
boring
you
in
do that?
court.
Because at this point, I don't know what we have. I don't know exactly what happened.
Days it's spicy.
So I'm not going to touch anything in case there's anything of evidentiary value. I'm allow detectives to come out and they can do that.
Okay. And when you have a dead body,
A deceased.
do people start to touch the body before the coroner
Peel away.
investigator shows up, or do they usually leave it alone?
Usually they leave it alone.
Okay. Resuming at
I understand. I'm going to be interpreting the Friday Night Frenzy with Ian and Bob,
Where the shirt's kind of like a hole in the shirt there.
Uncle of the Bailey and Lawn Lumber, if they do it tonight. So maybe you can hop on.
Did you guys make contact with anybody over here? When you guys knock on the door, see if anybody's there. Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him, and then I'll have you just hang out over here. Well, somewhere over here, so we'll just don't let anybody come over to the body.
I already talked to him. I already got it.
I didn't see cameras. Hey, when is
Last night, what time was it that he came over here?
He said December 1.
Okay, around 8 o'clock-ish. How does he know this guy? His neighbor?
He said he came over, yesterday. It's okay. Right, he came back this morning. So then, that's fine.
Pause it here. Move forward a little bit. So you essentially walk out past Bronze Circle. And then who is this individual here?
That is my lieutenant.
Okay. Resuming at 3120.
Oh, okay. Yeah, possibility. So, because there's no, he said it looks like there's blood on his neck, but there's no, you can't see anything of where it's coming from. So it very well could have come out of his mouth or his throat, whatever the case is. Could have had a heart attack, I don't know. So I was gonna call the coroner, have the coroner come out. PD's in or out, they can do their thing. And then if coroner determines that it's gonna be suspicious, then we'll start notifying homicide. Unless you want me to call them now, give them a heads up and see if they want to send somebody out.
Have the coroner come out.
Okay.
Let's have the coroner come out. I agree. Just looking at it, it really looks like he just had a sudden drop. And
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So ultimately, you're the one that radios in to bring in the coroner's office.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Okay. We are going to call Detective Derek Jappy. I think I'm okay.
I'll be right back, y'all. Hopefully it's my packet.
Please step up to the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the front.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Derek Jappy, Derek, Jappe. Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. If you could tell this jury what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you been with Metro?
I've been employed for 17 years.
What division or what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Intelligence Section and a detective in the Public Corruption Squad.
All right. Before we get to that, how long have you been in criminal intelligence for?
6 years.
All right. Prior to that, where were you?
So I was a patrol officer. From there, I went to a problem solving unit. Then I became a detective in probably 11 years ago in the construction theft unit. Then I was a detective in an auto theft task force, the commercial robbery section, and then public corruption squad.
Okay. One second. All right. So tell us a little bit about what Criminal Intelligence Public Corruption Squad does.
Yeah, so we investigate anybody that holds public trust. If you're in a position where the public should trust what you're doing, we would do those type of investigations.
All right. So you've investigated public officials in the past?
Yes. The type of people that we investigate are typically police officers, lawyers, judges, politicians, things along those lines.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about someone by the name of Robert Tellis. Do you know Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's a gentleman over here wearing a gray suit.
Okay. What sort of color shirt is he wearing?
To the far right.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So if we could, tell me a little bit about how you get put in contact with the defendant.
In the beginning of March of 2022, through my chain of command, I was asked to contact Mr. Tellis, reference information that he had, or that he believed that there was corruption that was taking place within the probate court.
Okay. And so that is approximately 6 months before Jeff Gehrman dies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At that time, what position did Robert Tellis hold within Clark County?
Yes, he was the elected public administrator in Clark County, Nevada.
All right. When you meet with him, do you meet with him in March?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you meet with him in March, is it in person at first? Is it over a phone call? How does it work?
Initially, it was a phone call. After the phone call, he briefly discussed the allegations that he had through his own investigation. From there, he sent me an email outlining his investigation. And then a couple days after that, we met in person to further discuss what his investigation has showed.
Do you remember the date that meeting occurred on?
I believe it was March 6th or March 7th of 2022.
Okay. So if you could, who did Mr. Tellis allege was doing something inappropriate in the
Sorry,
world
guys, I'm
of
back.
public administration?
It was Compass Realty and then employees within Compass Realty.
Okay. What did he say Compass was doing with people who pass away who don't have wills?
There's multiple allegations that Mr. Tellis was claiming. Some of those allegations were that Compass Realty was not notifying the next of kin that they were taking possession of their residence. Secondly, that they were filing false documents to the court, not showing the actual value of the residence, as well as we're selling the residences to employees of Compass Realty, which would be a violation of that statute.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis brought this information to you, did he provide supplementary information to back up some of the things that he was telling you about?
Yes, he did.
Okay. When he came to you, did you take his allegations seriously?
Yes, of course.
All right. If you could, tell us a little bit about what happens when someone dies. Let's just use an example of a house. So, because you investigate all of this for a while, would that be fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when someone dies, and let's say they own a house and they don't have a will, what kind of happens to the house?
The house would just sit vacant if there's no family members that they can get a hold of, or if there's no one if a person dies and there's no one that can be contacted, the house goes into like a vacant status. From there, it will sit that way unless there's a next of kin or unless there's a will. From that point, if there is no next of kin, it just stays empty.
Okay. So do you have an example? Let's say the police enter a home and they find someone's passed away inside the home and they determine that this person doesn't have a will. Is there someone that the police would contact to get them involved with administering this estate?
Yes, if someone passes away inside their house and police are notified, we would contact the public administrator's office to come take possession of that residence.
Okay, and then at that point, they would take over and engage in the process, let's say fixing up the home and then ultimately maybe reselling it to set up proceeds for next of kin or something along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, but is there another scenario where, let's say, the public administrator's office is not informed, where a private real estate company could somehow insert itself?
Yes, from my understanding, if someone passes away and they're not inside the residence and there is no next of kin, then that house, as we say, sits vacant. When it sits vacant, either there's liens put on the house through various utility companies, or there are delinquent taxes, things along those lines, which would notify realty companies or probate lawyers that the house is vacant.
So essentially, the bills start to pile up.
Correct.
And if a real estate company is watching liens being filed with court systems, they can learn, oh, we potentially have a vacant house.
Yes.
At that point, can a company file something with the court to become an independent administrator, independent of the PA's office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially how Compass's role fits in? inserting themselves as an administrator.
Correct. And it could either be an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Okay. And generally, what's the difference?
The difference is the value of the profit that would be made. If it's less than $300,000, then it'd be a summary administrator. If it's more, then it'd be an independent administrator.
So if you have a home that's under 300,000, how much oversight is there compared to a home that's worth more than 300K?
There's a lot less oversight if it's less than.
And so essentially, Mr. Tellis is reporting to you that he believed that Compass was stepping in on these homes where the bills are piling up, and they are essentially selling them, not notifying next of kin, and making a profit by selling it to other employees of the company.
Yes.
In general. Okay. Okay. So you take it serious. Do you take steps to see if you can corroborate stuff that the defendant is telling you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you examine county recorder sites?
Yes.
Do you examine the courts, like the 8th Judicial Court website, to see what is being filed in open court?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you examine to see when, let's say, Compass Realty were to take over a home, whether or not they'd hold on to the house or flip it really quick? Did you look into that?
Yes. Not only the immediate purchaser of the house, but we even went, and if the house is sold multiple times after that, we looked into the people that purchased the house if it was sold 2 to 3 times in succession.
Did you take steps to subpoena bank records?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you're doing that. I want to talk about the notification part too.
So you guys
you have a chance
get a will.
to study
Right?
the
It's
Nevada
simple.
statutes that govern
Negate all of
notifying
this.
next of kin when these situations pop up.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know something? Have you ever heard of something called certified mail?
Yes.
Could you tell this jury what certified mail is?
Certified mail is if you're going to send a letter to someone, it has a form on the front of it. Once the letter gets delivered, whoever accepts the letter signs for it saying that they received this letter, and then that gets, in most cases, sent back to the person who sent the letter to let them know that it has been received.
Okay. When you examine the statutes regarding this process, some company or person coming in to be an independent administrator, was there a requirement in the statutes to have something like certified mail?
No, there is not.
Okay. So in a certified mail situation, whoever gets the notification would have in theory had to sign it, and then you'd have proof like, hey, I have their signature, they were notified, right?
Correct.
But the laws on the books didn't require that in this scenario.
Correct.
Okay. So when you started looking into whether or not people were notified, what were kind of the results?
There are mixed results.
Meaning what?
Some people stated that they were notified, and then others said they had no idea about it.
And just to be clear, we're specifically talking about people who had Compass Realty take over as an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Correct. So through our research, in the documents that were filed with the court through Compass Realty, it would oftentimes state who the next of kin was that they attempted to notify or that they found through their own research. Those are the people that we contacted. And if there weren't next of kins listed, we would try to find our own, through our own research, we'd find next of kins. And those are the people that we contacted. And that's some of those people said they were notified, others said they were not.
All right. I now want to turn your attention to May of 2022. That's about 2 months after you start investigating Compass Realty and speaking with Mr. Tellis. At that time, do you become aware of a series of articles written by Jeff Garriman about Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
And in general, it's kind of alleging there's like bullying in the office and an accusation of affair, things like that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
During that time, did you have interactions with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Based on what you saw or what you heard from the defendant, how did he feel about those articles that Garriman wrote about him?
He was upset about them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he say about Jeff Garriman?
Jeff Garrett, just a foundation. We get a time and place.
We got
an
objection. An appropriate
Did you
one.
have conversations in May of 2022 with Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall speaking with him about the defendant's opinion of Jeff Garriman and why he wrote those articles?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were?
I don't recall where I was at.
Do you remember if it was over the phone or in person?
I had been either over the phone, either through a voice conversation or text messages.
Okay. In general, what did the defendant say about why Mr. Gammon was doing this?
He said that he just wanted to sell papers and that he didn't want the full story or to share the full story.
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you about something that he believed would shed light on what was really happening in the public administration's office?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you that you should look at, or what did he refer you to?
He referred me to a website where he shared his side of the story.
And at this time, is there an election going on?
Yes.
Okay. So he's running for election and these things are coming out.
Politicians do cray things during election season.
Did he seem concerned about the election? If you know, I don't know if you know, but based on your reaction, did he seem concerned?
Our conversations weren't along those lines. So.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to May 16th. On that date, does the defendant also approach you about another issue he is concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. What does he approach you about?
This is a phone conversation after the article was written. Roberta Lee Knet was receiving a bunch of text messages that he believed were harassing in nature, and he asked if that would be something that I'd be willing to investigate.
Did you in fact investigate that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
A few days later, Mr. Tellis sent me screenshots of the text messages that were received. I forwarded those text messages to the district attorney's office and had them review them to see if it fit any harassment or annoying, threatening type, phone call types crime.
Okay. And what was the result after you reached out to the DA's office?
That it did not rise to the level of any criminal action.
Did you let Mr. Tellis know about the results of after speaking with the members of the DA's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate that he understood?
Yes.
At this point, is the investigation into Compass still going on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, I will now turn to June of 2022. At this point, do you become aware of the defendant losing his primary election?
Yes.
So essentially, in 6 months, he would not be the public administrator anymore.
Correct.
All right. Are you having some amount of contact with the defendant?
Yes, I am.
Is it as frequent as it was before?
Our contact was periodic, so I would say yes, is similar.
Okay. So now I want to turn to August of 2022. After the primary loss, are you still investigating Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
All right. At that point in time, are you put in contact with other members of the public administration office?
Yes, I am.
Who are those people that you were put in contact with?
I was put in contact with Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin.
Did you know at the time, as of August, Rita Reed was the very person who beat Mr. Tellis in the election?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So you knew that they were employees and you knew that Rita had run against them?
Yes.
All right. So what do they allege to you?
In our initial meeting with them, they alleged that they received information that Mr. Tellis was receiving kickbacks.
Okay. A week after meeting them, do you speak with another individual in the real estate world?
Yes, is around a week. I don't have the exact days.
Okay. What's her name?
Her name is Kimberly McMahon.
Okay. Was she a former Metro police officer?
I believe she was a lieutenant. Yes.
Okay. Was she currently an employee of Metro at the time that you met with her?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long had she been retired for?
I believe she retired in 2021, so it had been about a year since she was a police officer.
Okay. Does she also share information about this alleged kickback?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the allegation? So how does the kickback work in this scenario? Because he's the PA, so it's got to be a little different than the Compass thing. So what's the difference?
Yeah, so the information I received is that through the public administrator's office, when they take possession of the home, and that home is ready to be sold, they have the ability to pick whatever realtor they want to sell that house. The allegation was that historically, the public administrator's office would use multiple realtors, and it'd kind of be like on a rotating basis of how the houses were sold. The information I received is that Mr. Tellis approached Ms. McMahon while they were selling one specific house and asked to receive 30% of the commission that she received. When a realtor sells a house, through our research, the buyer agent and the seller agent usually receive between 3 to 3.5% of the total sale of the house. So the total value from this realtor would be 7%, and Mr. Tellis stated that he would continue giving them houses to sell if he got 30% of that 7% of the commission.
All right. So now, detective. So we got one guy saying this company's doing this, and now you have other people accusing the very guy who came to you of doing something inappropriate. Detective, as a police officer, do you just pick and choose at this point which one you want to do?
No.
Please tell us, how do you handle a situation like this?
We investigate both simultaneously. Even if a person that's providing us information, if we get information later on that that person's also committing criminal acts, it doesn't change. It doesn't change our focus. It doesn't change the ability to still investigate both criminal activities at the same time.
So you have to follow the evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, in August of 2022, do you then start to investigate the allegations raised against Robert Tellis?
Yes.
At the same time, in August of 2022, are you investigating the allegations against Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
So what sort of steps do you take to see if what Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin are saying, to see if it makes any sense? What sort of things did you start looking at?
Similar to the investigation from the information we received from Mr. Tellis, we did a similar thing. So we had names of multiple realtors that the public administrator's office had been using, specifically since Mr. Tellis took that position as a public administrator. We looked into the houses that they have sold since, like I said, he took office. And we're able to see a pattern of multiple realtors being used. And then from the time that Ms. Mahan said that the house was taken away from her, it seemed like the houses went specifically to one realtor. That realtor, based on our research, didn't sell many houses before he met Mr. Tellis. And then after he met Mr. Tellis, the amount of homes that he sold specifically for the public administrator's office substantially increased.
Okay. So do you take steps like, I don't know, collecting people's phones and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. You do records requests and things of that nature?
Correct.
Do you subpoena bank records as well?
Yes.
And additionally, do you apply for and acquire what's called a pen register?
Yes, I do.
What is a pen register?
A pen register is a search warrant that we do to collect phone data information, such as location information and incoming and outgoing contact with that phone, either text messages or voice calls.
And so when you say location information, are you talking about when a phone kind of interacts with a cell site?
Yes.
And sometimes are those referred to as historical phone records?
Correct.
Because we're trying to see where a phone is geographically when it's interacting with a tower.
Yes.
Okay. So you get information like that. Additionally, do you institute surveillance on Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Of course.
And was the pen register in effect in early September?
Yes, it was.
Were you surveilling in early September?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd. Do you become aware that Jeff Garriman is murdered on that day?
Yes, I was.
Detective, was surveillance instituted on the defendant on September 2nd, 2022?
No, it was not.
Do you remember why?
Surveillance was conducted on Mr. Tellis the day prior, so September 1st, 2022.
So why stop? What's the deal with that?
Typically in our line of work, we don't want to do surveillance on a subject multiple days in a row. We typically have the same cars, and if someone starts noticing a same car or same person behind them multiple days in a row, they can get suspicious. So we like to space out our surveillances so that people can't notice cars.
Okay. So the day before,
2 days
and this
a
is
week
the
and
day
not.
off.
Correct.
All right. Now, I have another question to ask for you. It's a bit of a burning question. Detective Jappy, did you go to 7216 Bronze Circle on the day Jeff Garriman was murdered?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, later, I don't know if it's that evening or the very next day, do you attend a briefing with Metro regarding the Garriman murder?
Yes, I believe it was that evening at our headquarters.
Okay. Fair to say, given he was a reporter, this was kind of a big deal. It had some notoriety, at least certainly media notoriety.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide those historical phone records in the pen register to the lead detective, in this case, Detective Gaddis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you mention that you were aware of these articles that came up as well?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, Who, as far as you know, who is handling the investigation of the Gehrman murder?
Detective Gaddis.
Okay. Are you an integral role? Are they saying like ride shotgun with me on this? Is that what's happening?
No.
Okay. So homicide's handling.
Correct.
So then I have another question for you. As of September 2nd, Jeff Gehrman dies. Do you, for some reason, stop doing your Compass investigation or your Telus investigation?
No, both those investigations still continue.
All right. So now I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. On that day, are you contacted by Detective Justine Gaddis?
Yes, I am.
Does she ask you to meet her somewhere?
Yes.
And where are you supposed to meet her at?
She called me and asked me if I could meet her at the Summerlin Area Command.
And why did you have to go over there?
Mr. Telus was present there, and she asked if I could come assist her in the interview.
Okay. At that time, though, is a buccal swab taken from Mr. Telus pursuant to a search warrant?
That was prior to my arrival.
Okay, so you're not there. Are you aware, though, a buccal's being taken on that day?
Yes.
All right. Are you also aware of a warrant being acquired to perform a search at his residence?
Yes, I am.
Because this is all happening on the 7th, right?
Correct.
Detective Jappy, did you participate in the search warrant at the defendant's home on September 7th, 2022?
No, I did not.
Who
why
drops
did
off
you not?
the defendant at his house on the 7th?
It was Detective Gaddis and I.
After you drop him off, do you become aware that the DNA results have come back?
Yes.
Do you learn that there's a plan in place at that point to place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, I do.
Do you go home at that point in time, or where do you go at that point?
I was in the vicinity of Mr. Telus' residence.
Okay. And are you tasked with anything on that day?
Yes.
What are you tasked to do?
I was asked to call Mr. Telus and ask him if he'd come outside of his house and surrender to us.
Do you have an understanding as to why you were selected?
Yes.
Why?
based on my rapport with Mr. Telus, we had I would say a long-standing relationship for 6 months. We talked somewhat frequently. And also, I'm a member of our crisis negotiation team.
What is the crisis negotiation team?
We are individuals within Metro that have specialized training in crisis negotiation. So if someone is in a mental state where they are refusing to come out of the residence, either barricaded inside the residence or have hostages or want to harm themselves, we have specialized training and we respond to talk to those individuals to try to get them to.
You weren't sure if he was going to try to
where
end
they're
his
ready
life
to start thinking rationally again
up in
and
the house.
exit.
So you were there just
and potentially de-escalate a potentially harmful situation.
Man.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Do you call the defendant?
I call his wife's phone.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, how many years have you been a member of the crisis negotiation team?
Long time.
Approximately 6 years. I started in 2016, but I had a 2-year break in between.
So you call his wife's phone. Do you eventually get the defendant on the phone?
Yes, I do.
How long do you spend talking with Mr. Telus?
In total is about 2 hours.
We come in to get you, man.
Does he say anything to you that expresses that gives you a concern about his personal safety?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say that brings you that concern?
There's multiple statements that he wasn't thinking clearly, and that he was thinking about hurting himself. And then it progressed to where he was telling me that he could not exit the residence because he was stuck in his tub. And at that point, we members of the SWAT team utilized robots and drones to see that he was in fact laying in his tub and unable to exit.
I want to ask you this question.
Are you
During
kidding
that
me?
2-hour negotiation, do you ever step foot inside Mr. Telus' residence?
No, I do not.
Okay, so are you at some sort of command post or somewhere farther away?
I started off in my vehicle, and then once the SWAT team arrived, we have a room that the negotiators go and sit in. So for probably the first hour and a half, I was in my vehicle, and then I transitioned into the command vehicle for the SWAT team.
Okay, and then at that point, you mentioned that drones or robots confirm. Is that because they're like armed with cameras?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get a visual.
Armed with
Yes.
cameras?
All right. Ultimately, does SWAT go in and safely get him out of the house?
Yes, they do.
After SWAT gets him out of the house, is he provided medical treatment and brought to an ambulance?
So we tried to.
Is that ambulance? Obviously, the ambulance is
self-harmed
outside of the
his-
house. Do you approach that ambulance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you approach the ambulance?
As part of what we typically do is, as negotiators, we go to debrief the person that was barricaded within the house, and we have conversations with them to see if there's anything that we could do that could have been different to get them to exit the house earlier, or different things that we could have said to have rationale with the subject. On top of that, with my relationship with Mr. Tellis, just to see if he was okay.
Okay. I'll ask you, Detective. Were you concerned about him?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Like I said, I had a relationship with him. Obviously, through the conversation that we had, we know about his family, everything that he's going through. You never want to see someone in a situation where they feel like they have to hurt themselves. Like, doesn't matter what the nature of the allegations are, or anything like that. And so all those things were factors that, I was concerned about his safety.
Okay. How long? I don't want to get into the substance of it, but how long do you spend interacting with him?
In the ambulance, I was probably in there for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you stay in the ambulance as he's taken to a hospital?
No, I do not.
Okay. So he is then taken away at that point.
Yes.
After he leaves to go to the ambulance, Detective Jaffe, did you set foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I did not.
Okay. So September 7th, Robert Tellis is arrested. At this point, do you stop your investigation into Compass and Mr. Tellis?
No, both investigations still continue.
Okay. Let's first talk about the Tellis investigation. When do you conclude your investigation into the allegations raised by Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin and Ms. McMahon?
My investigation ended around February of 2023. We passed the information that we had and all the information that we collected to the FBI to do a secondary analysis of it.
Let me stop. I want to stop you here for a second.
Whoa. Hold down.
You conclude in February of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Before you send it to the FBI, what determination, Detective, do you make regarding the allegations that Robert Tellis did something involving a kickback scheme?
Through all the investigation that we did and all the research that we conducted, there is no evidence to support that Mr. Tellis was receiving any kickbacks.
Okay. Do you then refer to the FBI?
Yes.
And what does the FBI say?
They review the documentation as well, and they came to the same conclusion.
Okay. Do you take this evidence to the DA's office in the hopes that they file charges against Mr. Tellis?
No, I did not.
So you don't do that in that case?
Correct.
With respect to what the old guard has said about Mr. Tellis. Is that correct? Do you know who the old guard is?
I do not.
Okay. Sorry, I'll use it about regarding what Ms. Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin or Ms. McMahon, what they say about him. You don't take all that to the DA's office.
Correct.
Regarding Mr. Tellis.
Correct.
Let's turn our attention to Compass Realty. When did your investigation conclude on that?
Around February of 2023.
Okay. Do you take that information? What conclusion? Let's do it this way. Do you take that evidence to the DA's office?
Yes, I do.
In the hopes that they file charges?
When I took the evidence to the district attorney's office, it was in support of trying to get search warrants for to further the investigation.
And what are you told essentially by members of the district attorney's office?
That based on the information that we had and how the Nevada revised statute is written regarding probate cells, that through the legislative loopholes that Compass Realty was utilizing loopholes and that there would not be a criminal prosecution of the case.
So specifically, we're talking about things like the requirements of service, right? Like you don't have certified mail, and you're getting a mixed bag, so it's going to be hard to say that they weren't really notifying people.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, because you had some people who in fact were notified and some people didn't.
Yes, and then in regards to filing the false documents to the court, oftentimes the employee of Compass Realty did provide who the home was sold to and the company that it was sold to, and there was no further questions from the court about it, but they did provide the documentation.
So at the end of the day, regarding the Tellis accusations, you do not go to the DA's office, but Compass Realty you did.
Correct.
But based on the way the law was written, you were told this can't go any further just because of just how these statutes are written.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk about one more thing, that pen register. Did you have an opportunity to review the pen register with respect to Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, and you have records, you've collected those records. On that day, in the morning of September 2nd of 2022, what do you see in terms of the activity on that phone?
The activity between, I don't have the exact times, but between like 8:30 in the morning, around 8:30 in the morning to early afternoon, the phone activity was only incoming activity as far as text messages and phone calls. And there's no outgoing text messages or phone calls until early afternoon.
Okay, so basically like there's activity on the phone and geographically, where's the phone pinging from?
Around his residence.
Okay, so the phone appears to be located nearby the residence.
Correct.
And people are kind of reaching out to his phone, but nothing's going out.
That's correct.
For about how long of a time period?
I would say approximately 5 to 6 hours.
Okay, and you've provided those records to our office, is that correct?
Yes.
At this time, we're going to ask for the admission of states 345. It's been admitted by stipulation.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
If we could just cue over. So, that's super weird. It's because I have to slide it over here. I apologize. Let's do this with this. Voila. It's magic. Okay, this is gonna, I'll have to look over here. Sorry, this is a little harder for me to do. Okay. What are we looking at in this first column here? Do you know?
The first column is just the case number that our technical and analytical section assigned to it.
And what is this second column indicating?
The second column is the target phone number, so the phone number that the PIN register is provisioned on.
And for the record, I opened up a file that was entitled 702-533-1858 CDRs.
Correct.
Okay. What's in column D?
The date of the activity.
Okay. So tell me this. So what time did you say roughly this starts at?
I said approximately 8:30. It looks like it's 8:45 hours. So 8:45 in the morning was that last. I'm sorry, 08:48 in the morning was the last outgoing text messages.
Okay, so that's entry. I'm sorry, it's just really hard for me to see. I apologize.
No.
So eight at entry number. What is that entry number with the outgoing text?
The only thing I can see is it ends in 56.
Oh, it's cut off on your screen. So is it 45556? And it's a text in column H outgoing, correct?
Yes.
And it's sent to 6728556. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's outgoing. The next couple entries below, the next two are incoming, correct?
Yes.
What is the significance, though, of outgoing data? What does that mean?
So through my training experience, data sessions aren't reflected with the accurate times on through phone records. We're taught not to rely on data sessions.
Okay, so that potentially is just a ping from the cell phone company sending things out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like what counts as data sessions, but
on a record, let's say you send a text message in column 8, it'll say text, right?
yes.
Okay, so let's keep scrolling down. So if we look at entry number 45568 at 9:16:01, there seems to be an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
And again, there's outgoing data, and then another incoming text. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so essentially, you're seeing a series of incoming texts, but there's like no response. There's no outgoing text, correct?
Correct.
Right. So we're at, if we look at entry 45582, The very one at the bottom, can you read me the time at that point?
Yes, that's 9:44:53.
All right, let's keep scrolling down. So, again, are we seeing kind of a toggling of incoming text message and then these outgoing data kind of notations, correct?
Yes.
Please tell me what the last time on this entry here is.
10:16:31.
And I know it's cut off, and that's entry number 45597 for the record. Wrong mouse. All right. Now we have something called incoming voice. What is that?
That's his phone is receiving a phone call.
Okay. So you're seeing a couple of calls that are being made, correct?
Yes.
But nothing outgoing in terms of voice or text.
Correct.
What is the last time that you have here?
The last time I have is 11:59:09.
And for the record, since it's cut off, it's 45:612. Looking at here, again, we're not seeing anything outgoing in terms of voice or text, correct?
Correct.
But there is an incoming voice at the end, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the time on that?
13:20:28.
So I'm assuming that's a 24-hour clock?
Yes.
Okay, so convert that for people who don't know.
Yes.
24-hour clock.
That'd be 1:20 p.m. and 28 seconds.
Okay, so another incoming, at 1:20 incoming voice call. And for the record, that entry is 45:630. Let's see. Again, are we only seeing incoming text at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. No outgoing text, no outgoing voices.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Please tell us the time here at the bottom.
13:26:35. So 1:26 and 35 seconds p.m.
Okay. And for the record,
I know this is pretty quiet and boring, y'all.
1.
But it's a part of court. Defense ought to be interesting.
Attention to the third entry from the bottom. The entry is 45:658, 14:05:49. What do we have there?
We have an outgoing text message to 702-325-2821. So that means he sent a text, or his phone sent a text message to that number.
Please convert for this jury what 14:05 translates into in a normal 12-hour clock.
As 2:05 and 49 seconds p.m.
Okay, so from 8:48 a.m. until 2:05 p.m., there's not a single outgoing voice call or a single outgoing text message.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yay! We probably need to take a break. Okay, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm expecting your.
Wow, y'all. Wow, y'all. Somebody asked how the spider's doing. They're doing good. The project's doing good. I just took pictures. I have these, one's a microscopic, one, they're kind of screwed together. One's a wide angle lens for your phone. So I just took pictures for the boy so I can send it to him. Oh, I know, baby girl. It's been quiet, hasn't it? It's been quiet day in court. Been quiet in here. You didn't have any reasons to alert me. Yeah, you bored? Talking to my dog. Okay, call records get interesting when they start placing the defendant in spots that make him or her look guilty. Amen to that. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Okay, so you think he's guilty? Possibly could be. I want to thank everybody for sticking around. We had somebody come in and trying to get everybody to go to another live stream. Some of people did go, and that's fine. That's fine. But sometimes people get blocked from a channel. I just found out. And then they go to other creators' channels and try and get people to hop over to that channel, which is going to make creators get mad at the channel they're going to, thinking that somebody's doing it on purpose. And all I can say is, nice try, didn't work, fella. You didn't win, because I know the people I associate with, and none of us would ever try to steal viewers. Viewers have a right to go from one to the other. I'm good with that. I understand it. It's fun. But if you come on my channel and try to start drama, you won't be on my channel no more. This is a friendly, no drama free place. No fleas. Oh, that's what we ought to call them. Fleas. Oh, I like that better than trolls. No fleas allowed. Ronnie, how are you doing? Miss Jellybean went to take a nap, so I think most everybody did. I know Braxton did. He worked a long day today, and of course, Miss Sneaky Side was with me all day yesterday and today. K Swan's been busy this afternoon, coming in and out. Thank you very much. Well, and I understand people having to take breaks and come in and out. Lord knows I understand it. And when trial starts up again, there's something I'm going to have to take a 5-minute exit and take care of. But that said, I appreciate everybody. You all are fabulous and wonderful. And I hope you guys are having a great day. Excuse me. Oh, that's where I wanted to go. Something I wanted to share with y'all. I wanted to share with you, but I got to go get it. Let me get it all up and going. Okie dokie. So that's not what I'm looking for. It just posted. It's not on here. Not on here. And I took screenshots of it, so let me read it to you. We got, and I've got it on my camera, but I got to get it on the computer, which can be a little difficult. Is today the 16th? Oh my gosh. Wow, this was quick. Okay, here it is. State of Florida, Sarah Boone. Notice of filing. Please take notice. The court hereby files the following IMS record from Orange County Jail per memorandum of Orange County Corrections. Okay, so there was some records that were, oh, come on, phone, cooperate, will you? Okay, so here are the records. I got them. I should just put them on my phone. I mean, take it off the phone. I think I'll just forward it to myself, and that way I can open them up. Send. And then this one, send. I'm so glad our technology is the way it is. So much easier. I'm sorry, Miss Ronnie. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh, that's so horrible, Miss Ronnie. I'm so sorry. That is so sweet of you. So funny. Oh, that's where I'm going. Our fire trucks are rocking and rolling. I can feel it. Let me see what Mr. R.A. is saying. I'm going to have him in my ears to see if he handled that problem. Okay. Oh, he is talking about it. Okay, I want to hear what he has to say. Okay, I can share this with you. This is what happened, y'all, with us, and I have no problem. Hi, Cindy Lou. Hi, Cindy Lou.
I'm going to try to
Right.
show that there's a gap.
See.
I think you passed it.
Correct. 30 49 outgoing.
On the listening opinion regarding the
On activity on the phone, sent, receive, put this on. Okay, as they're going out on break, I'm going to turn the sound off here a bit. A couple things I want to say. First of all, this is really monotonous testimony, but it's once we put this all together, they're going to be able to summarize it at the end and say activity on the phone, sent, receive,
Right.
and then receive with no sends, and then sent, receive, which means the phone was probably on, but not it being used. So he was doing something else other than using his phone. They can probably dig deeper and see if anything was read or opened or anything like that. But it's going to show that period of time, which might correspond with the incident at the home, matches up. I hate to have to do this. We had an incident this morning with a viewer who was frustrated when a comment was caught by our auto ban. On days where we have multiple trials going on, especially verdict days, I put words like guilty and not guilty in the bans list because we don't like spoilers. And somebody might come in being well-meaning and
true.
everything. They might be 2 minutes ahead of us and say, hey, so-and-so is not guilty.
I really
And we're
love
waiting for the
Recovery
verdict to
Addict.
be read.
He got
I do that because
integrity.
it helps everyone. We like to enjoy it and see it
But I want
first
you
as
to
it
know what
happens.
happened.
This individual, I believe one of the comments they made was about that, but it was about something that had happened in another case, and we'd already covered it here. And we were like, hey, thanks, we did it. And somebody had, my mods, which was what we ask when we're doing busy things, they try to stay focused on what we're on. Let's not talk about the other cases.
Same here.
They got upset. And I wouldn't be bringing this up. I'm not going to name them individually, other than I've had other content creators reach out to me and let me know that this individual is now going to their channels and causing problems as if they're from our channel, asking people to come over here or they should come watch this because something's happening. We don't do that here. I've never encouraged anyone to raid another channel and tell people to leave another content creator's
And I
channel,
wouldn't
even a
either.
big channel. And big media, we don't do that. We don't go in there and say, hey, you should leave here and go over there.
Right.
I have so much respect for other creators. So if for some reason you found us through that, we love that you're here. So hit the subscribe button. That'd be great. Please continue to support the channels you were watching there. I know Ada K is one of those channels that this occurred on. Ada is a fantastic
Thank you
friend of
so
the
much,
channel,
Ari.
and she does something that's really unique, and that is she provides sign language, services for people who are watching court, which you just don't. I mean, that's incredible. That is so neat that she's doing that. She's
You
doing
are a
amazing. If you haven't, we put a link in chat there. We've got some great friends of the channel all over the place. just remember that we play nice at home, and we play nice as guests at other people's channels as well. So please just if you see that somewhere else, let me know so I can reach out to the channel personally, and because that's not what we do, and that's what we've never done that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. There's Ada K's channel. If you haven't subscribed, this is worth the watch. She also streams on the weekends, which is great because I don't.
Mentor.
And she's just a fun person. I've been on a couple of shows with her. She's been on with us, and it's all good. But
you need to come
I think
back.
the whole thing was over
I want you back.
misunderstanding, which is sad, because there was no offense meant, and I reached out to the individual. They seem to have severed ties, and that's sad, but it is what it is. No names. We don't want anyone to try to figure out who it is or anything. That's not that. I just want to make sure that you guys know that this is how it happens. And I'm a little bit distracted. When you thought I was sleeping, I was texting other creators, reaching out as people were reaching out to me and said, "Why is this happening on my channel? This person." So I've been trying to just put out some fires this morning. So that's about it. Anyway, love you, love y'all. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. We've got a 15-minute break here.
Yes, Mr. R.A., you are actually amazing, and we appreciate you. You are a man of integrity. I have been so honored and so blessed to have you as a mentor. Whether you like the title or not, you're a mentor to a lot of us. And we support you wholeheartedly. Anytime you need me, I'm here. He's always there for us. And I knew as soon as I saw what was going on, I figured he didn't know what was happening because I know RA well enough to know that if anybody from his channel was doing what this person was trying to do, that would be the end. And it would be here too. But yeah, we did take a plummet. Viewer dropped, but that's fine. If they're going to go over to RA's channel, that's fine. I mean, I if anybody's going to get my viewers, RA can have them. He's earned them. As much help as he's been to me, I'm not going to get mad if he's going to get them. But it does frustrate me that somebody came over here trying to get people to go over to his channel, trying to cause a rift. Well, guess what? As you can tell, we have each other's backs and we don't play that game. And I agree. So, Cindy Lou, obviously you came from over there. Thank you so very much. He, I, I just love both him and his wife. They're just the greatest people. And I will be interpreting. If Ian and Rob go live tonight, I will be interpreting. They usually go to 1:00 their time, which is 2:00 my time. I've been on since 9 my time, 9:30ish. So it's going to be a long day and a long night. That's okay. I can sleep all day tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, we have our Saturday night spilling the tea. And I'm going to see if I can get Rob on it. We'll see. I know he's on vacation. But that is what it is. Hold on. Question. Don't know what you're doing tomorrow night, 7 Central. But I'd love for you to come on the spilling the tea night with me. If you can't, I understand. Vacay is more important. Thank you for how you handled it. Appreciate you so much. So we have a good relationship, and I will not do anything to jeopardize that, and I will protect him to the nth degree. And so that's that. So thank you so much. He's such a great supporter. The smaller channels like myself, it is a struggle. We do struggle. It's not easy. And I built, and it was awesome. And I'm ecstatic for what we've done, but we're still building. We still got a lot to do. Long way to go. So, anyway, we are going freeform. Okay, nope, that's not going to work. We're just going to do this. Cancel end without. Okay. So I don't know what these documents are, but I am downloading them. And I'm going to figure this out in just a second. I'm going to open them up. Hey. Hi. Welcome, Birds in Flight. Hello. Oh, please do. I'm not interpreting right now. Some people wanted to know why I wasn't interpreting. Well, because, oh, this is horrible, but it's doable. Because I do not have a deaf person on right now. But if I did have a deaf person, I would be interpreting. So I'm going to share window. Well, no, I'm not. It's too blurry. I've got some documents. What is this called? What is it called? I'm going to have to do the fit window. Fit window. Oh, there it is. Inmate behavioral notes. Oh, on Sarah Boone, y'all. We got these behavioral notes on Sarah Boone. Okay, let me see if I can share this window. Hi, Cindy. Oh, thank you for being a new member. Thank you.
Once upon a time.
Oh, wrong one.
Once
Wrong one.
time.
Wrong one. Stop. There we go. We got a new member. Yay. Okay, so hi, birds and oh yes, I said hi to you. My oh, I meant to do okay, and then we're going to share this screen because I want y'all to see what I just got. Oh my gosh, y'all! These are the notes from the prison. Yeah, I gotta stop to do this. From the prison that talks about Sarah Boone's behavior. Are y'all ready for this? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. I got to try and read this. So please forgive me if I get a little close to my screen and I'm not perfectly centered, okay? Let's see. Oh, Sneaky's back. Inmate Boone returned the laptop, thumb drive, and hard drive to the officer. Inmate Boone turned in requests for attached. Okay. Just turning in and out the thumb drives and stuff. Inmate Boone exit for an interview. Ooh, who's interviewing her? I wonder if she's working with the news media.
I still have to get dinner, but I heard Sarah Boone behavioral notes and I ran to my computer.
I know, but it's pretty much talking about receiving refused breakfast tray.
Hi, Ronnie. Okay, so it's not as spicy, but still, it can
Well,
give us
we don't know. There's several pages. Let me go to the other. Let me get the other one up and going. But yeah, this is interesting. Very interesting. Oh, this has a little more commentary on it. So let's get this up. It's hard. It's really hard to see, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm doing the best I can, but this is blurry.
You are doing wonderfully.
Okay, laptop. Verbally refused breakfast. She doesn't every day, but she did these days. Inmate Boone was called out for an attorney visit. Anthony Howell is the information. FC inmate Boone stated, "No, I don't have attorney. I had too many random people coming to see me because of my case. I took the paperwork from the attorney and delivered the paperwork to inmate Boone." Oh my. Oh, here it is.
Oh my God!
Okay, we'll read more later. We're back in court. But you heard what happened with RA, right?
I heard a little bit about it, yeah, and that RA dealt with it very well, and so did you.
Oh, I knew he would. He's a great guy. Okay, I'll put this on hold.
Okay. I'm going to go eat some dinner and then I will be back for you.
You can just turn off your camera, just to stop him, and then just stay in the. Just stop your cam. There we go. And then I'm big and mean like that. Sorry. Oh, got a lot of. Okay, guys. I know one of the attorneys that have gone to visit her. Yeah, probably. But maybe uncivil law went to go offer his services. For uncivil law, I feel bad. All right, uncivil law. I know you don't know me, or if you know of me, maybe, but we don't know each other. And I'm not being mean or facetious. I just think it would be fun to see you in action in general. But but I just think it'd be fun to see it in general, but not to be negative towards you. I'd like to see you whoop her back in shape. That's my humble opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
Sure, no problem. No problem. So I guess they're having a sidebar. Let's see. Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Detective Jappy, just so we're clear, based upon your direct testimony today, Mr. Tellis has basically been exonerated of the allegation or the concern of your investigation regarding his receiving bribes or kickbacks.
Yes, that's correct.
This investigation was basically started by Kimberly McMahon meeting with you and giving you information, fair to say?
That was part of it, yes.
As a result of her coming to you, you sought a pin register, trap and trace, real-time
No,
device
it's
location.
not.
where you
It's
could
super quiet. I
follow
love it.
Mr. Tellis's phone.
Again, in part because of the information received by her.
Correct. Long story short, the warrant that you obtained was, I mean, it makes reference to
right.
Kimberly McMahon, correct?
Yes.
That provided the probable cause for you to get this trap and trace device, correct?
It helped the probable cause.
It was the primary reason. We'll go there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As a result of this, you were able to monitor his whereabouts. I mean, maybe not to the specific inch, but pretty darn close.
That's correct.
You were able to monitor calls received, sent out. I mean, the metadata, not the contents, but the numbers.
Correct. The phone number's out. Yes.
As well as the data information, the text that he both received and sent out. Fair to say?
Yes. Phone numbers that either sent or received it. Yes.
Correct. You would testify concerning surveillance that had been conducted on Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
There is a report that was generated on August 17th of 2022.
Correct.
Criminal intelligence surveillance log was generated as a result of the surveillance that was conducted.
Yes.
Notes are taken concerning the activities of Mr. Tellis.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Picks up a child, goes to Home Depot, fair to say?
Yes.
Goes to Chipotle.
Yes.
Goes home. And he was under surveillance for a number of hours on August 17th, 2022.
Correct.
Now, there's a second report that's generated, and that's a September 6th, 2022. And this is of Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
References made where security cameras are observed under the eave of the roof.
Correct.
And there's a notice or a notation here concerning those not having been there previously.
Yes.
Now, there's reference made to, and actually you testified now concerning surveillance conducted of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022.
Yes.
Was a report generated or a surveillance log generated in reference to that surveillance?
Yes, there was.
Was that provided to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You are subject to recall, and the parties have agreed that in the event that it's necessary to call you back, which you're willing to come back and speak to us, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. And it's your testimony that as a result of the surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022, that he was not surveilled on September 2nd of 2022. You generally don't like to have two surveillance days back to back.
Correct.
Fair to say that he was subject to surveillance from the time that you obtained this warrant and began looking at him on August 17th until past the time that the events which gave rise to this case occurred.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You bet. He's under surveillance. First time's October 17th. I'm sorry, August 17th. He's then surveilled September 1st of 2022.
Correct.
And then he's surveilled September 6th, 2022. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the events that gave rise to this case are alleged to have occurred on September 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
So during this time, he was subject to surveillance, but just not on this specific day, according to your testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
Ain't
From
that
the
true,
time that
Bonnie?
you obtained this warrant in August, he was subject again to this pen register trap and trace.
Yes.
And that obviously covered the events as we've seen of September 2nd, 2022.
Yes, it did.
At no time during this course of events, to your knowledge, was he made aware of these things?
Correct.
Or these efforts on your part, fair to say?
Yes, very fair.
In reference to the person that came forward to you and gave you information, which was the primary basis for your warrant. Kimberly McMahon, she was a real estate agent.
Yes.
But at the time that these solicitations that she claimed occurred between herself and Mr. Tellis, she was actually a lieutenant of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Around the same time. I don't know the exact dates, but yes, around the same time.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that it's my understanding that she was, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
Really? Thank you.
Okay. You had testified that while Mr. Tellis has been exonerated,
I'll be back. My
let me ask you
dinner's
this.
ready.
Your investigation concerning Mr. Tellis and these allegations against Mr. Tellis concerning this kickback scheme, he was never notified, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, up until your testimony today, I mean, he did not receive a phone call. He hasn't received a letter, anything of that nature to inform him that your investigation was complete and that you found no wrongdoing concerning the allegations that you were involved in.
I did not interview him, reference it, and it's not typical to let people know that they're subject of investigation.
Fair enough. Would you agree with me that based upon this investigation that he conducted, an independent investigation, and provide you documentation concerning, you began and continued investigation for several months concerning Compass Realty and other actors?
Yes, I did.
And you ultimately submitted the evidence that you confirmed and built upon that was received from him. You submitted that to the district attorney's office.
It was a conversation with the district attorney's office. There's no formal submission or anything along those lines.
And you were informed that while obviously it was a statutory issue, but the district attorney's office did not file charges, but then you had given testimony that this information has been submitted to the FBI.
In regards to Mr. Tellis, yes.
Okay. In regards to even concerning an investigation of Mr. Tellis, or just so we're clear, please?
Yes, concerning the investigation that we were doing into Mr. Tellis for the kickbacks, that information was turned over to the FBI. The information referenced Compass Realty was not.
Okay. Fair to say that if Mr. Tellis had not come forth to you, that you wouldn't have learned, you weren't notified prior to his notifying you of these actions of Compass Realty and others?
Correct.
So he reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
And when I say you, I'm saying if I told you that he first reached out to the district attorney, Mr. Wolfson, and then ultimately it came to your desk, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that's a fair assessment.
You reached out to Detective Gaddis on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Detective Gaddis and I had a conversation before, since the murder occurred, up until his arrest. So
you had reached out, and if I told you it was contained within an officer's report authored by Detective Gaddis, do you have a reason to disagree with me?
No, I wouldn't.
So you'd agree with me, you reached out to Detective Gaddis to inform Detective Gaddis that you had information that you felt would implicate Mr. Tellis in a murder?
I don't recall any information that would implicate him. I passed along facts that I had for through my investigation.
To where you thought that he should be a target or he should be looked at?
Again, I was just informing Detective Gaddis of information that I had. She was a case agent. However, she receives that information as her decision.
And like I said, I don't want to mince words with you, but you basically reached out to Detective Gaddis to say, hey, I think I have some information. You should look at Mr. Tellis.
She should be aware of the information I had, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tellis is detained for the purposes of collecting his DNA and ultimately his pants on September 7th. You're aware of that?
Yes.
He's subsequently spoken to by homicide detectives, correct?
Yes.
You then became involved or entered into that interview, that discussion?
I was present at the beginning of the conversation with him.
Okay. And there was a discussion that you had with him concerning an investigation or other matters concerning you and him, correct?
Yes, we had conversation. I was giving him updates on where we're at with Compass Realty as the homicide investigation was continuing.
So he's being detained, having his DNA taken, literally having his pants taken off of him, and you are speaking to him concerning Compass and Compass Realty.
When I spoke to him, that process had already been completed, and we were just in the room, more like small talk type conversation.
Okay, but you were there,
yes.
correct? He's obviously aware that he's the subject of a murder investigation. Things are going, as you testified, fairly badly for him in a psychological, mental sense. You're now part of the crisis negotiation team that's speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
And then following his emergence from his residence, you then are in the ambulance with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, I was.
And it was just you and he in the ambulance?
Next witness.
State called Officer Levi Hancock. Stand and raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Levi Hancock. First name is spelled Levi. Last name is Hancock.
I received your honor. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what division are you currently in with Metro?
In the SWAT section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 7th.
Sorry, y'all, my camera, there's something going on. It would not be
Were
switched back
you
over.
and your SWAT
I
team
apologize,
members
you guys.
kind of sent out to help assist in potentially effectuating an arrest on a defendant by the name, a suspect by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, we were.
Do you see Robert Tellis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit on the far right side of that table.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Okay. Now, prior to going out to effectuate that arrest, were you aware that there was a search warrant being executed on that home earlier in the day?
Yes.
Okay. So once you guys are sent out, what is the plan at that point? What's the plan to do this?
So we've been notified of the previous search warrant. We were also told that there was an incoming search warrant to take Mr. Tellis into custody. That was pending some DNA results.
Okay.
It was our understanding that surveillance was being done on the house at that point in time, at which point they made contact with him, and then they deemed it a barricaded person, and that's when we were requested.
And around that time, DNA results come back in. Are you made aware of that?
Yes.
And there's a decision that an effectuating arrest is going to happen.
Correct.
How many SWAT officers respond to this barricade?
I would say probably around 20 or so, at least.
All right. Where were you? Let me ask you this. When, let's say you're dealing with a residence, are sides of the home given a number?
Yes, they are.
What is that? How does that work in your?
So if you're facing a residence, to the left of it would be the 2 side. The rear was what we call the 3 side. And then to the right of it would be the 4 side.
Your knowledge was you made aware of these things?
Correct.
Or these efforts on your part?
Have been put out was that they were on the phone with him and he had made the refusal to come out of the residence.
do you know roughly how long people talked with Mr. Tellis?
It was well more than an hour.
Okay.
If not closer to 2.
All right. Ultimately, are you able, does the SWAT team enter the home?
Yes. Prior to our arrival, the units that were conducting surveillance made the determination that they needed to enter the residence under exigent circumstances because they were in fear that he was harming himself. They made entry into the home, cleared the first level of the home. That's the point when SWAT assets started to arrive and took over inside the home.
And based on what you learned, where did you believe Mr. Tellis was located in the house? You said you secured the first floor. Where did you believe he was located?
So it was relayed to us. We also put out snipers, so they provide intelligence and overwatch for us. They had seen some movement on the second floor of the one side. If you're facing the home, the very first window, it appeared to be some block windows, but they could see some movement, some hand movement gestures coming from that bathroom.
Okay. Is there a decision made to make your way up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes. Prior to that, we used robotics and a drone.
Why are those helpful?
Well, we don't want to rush into any type of situation.
Y'all
In a
behave.
position where,
We got an ecstatic
unfortunately, we
example.
encounter a lot of individuals that try and go suicide by cop. So we want to identify somebody, try and isolate them, establish communication with them, and have a peaceful resolution.
Okay.
So
So do the robots and the drones
Not a
establish
good boy.
visual on the defendant?
Yes, the robot came in first, ascended the stairs, and actually proceeded into the master bedroom, which is on the one side of the second floor.
Robot.
Okay,
Went
so the
up
front side of the
here.
house.
The front side of the house, yes.
I'm learning. Okay. So the robot gets visual. How about the drone? Does it establish visual as well?
Yeah, the robot actually made its way into the master bedroom. There was quite a bit of clutter in the bedroom, so it couldn't really proceed much further. Soon after that, the drone came in, flew into that bedroom, and identified Mr. Tellis in the bathtub.
Okay, so he's in the bathtub according
Yes.
to the visuals that you
Right,
Yes. Okay,
Ronnie.
so what happens next?
It was relayed to
That's what
us
they
as the
all
drone flew
say.
in. And again, the robots have the ability to establish communications with the person. They relayed to us over the radio that Mr. Tellis had appeared to drop a knife outside of the bathtub, meaning that he was potentially unarmed at that point. They identified that he was covered in blood and potentially had some self-inflicted wounds on him.
Do you and your team make your way up the stairs to the bathroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, when you reach the bathroom, what do you see and what do you do at that point?
I was the first person in the bathroom operating the shield. We established verbal communication with him, told him, "Let me see your hands." He made some gesture like he said, if he did have a weapon, I believe I said, drop the knife or drop whatever you may have. He made some gesture that it was outside of the bathtub. I could definitively clear his hands at that point, which we proceeded forward to remove him from the bathtub.
Okay. Are you successful in removing him from the bathtub?
Yes.
Once removed from the bathtub, do you provide any
Did
sort
he
of
have
immediate
clothes on?
assistance medically to Mr. Tellis?
Yes, we extracted him from the bathtub and pulled him out into the main floor space of the master bedroom so we could at least start to render some medical aid. We're fortunate enough to have what's called a tactical emergency medical team with us. So we have commissioned officers that are EMTs, and then we have physicians that volunteer their time. So we had a physician on site along with 2 EMTs that came in along with myself to provide medical aid to Mr. Tellis.
So essentially, the 3 of you provide medical aid. Is that correct?
Yes, 4 of us.
4 of you.
Yes.
What about the rest of those SWAT members? Do they stick around, or are they kind of sent downstairs? What happened?
No, they were sent to just to make sure the rest of the residence was clear and then just get out of the way.
Okay. After providing medical assistance on the second
Wow.
floor, where do you take Mr. Tellis?
We wrapped him in a sheet so we could ascend him down the stairs, and then he was placed on a
He
gurney.
was unclothed.
He was taken out to medical.
At the time that you performed all of these actions, were you wearing anything to record things that you had seen or experienced while inside the house?
Oh,
Yes, we're assigned a body worn camera, which is worn
you're
on my
going
body.
to have him in
Prior
court
to putting your name, you
unclothed?
had a chance to review that body worn footage.
Yes.
At this time, we are going to play Officer Hancock's body worn camera. It is found within Exhibit States 344. It's been admitted earlier. Thank you. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to stop it right here. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the stairs lead up to the second floor of Mr. Telsa's home.
Okay, thank you very much.
Copy that. We're making our way up to 88 to the master bedroom. The plan's already been put out. Eyes, keep eyes moving, keep eyes on.
Yeah, I know, right, Ronnie? I will tell you if they don't. I got to be careful. What, Michelle? Yeah, good for them. Ronnie. Lay down. Yours. Sorry if you hear the dog eating. I'll mute.
Keep going. Hey, we don't have a lot of room on this land. It's right here. Good. Hey, right here's good. Yeah, put it down. Yeah, you got a lot of space. Listen, hey, you want to take it out? You want to take it out? Hey, check it out. No, swap guys. One guy. Levi was medical. One guy. Everybody else start backfilling and clearing. Yes, sir. Levi stays with medical. Everyone else start backfilling and clearing the rest. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mark, I got a room over here as well. I'll go with Mark. Hey, check, push back. Somewhere. A lot of significant blood loss in the bathtub. You want to get him outside? Just get trashed. Let's just make sure there's nothing material. We need to stop right away. Really wrong? The rest of the team's cleared up now. Hey. Yeah, we want to cut off the arms are no big deal. They're superficial. They can address and make sure they're junctional. Attack medics are working as well as the attack doc. Yes. Take it all the way down. Take it all the way down. How superficial? Our attack medics was all superficial to the arms. Here we go. Doc Yancey's going to be your attack doc. Okay. Let's go over and check his bag for any blood.
Trust me, when I lost my husband and I rolled up to the house while they were serving a search warrant, and I had no idea that they were there until I rolled up. I thought somebody had been killed him.
312. I think I'm reading that
They were
right.
serving a warrant.
Essentially, the rest of the footage kind of shows you guys administering that
Blew me
emergency
down.
aid at the top of the stairs. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for the witness.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, based on your recollection in the images captured here, it appears that Mr. Tellis had lost a substantial amount of blood.
Correct.
Did you have any indication at this time whether he had ingested drugs or alcohol?
I didn't. The attending physician, John Anson, they made the determination that he possibly ingested something. I believe they gave him 2 doses of Narcan.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
2 doses of Narcan?
Please step down.
What the hell did
Excuse me,
you
Ms. Pena. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
That's interesting. What? I know. Didn't he do something to his arms? Oh, that's a jail widow night. No! Guys, we do not have anything tonight. We're not going to have the Friday night frenzies. Both of them are unavailable tonight. So, I got to get a hold of Miss Diane. I was looking forward to it, as tired as I was going to be. I was looking forward. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer. Oh, sidebar. We got a sidebar. Oh. Well, I'm going to have to do Sunday night. I'm going to do a jail widow.
Okay, at this time, we're going to conclude for the day. We will resume again Monday morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, 10:30.
Okay, guys. Yep, that's it. Okay. I know she's not on right now, so I'm going to say this. 10:30 Monday. So that would be 12:30 Central. Pacific Standard Time. Got it. Okay, guys. Ms. Kevin, mods, I'm going to need your help with this. I'm going to be doing a card shower for Jules. So what we need to do is I'm got to go get a business PO box. So I'm going to go get that Tuesday, Wednesday this week, and I may have to leave you guys to go do it for about an hour. So someone will have to run the live. But as soon as I can, I'm going to go get that done so I can have that address. And then I told RA about it, and he's on board. So I'm going to try and share it against as many people as we can. I'm going to try and get it with Ian and Rob and us and RA and maybe Broken Baker and all of that. We will go through. Do you know what? That's a good idea, Sneaky Side. In a minute, we're going to go through the rest of whatever. I don't know what all I have on Sarah Boone, but we're going to go through with what's rest of Sarah Boone when Miss Sneaky Side hops on. But while we have a moment to kind of regroup, I really want to have a card shower. I've had 2 people already reach out and said they want to send some funds. I think I have her last name. So I don't know how to address the checks. If you want to do checks, I recommend if it's not large amounts of cash, just put the cash in the card or get a gift card. Walmart, somewhere for food, something for her. Hold on a second. Let's see if my son can get that. I may have to go grab the door. He's not feeling good. Yeah, let me go grab the door. I will be right back, y'all. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for holding. Okay, I'm back. Yay, it came in. I've been needing that. Oh, okay. You guys, I appreciate all this. Hold on, let me catch up with what you guys are saying. Love it. Great idea. Boone cluster would be fun. Walmart has a thing where you can send gift cards electronically. I don't want to do that because if there's an issue, honestly, she's not going to have the energy to deal with it. If you just send a hard gift card in the mail, that would be better. And that way it goes directly to her and it doesn't come through me and then transfer to her. But it's a great idea. But let me get together with some other people. I want to do a night where we do a group live where it's more of a panel situation. And that way we have the most viewers and then we can try and bless her. I don't want her to feel like this is pity, but just blessings and love. Okay? All right. So, where was I with that fabulous little blah? I love documents that are so blurry. Let me try and see if I can download it differently so I can read it better because we read the request yesterday for the neuropsychologist for Boone. She wants a neuropsychologist to evaluate her. I guess she is going to be doing or pleading possibly distress and mental anguish, for the lack of better words. I'm going to see where I can find this. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I wonder if transparent would not mind me because it's clear. Let me do this. I'm going to turn off the captions and do this. Transparent T, you are so awesome. You really, really are. Negative. Can I download these? I thought I could. Let's do this. I am getting these downloaded. Yeah, doing it the way I'm doing it is going to be easier. 541. Okay, that's this. So this is a whole lot easier for me to get 202 a clean copy. So I'm doing that. I'm sorry, it's taken me a hot minute, but you will appreciate it later. Trust me, you will appreciate it much later. Because we're going to go through these. And transparent T, you are awesome. I don't remember how I found you, but somebody referred you to me, and you guys are freaking amazing. Oh, she earned a negative. She's been a bad girl. Oh my gosh. Ooh, somebody got in trouble. I wonder how long it took for her mouth to get her in trouble. I really wondered. Informal purposes only. Ooh, oh. There's some red stuff in here now. Okay. Okay, I got a bunch of the images now. Just give me a hot minute. And where did all y'all go? Oh, shoot. StreamYard. There you are. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So just give me a moment. This momentous moment to pull up the file and my pictures and screenshots, and then I should edit them because I don't want all of this to be on there. Okay, I am gonna, well, I've got to crop this, y'all. I just can't leave what's up there because it's got some personal information and I don't want it there. So give me a quick second. It will only take me a minute. Okay. And I'm going to go through every one of these. And this will also put these in order for me because I need them in order. These do go in an order. So let's do this. I'm pretty quick with it. So I hope everybody's having a great afternoon. We're just going to go straight into Sara Boone. There will be no Friday Night Frenzy with Ron or Ian. So we're just going to do this and then call it a day. And that's where it's going to be, y'all. I'm going to slide this.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry for the.
Hey, there's my girl.
I'm sorry it took me a little while to eat dinner. Whew. Okay.
Somebody's got to eat around here.
I'm ready for us
Please
to see.
entertain people a little bit while I get this editing done, because that way I can share these with you guys. I just got
Yeah.
to edit this because it has some information in it that my
You
computer.
want to redact out. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for doing that.
I'm-
Hey, everyone. Thanks for being with us tonight. We didn't do Friday Night Frenzy because that is not available to us this weekend or this week. But we do have some Sarah Boone information available to us because Sarah Boone always makes her information available to us. Sarah Boone is for public consumption, she has decided.
Tell them what we created.
We have decided that if this becomes a problem, if this becomes a problem to put one in luggage or suitcases, bags, zippy things, I think we're just calling that boon bagging. So,
put a round peg in a square hole. It's boon bagging.
It's boon bagging.
Or when the deep is getting too deep, it's boon bagging. So you're going to hear us say boon bagging. You need to know what boon bagging is.
And boon bagging might get a few more contexts over the course of the trial. And you heard it here first, folks. Boon bagging. It's going to be vernacular. Trust me. We've started a new word.
I'm a boon bagging.
I'm boon bagging.
I was walking along, minding my business, when boon bagging hit me in the eye. It's a play on an old song. Sorry, most people don't know that song. It's called Orange Colored Sky.
Who sings that one?
It is an oldie but a goodie from, well, I did in my Sweet Adeline's quartet.
Excellent.
And
my mic cut out the other day, but you were singing Perry Como, and then I sang the end with you because I know weird old music.
Oh, that's a bunch of fire trucks. What were we singing?
You were singing a Perry Como song, and I don't know what it was, but I remember it was a Perry Como song, but my mic had stopped working. And anyway, I was singing the end of it with you, but
I don't know.
Perry Como song.
Sing it, girlfriend.
I'll have to remember what it was, and then I'll tell you.
You sure? What? Oh, happy days. I do a lot of old stuff. I was in Sweet Adeline's, which is a barbershop a cappella singing women's group, and I competed internationally quite well.
Okay, Swan. I'm sure you guys did.
A lot of these, I got to go through like 10 of them. So play patience as I used to teach my kids, patience, please, because you're going to love this because we got some tea here. Thought about saving it, but nah, let's go ahead and do it tonight.
So, Case One has a hilarious suggestion that maybe we should call ourselves Boonies. I live in the Boonies, which I find hilarious.
I live in the Boondocks.
And Drill knows what that song is called.
Well, this week will be the Boonies. Until her trial happens, we're calling. All right, that's what I'm going to call all of my members, my Boonies.
I don't know if it's too close to Moonies, but we'll see.
To what?
The Moonies. Isn't that what Charles Manson called his group?
I don't know. I did not follow. I didn't follow that man. I don't want to have anything to do with that man.
He was a special type. He was another special
Yeah,
breed, along with
a
Sara.
little much. Yeah, way too much. Say, as y'all guys, I'm so sorry, but I normally do all this before, but this is perfect, man. This is flawless. I can't believe. I want to know how and where these logs came from because this is in jail daily logs of what she's doing.
That's
Any
why you
kind
say
of major interaction with her is in these logs. If there's a reprimand, it is in this log. I'm like, dang, how did these get out? But I thank you so much to what's the name of that group? What was the name of the something tea? Translucent tea? Transparent tea. Have y'all heard of transparent tea? I guess I lost her again. But anyway, transparent tea sometimes gets all the good stuff. I don't know how transparent tea gets all the good stuff, but I appreciate the good stuff.
Yeah.
And tea shared. So thank you very much, transparent. Okay. Got it all done. Yay. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Do we want to work from January 21 and work our way to present? Now, I'm not going to read every line. Oh, you learned a lot of ballroom dancing in that club. Operations Front. That was one of the songs we danced to. Okay, I'm going to share window. And I think it's this one. If not, we'll see. And yay, it is. See how I can, if I can embiggen this. Well, that's about as best it's going to get. Okay, so I'm going to put it in front of me so I can read this. So she seems to have a history of refusing her breakfast. I'd refuse every bit of food if I could get away with it. It's so horrendous. Horrendous. Okay. Let me put this down so I have more room. All right. On January 5th of 21, has she been in jail this whole time? 2, 3, 4?
I think so,
Yeah.
because she couldn't get bonded out, right?
No, she cannot get bonded out. There's no bond. Cannot be bonded. She's there. No bond. Okay. Refused breakfast. Inmate received a razor at lockdown. Razor returned intact after use. Woohoo! Yay, good girl. Refused breakfast on the 12th. Let's see. I'm not going to read all the refused. Inmate refused child today. Inmate Boone is allergic to soy and was offered a bag meal in which she refused. Oh. Inmate refused lunch. I called the inmate kitchen and spoke to John. I asked him what was in the hot dog. He stated to me soy and chicken. Inmate Boone is allergic to soy. Bag meal offered. Well, ain't that just special? So you telling me that inmate Boone is allergic to soy? Isn't that kind of odd? Why isn't that adding to stage? Thank you very much.
For that to be the only thing you're allergic to, I think that's kind of odd because usually you're allergic to like a laundry list, aren't you? Like soy is on a long list. That's what I hear anyway.
Oh. Look at this. Inmate Boone was offered a bag meal due to her allergy. Inmate refused the bag. However, inmate Boone continues to pick and choose which soy meal she wants to eat. Today's lunch consisted of potatoes and a soy meat. Inmate Boone consistently challenges this officer's decisions. I have spoke with medical on several occasions regarding inmate Boone's special dietary tray, again to no avail. She refused. Oh, okay. 20. This is February 2nd, 21. On this AM, I made an announcement for personal laundering. Most of the inmates came down with their laundry. As I was observing the process of how the new dorm trustee did laundry, I noticed that her inmate Boone was conversating for a while. I observed inmate Boone put her personal laundry in the left laundry machine. As I was conducting my visual, just out of courtesy, I looked into the laundry machine and saw only one item in this particular machine was inmate Boone's. Being that we do not wash linens in the dorm, I took the sheet out of the washing machine and put it in a garbage bag and placed it out the door. Inmate Boone approached me in a defensive manner with her hands. I got it in big in this. Come on, and biggin for me. With her hands on her hips and stated to me, "Oh, so work, 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 work. Why does things not work?"
So, you're gonna give me another sheet?
I asked her, "Don't you have a sheet?" She continued to babble about why she didn't have a sheet and also why she put her sheet in the laundry and so on and so forth. I explained to her that linen exchange is done on the night shift. Other than emergencies, inmates will not receive was not receptive and stated to me, yeah, I gotta have the glasses, that this matter is something else to be added to her note.
Add this to my notes. I'm going to tell on you.
Yes, add that to the copious amounts of paper you have.
Yeah. I
The
stated to
fire
her, "Please
marshal
do
will love it."
exactly what you have to do, but now you are displaying conduct that disrupts the orderly and security of the dorms by yelling at an officer. To continue to have order in the dorm, inmate Boone was escorted to a holding cell for an informal discipline for 2 hours. Oh,
Put me in the cell that I don't want. All by myself. And all by myself. I don't like alls by myself.
funny note, when I worked at the state hospital, we had a guy, he's deceased, and he was colorblind, but he thought that meant he was blind. And so when he wanted us to do something for him, we're like, "Dude, you can see me, right?" "But I was blind. I can't see." And we're going, "Oh, come on." I'm going to say Mark. It's not his name. And he goes, "I was all by myself. Nobody loves me." And I'm not exaggerating. So I nicknamed him All By Myself. Inmate is
He sounds like a character.
on the 4th, inmate is receiving this negative for talking in a bunk area. All inmates were advised of the dorm rules and that noncompliance would resort in a negative. Inmate refused breakfast. Razor was an issue, inspected and returned. Okay, so we're good with that.
Ooh, there's negative officer in contact on the very bottom of that page.
Yep. Let me go back. Yeah, that could just mean she didn't listen to an order. Okay. Inmate refused dinner. Inmate issued razor. Inspector returned all intact. Okay, here's a right. Ooh. On 3/16/15, while working in the FD door, inmate Boone Sara approached the officer's station stating she was having issues with an inmate Willis. What you talking about, Willis? And Linton and okay. I spoke to the inmate concerned due to them having a disagreement in the bunk area. Inmate June stated that the inmate Willis and Linton were harassing her, calling her a killer. Again, I spoke to both inmates about the situation. Both inmates stated that inmate Boone was lying. Linton and Willis stated that they were arguing because Boone is talking to them while she thinks they're sleeping. Due to inmate Boone's demand that both inmates be separated and she not be moved, I felt there was inmate manipulation in play. I spoke to Captain Sutton and about the incident. She stated she would speak to the inmates. On the 3rd, March 28th. Oh, on my birthday, March 26th, she refused to tray. Lucky me. During a random locker search and shakedown, inmate Boone's bunk area, inmate Boone had the following items in her locker. Oh!
Bottle of lotion that contained unknown white powdery substance in a lotion bottle. White roll of medical tape. Hand sanitized wipes and several Kleenex tissue papers. And several sheets of notebook paper and paper clips. Oh, she can't have paper clips. She also had a Head and Shoulder shampoo bottle with hand sanitizer inside.
Okay, so you have a lotion bottle with powder, hand sanitizer with not hand sanitizer, a shampoo with hand sanitizer, a roll of medical tape, and a bunch of paper she shouldn't have had. And she wants to have special privileges now? Not. Inmate Boone was asked about the inside bottle labeled lotion, but a white powdery substance inside. She replied she didn't know that she got that from an inmate that was no longer in jail by the name of Ashley. Inmate Boone has violated 3.10 possession of any contraband, anything unauthorized. Inmate also was counseled and appeared receptive to understand the future incidents will resort in a formal action.
Haley Mouse, it could be alcohol in the hand sanitizer, but it could be that she's trying to get things together to make a bomb. I don't know if I can say that word. Sorry, Ada.
A boom boom.
A boom boom. Because if there's powder and a whole bunch of hand sanitizer and she's collecting other things, then yeah, she could be trying to make a boom boom.
Itty bitty boom boom. Itty bitty bum bum. Itty bitty 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 bum bum. Okay.
Instead of doing that bum bum.
Yeah. Inmate is receiving a negative for being in an unauthorized area. Inmate was observed passing something to an inmate, Bowers Bobby, who is housed in bunk number 40. Inmate should be noted that inmate Boone Sara is housed in bunk 34. How many are in that room? Inmate received a razor at lockdown. Razor returned intact after use. I just woke up. We're reading the dish on
Boom. That's why you woke up. You were like, I heard something interesting.
Boone's been a naughty girl in jail. During a random locker check, another one. Inmate Boone.
Preston wants to hop on with us.
I'm gonna get some candy and get in. Okay, get on. After the lockdown, she had ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, sugar packets, all stored in a legal envelope that had been cut in half. Inmate Boone did not have any paperwork in these envelopes. Is this what she means by cleaning out all of her stuff? To make room for the real paperwork? Pieces of papers and brochures okay. I jumped up envelope, but inmate Boone also had handful of PREA flyers that were previously posted around the facility in regards to an upcoming audit, along with a bunch of cut up pieces of paper and brochures, as well as several Kleenex tissue papers. Inmate Boone is violated 310 possession of contraband, anything not authorized. Okay. She also had paperclip.
So one of the funny parts about ketchup is that when it mixes with baking powder, it can kind of make like a fizzling, and then maybe if you, I don't know what the reaction is with sanitizer or with alcohol, but maybe if you mix in some other components, maybe that could make it have some
You can make a lot of
consistency.
weird stuff with this stuff. I would have said I was mixing the ketchup and the powder to make an exfoliant.
But I know that ketchup can make a fun boom boom. It's small, but I know it can. So when they were like condiments, I was like,
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So May of 21, refused, and make consistently volunteers to help out around the dorm with completing various chores and tasks. Positive earned. Inmate assisted in maintenance and cleanliness of the dorm, and they worked diligently with a positive attitude. Due to inmates' hard work, inmates receiving a positive. A breakfast tray was available and offered, but refused. Okay. Okay, now she's being good, and then she goes bad. Inmate Boone, along with other inmates, and attends faith-based programs in the H dorm, was advised to get ready for the program that starts at 0900. Inmate Boone was observed entering the classroom and then exited it out and entered the shower. That's a no-no. Inmate Boone was told to complete her shower before 900 hours to attend the program, in which is the reason why she is housed in this dorm. Inmate Boone began to yell from the shower, stating that lady from yesterday told her that the program doesn't start till 9:30. Inmate Boone was counseled about her behavior and received a
Negative.
Unavailable to meet with inmate due to shakedown occurring in H dorm. Informational purpose.
fun shakedown in H dorm.
On 5/8/21, I met with inmate Boone to extend a case management services. At this time, she declined assistance, but was informed that should she this change, she can fill out an imminent inmate request form, and will meet with her at that time. Okay, next. Inmate consistency volunteers to help on the door and another positive. Ooh, inmate is receiving a negative for
Talking in the bunk area.
all inmates are advised of the dorm rules, and no compliance would result in a negative.
Negative.
Inmate Boone is receiving yet another
negative.
Inmate Boone was assigned to clean the inmate restroom. While speaking with other inmate Boone rudely interrupted, stating that she needed a garbage bag. She was informed that if she couldn't clearly see I was speaking with someone and that her interrupting was rude, she would need to wait. Really? So see, they immediately got an attitude, stating,
All I asked for was a garbage bag. I'm the one cleaning, and I'm just trying to get it done.
She again was addressed on her attitude, to which she apologized.
Sorry, not sorry.
All inmates were given dorm rooms and explanations. Inmate was observed. What is that noise?
It's the neighbor's lawnmower. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Inmate was observed in an unauthorized bucked area due to the inmate's failure to follow instructions. She received
Yet another negative.
breakfast tray was available and refused. Approximately 13:58 hours. DSO Breckford observed inmate Boone being hugged by her attorney at the end of the interview.
Sergeant Dunn was immediately notified and addressed the attorney in the lobby before he departed.
And that, my dear, is way inappropriate and a no-no. Ever. Razor collected inmate verbally refused breakfast. Okay. Officer contact note.
Andrea, say sorry, not sorry about what I said. I'm just trying to have fun here. Does anybody else get that reference?
Inmate Boone attended the faith-based program due to the lockdown time. The program room, she was asked me to inform her when it was 20-30 hours. At 20-30 hours, I informed her it's time. Upon exiting the program at approximately 20-50 hours, the inmate Boone approached me stating that the program's instructor and her had words over me informing her of the time. When Miss Blank exited, I asked if there was an issue during the program. She informed me that inmate Boone was rude and told her that she goes over the allotted time and that she needs to be
in her car at 9.
Miss stated that she would speak to the captain about the inmate Boone's behavior and clarify the time. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is fun. Inmate Boone has gone above and beyond to help staff. Inmate Boone volunteer to clean the dorm the last 5 days. Oh, no. Do you know why she's volunteering to clean the dorm for the last 5 days? She owes somebody something.
She surely does. Or somebody
You
caught her
don't
doing it.
volunteer to do that. Cleaning the dorm room? Inmate received
a negative for not being properly dressed.
When leaving the bunk area, properly dressed, face mask, which she does not have on. Negative earned. Refuse. Inmate verbally refused. Okay. Inmate Sara Boone was removed from faith-based program on today due to several complaints of intimidation.
Intimidation? Me? Intimidation? And bullying? Are you saying I bullied them? Are you kidding? They're the hardened criminals, not I.
It's not very faith-based, Sarah.
Put my glasses on my face.
If you're going to be in the faith-based program, you should probably get with the godliness, Sarah.
I did not bully. And I did not antagonize any workers in the dorm, especially the dorm workers.
I hope that voice isn't bothering you. It's keeping me awake. Hey, Miss Kevin, I see you down there. Is the voice bothering you? Okay. Inmate Boone. Oh, wait a minute. Let me finish. I advised her she would be removed from the faith-based program and relocated if she continued this negative behavior. Her negative behavior has continued, and therefore she was relocated to a new housing dorm to resolve the issue. Inmate Sarah Boone, inmate Boone / Sarah 2000563 has been removed from the base program life learning program without privileges. Notification of program director. Chaplain was notified by email after the fact. It should be noted that inmate Boone is one of the most is it should be noted that inmate Boone is one of the most improved program participants with no disciplinary issues, respectful in all ways, and willing to help. Chaplain Gonzalez.
Chaplain, you don't live there. You don't know. She may be a little angel on that shoulder, but on this one, she's a freaking
devil.
That sounds like two very different things happening on like back-to-back notes. Interesting. Huh.
I'm just saying. A lot of refused breakfast. Okay. Oh, negative officer contact. Inmate is receiving this negative for failure to follow CDC guidelines on social distancing and wearing a mask.
Don't you want Michael? Don't you want my COVID? Don't you want my COVID to be your neighbor? Yeah. No laugh? Jeez, I'm slacking. I'm slacking.
Well, back then, that was a huge deal. Inmate observed with her face mask hanging from her chin, not over her nose, and not properly on her face. It should be noted that she was not eating, not drinking, and not in the shower. Yeah, that's a huge deal back then. Inmate was receiving a negative for talking in the bunk area again. All inmates were advised, so she was not quiet in quiet time. I thought I'd trim this. Give me a second because I can't. And this helps make it a little bigger. It helps embiggen it just a little. Okay. I'll just have to do that. Save
So
up.
yeah, everyone.
Okay.
I agree, Haley Mouse. 100% manipulation.
Okay. Today, November 9th at 21, inmate Boone approached an officer's desk asking if any mail had come today. I told her nope. Inmate Boone did not like the answer, and she got an attitude and continued questioning the officer about the mail. She stated
that she finds it very odd that the mail doesn't come in 3 days, and I demand that I call back and check and see if B dorm has any incoming mail for today.
I then explained to inmate Boone that I am unaware about the past few days because I wasn't in the dorm office. I can only speak for today and that there is no mail for B dorm today. And lastly, I don't need to call anyone regarding mail for the FDC. Has a system to put it in place for the mail. Inmate Boone then demanded
an inmate request form and was made available to me, so I stormed off. I consistently question the officer's authority and get on attitude when I don't get my way.
Oh, this is so insightful. Inmates were given any dorm expectations and advice several times where there would be no talking anytime in the bunk, shower, or bathroom areas. After ensuring all inmates understood the verbal order given to them while conducting chores of the dorm, inmates continued to talk in the bunk area regarding the rules of the dorm, disregarding the rules of the dorm. All inmates in the dorm were informed and they would remain on their bunks for 2 hours, which was documented in my IMS. Inmate Boone approached the officer and asked, stating that she had to contact her attorney before 2 p.m. I advised the inmate Boone that once the 2 hours were over, the phones will be available for use. Inmate Boone then started to become aggravated with me. This is
not fair. It's cruel punishment.
Inmate Boone turned in an inmate request form for this matter, which was given to the supervisor. What are we learning here about this fabulous woman?
She is exhausting. I feel so bad for the public servants that have to work.
There are
And,
worse
like,
people than her.
ugh.
She's not the worst in the toolbox. She may not be the
Literally.
sharpest, but she's not the dullest. What on today, December 6th, a 21 inmate approached an officer at the desk asking, or inmate requesting form along with 2 handwritten pages that were attached stating that she wanted to grieve video violation regarding for her visit that took place on December 5th. Inmate Boone stated that her visit was cut off for no reason. The officer made it very clear to the inmate Boone that her visit didn't get cut off for no reason. I'm sure there was a reason. Excuse me. I then asked her if she addressed the concern with the officer that was on duty yesterday. She stated she did, and the officer explained to her being that her son departed the at-home visitation screen. Her visit ended. Okay, let me explain that. If I'm in prison and you're not, and we're doing the visitation screen, if you leave that screen, it's over. So he left the screen, they cut it off. That's the rule. And then stated inmate Boone, is a reason. I'm not sure what she is trying to grieve. I took it upon myself to landline video visitation. I spoke to Miss Stafford and advised her of the inmate Boone's concern. Miss Stafford asked me to place the phone on the speaker so the inmate Boone can hear the rules on how video visitation works. And the rules were no different from a on-site visitation. Inmate Boone still a bit upset, but appeared receptive and now understands how the video visitation works. Inmate Boone still insisted on speaking to his supervisor. Sergeant Dunn was notified and made aware of the situation. Oh, we got a bunch of rain. Inmate Boone, okay, this is December 14th. Inmate Boone was called for a visit. Inmate Boone arrived in the visit without a mask and asked for a new one. Inmate Boone was asked for her old mask to verify the non nose clip was back. Then they have to have the nose clip. Inmate Boone stated she threw the mask in the trash and was able to provide one. Inmate issued a new mask and recommended that the mask be showed intact in order to be issued a new one. Information. Inmate Boone has an attorney visit tonight. Who was her attorney back then? Oh, this person, Mr. Padilla, requested to see Boone in person in the staff briefing room or some other room. He request was denied and he was advised that he would be allowed to speak with her via the attorney interview room. I personally don't have a knowledge of any official directive that allowed Boone face-to-face visit with the FDC with her attorney. Lieutenant was notified concerning the incident. On today, December the 16th, Sarah Boone approached an officer while conducting a visual and stated that she needed to speak with me. Inmate Boone then stated the inmate so and so is going around B dorm discussing her case and calling her murderer and yelling,
I can't breathe.
per inmate Boone, inmate so and so is mocking the case. She also knows nothing about it. My first question to inmate Boo was, did she discuss her concerns with the officer that was on duty prior to me? And she said no, because it happened yesterday on the 15th while I was on duty. So my next question was, why am I just now hearing about it today? Inmate wants me to speak to the inmate. Instead, she requested me to move inmate from bunk 40. And by doing so, the problem would be solved. But that problem decision, so she stated that everything was okay and that she did not want to be moved. Oh, wait, I skipped. That problem would be solved by moving one from one bunk to another. I decided to move inmate Boone instead from bunk 38. Inmate Boone appeared to be upset at my regarding this decision, and she stated everything was okay and she would not want to be moved. She is comfortable where she currently is housed. It should be noted that inmate Boone is always trying to manipulate the staff to get her way. Being that the particular incident didn't work in her favor, she's upset. Inmate Boone fully is aware if I hear anything else in regarding of this matter, she will be relocated to a different bunk. Sergeant Dunn was notified and made aware of the incident.
I'm so surprised.
Not. Inmate Boone approached the officer, stated that she needed a new pair of slides because they had ripped. She stated that she had asked 7 different officers and no one had gotten her a pair. Today, December 21st, Officer Veal gave inmate Boone a new pair of slides, but she didn't like the pair and declined. She stated that her current ones are much nicer. I'm not sure what type of slides she thinks she should get, but they're all the same. Are you crapping me?
I don't know if she's just like, I'm gonna try and make things up and see if I say it's a different type of red, if they'll believe me. Like, just crazy shit. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm just like, you can hop in if you want, Ms. Kevin. If not, you can stay out. She's like, nah, I'm good. Inmate Boone volunteered to assist inmate workers' duties such as washing personal laundry, setting up for lunch, and cleaning the day room. Due to there being no inmate workers assigned in B dorm, I wonder who she pissed off. Have I gone through all of them?
You may have. We may have just catched up on all of the shenanigans of Sarah Boone to date.
But this is only from 21.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's definitely not to date.
Yeah, that's the last one.
But I wouldn't say that she was feeling the holiday spirit. I would say, yeah, for sure she pissed someone off.
I wouldn't doubt that she didn't piss somebody off. I mean, she's just a piece of work, let me tell you. I'm saving all this, but, you know, we were wondering how she was, in the shenanigans with court, I would freaking hate to have this woman in my dorm. Now, if they're talking about a dorm that has bunk 38 and 40, she's had multiple problems with bunk 40. Multiple problems with bunk 40. So
Yeah.
what I'm wondering is, um, there must be about 50 in the dorm. In that dorm. So it's big enough to have 25 bunk doubled. That's 50 plus the walking space.
So do you think that they're offering her a solo cell because they think she's gonna get shanked soon? By 40? Bunk
Be careful
40?
with that word. But yes.
Sorry.
Be careful with the word.
I'm sorry.
Will that word get us, Miss Kevin? We are 7 hours and 52 minutes into this.
We're probably fine at this
I won't
point. I just have to say that after reading and hearing that, they're being more than accommodating with her in the hearings.
Excessively.
Like,
what are they afraid of?
More than she deserves. They don't want to get sued for infringement of rights, which is why they had a lawyer for the correction facility.
I loved it when she was asking, "May I please? Do you understand?" Yes. Please, sir.
Oh, yes.
The way she talks
My
is very interesting to me.
my sidekick.
Hi, sidekick. Sidekick or sidekick?
Sidekick.
Cutie. Oh, interested in the mic. Maybe gonna be a
Are we gonna grow up and be on the mic?
Maybe. My sister and my brother both work on radio.
Hey,
really? Do you think?
Yeah, my sister's a DJ. She does a morning show and a drive time show. Local radio.
Really?
Oh my gosh, Ada, I have the most hilarious baby sign story for you.
Do it.
So I was asking the girls, "Are we all done? Are we all done with dinner?" And they were like copying me. They were like, "All done, all done." I'm like, "Okay, great." So then we go get in the bathtub, and Ella's playing. She's having a great time. And I go, "Are we all done?" And instead of signing all done, she starts going. And I'm like, "Are you clapping for yourself?"
Yay!
I did the bath. And I'm like, are you all done? And she just starts.
That's adorable.
Jazz hands.
Most intense
Jazz
jazz hands ever. I was like, okay, I think we are done.
That was so cute. Braxton, what candy did thou get us? Our fabulous wizard. Oh, you're a man after my own heart. You are. Okay, before I forget, y'all heard about what I want? Well, since we're all here, did y'all hear what I wanted to do? Well, except for Miss Ronnie, for Jules.
Yes.
The card shower.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
I think
RA
it's
is
a lovely
in.
idea.
RA is in.
He
So
has a P.O. box. We should make him receive some of them.
no, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Maybe
Let's
we
have
should
it go
just
to one
ask.
place because shipping to him and then for him to me and then from me to her, because I'm going to make a really nice box, decorate it, and then I'm going to put it in a box and then I'm going to ship it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Maybe we should just ask for Jules' PayPal or something and then see if we can. No?
He doesn't want that information out.
Oh, okay. I see. Sorry. Gotcha.
No, and she wouldn't accept it.
That's true.
I see.
She can't refuse when she opens a mail and there's a big box.
It's a true story.
It's already
And
here.
then-
Too late.
Huh?
Yeah, it's already here. Too late when it's arrived at her home.
And she can take her time opening them, and when she needs them, a little bit of uplift and encouragement.
What's going on?
Yeah.
He was taking a nap with Daddy, and then he woke up and he was like, "Where's my mother?"
Mommy.
Yeah.
So, what were you listening, Braxton, to all that mess?
A lot of it.
Oh, listen, that was 1 year. I want to know what happened in all the other years. She's been in jail for almost 5 years.
That must be one extensive record.
That's why she's
3.5,
probably so
four,
pissed.
Four for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will be 5 in January if she doesn't go to trial this fall.
Dang. Ooh.
Because it was like the end of 2029. It was the end of 2019 when the thing happened.
Well, this just to give credit to Transparency for that documentation.
Ooh,
But
thank
where
you.
in the heck did she get it or he get it? Hey guys, if you want to do something to watch this week and week into the dockets and watch the case in Tennessee versus Sean Pinkerton, it's the worst case I've ever seen outside of the dump.
Ooh.
That's saying something because Dahmer was disgusting.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, Cindy. I may or may not have the stomach for it, but if so, I'll check it out.
The hardest thing for me is not being able to watch whatever I want because I have little eyes and ears. So I have to wait until everyone goes to bed to watch anything.
Oh, they just did closing. How are the closing arguments, Cindy?
Okay, I may put that on tomorrow, but understand if it's graphic, I won't show it. Bad enough I have to see it, but I'm pretty desensitized to a lot of graphic stuff because of what I've done in my life. But I looked it up, Cindy. We'll start it tomorrow.
Cool.
You guys,
How many days was it, Cindy? I may not want to do all of it.
I think she said they just showed the closing arguments. So probably
Yeah,
just
but was it 1 day, 2 day, 10 days?
Of closing arguments?
How many days was it, Cindy?
Or did they just
4
well,
days.
okay,
Like,
okay. I was like, did
3
they
days?
show?
Okay, I can handle that.
I get it now.
I can put it on as 1.5 or I can or just
yeah,
speed it up.
no, I don't know. Ooh, yikes!
I
This
don't.
is.
Well, we'll see. If Law and Crime still has it up by tomorrow, I guess we'll find out.
What is? I don't even know what this case is about.
Hey now.
I haven't even heard of it, but if Cindy's saying it's crazy, I believe her. I believe Cindy.
Torture.
Wow! It is first degree kill. Ending of life.
It's more. It's.
I'm gonna.
9 yards.
Ending of life. Aggravated. Inappropriate contact with the opposite sex aggressively. Aggressive taking someone against their own desires. Abuse of an individual who is unalived, and tampering with evidence.
Wow.
Yeah, that's no joke.
Oh, he conspired with his girlfriend to lure the victim. Oh, so it's a man and a woman.
Oh, dang.
But are they being
That's like part of like Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka. Oh God. Sorry, that happened in Canada, by the way.
This right here?
Well,
Tennessee.
yeah, a guy and his wife lured her younger sister, and they killed the younger sister, and they both got put in prison. But yeah, Paul Bernardo just recently got moved into a medium security prison, and people freaked out in Canada.
Why did that have to happen in my birth state? Oh my gosh. Okay. So I want to give out another shout out to RA for handling that situation beautifully. Thank you, Mr. RA.
Let go, please. I agree.
Gosh, takes all kind, doesn't it?
Barbie case.
Huh?
This was back in the 90s, Ronnie.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure this back late
Do you guys
90s.
do you guys want a distraction? Something palate
Yeah.
cleansing?
Sure.
You want to see what I've been working on? This is my planner spread for next week.
Oh.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Did
Thank
you
you.
draw it?
No. Just stickers.
So I don't know what's going to happen next week.
I don't know either. Next week is crazy.
I miss you, Miss Kevin.
I
You wanna-
know. This back to school season is terrible for me. I'm always so busy. So we have to see every doctor before she can go back to school. And then everybody's like, we need to have our summer things before it's over. I'm like, okay.
You said school, and Braxton starts saying, I'm allergic, and sneezed his brains out.
Yeah, you said school, and I just allergic everywhere. I'm gonna have to leave now.
Preschool.
You said school. Now
Oh, man.
I'm
I'm going to go to school. I'm starting college. Oh, my God.
When do you start?
Like the 27th, 26th, 27th.
Oh, nice. My dad's teaching this year. He's teaching a university class. And
Oh,
he
that's
was like trying to get the time changed, and the guy who the dean was like, no, you can't change the time.
Ronnie, you're right. They called them the Ken and Barbie killers. That was from 1987 to 1990. So Canada, we really.
Wow, I wasn't born.
We achieved
Shut
serial
your. Oh.
Guess who also wasn't born?
I felt so bad for Lefty because I was like, wow, that's old.
Yeah. Hi, I'm here to make
I was
all of
born.
you feel old.
How old are you, Braxton?
You know
I
that,
was
don't you?
born.
I think I do, but I have
feel
mom
better
brain, so
about that.
I'm 21.
okay.
Yeah,
Wonderful
Ronnie.
for you.
It was gross.
Yeah.
And
Here's how I
when
make
people
everyone
were
feel
freaking out
old.
about him moving to medium security prison.
He
we still
is such a baby.
Yeah. My baby brother's
Hey.
getting married.
Oh, I
and
got
he's
it.
24.
I got it. I got it. Baby.
No.
Baby wizard. Baby. Baby wizard.
Baby sneak do 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 do. Baby sneak do 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 do.
Baby tech do 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 do. Baby tech do 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 do. Big tech.
Baby boss boo boo do 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 do. Baby boss do 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 do.
Now, Miss Kevin's
Sorry.
going to kill
Sorry,
us.
guys.
Okay. I need to go real quick. I will be right back.
I think he's gonna permanently
Baby
just
wizard. Do, do.
Oh, look, he's decided that he's gonna sing.
Yeah.
Huh?
Are you gonna sing?
Luke decided that he's gonna sing. He was like,
Now he's going to suck on Pappy and hum into the microphone. Mm. Well, so tomorrow we open shop at 10. So I'll probably between 10 and 11 maybe come on with this trial. I don't know. I'm going to think about that. I'm not too sure I want to have that heavy of a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
you might need a break. Who knows?
Yeah,
You've
and then
been
I got to
kinda
figure out my
crazy.
live for tomorrow night. Members only live. All of y'all members, can we notify the members that the live is going to happen?
Yeah, we can send out a post for the members only.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to do that.
No, let me make a note. What do you got to say for yourself, sir?
And what we'll probably do is do a fundraiser from the members only for Miss Jules. So they can do super chats for Miss Jules.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get that in, I'll send it to her.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I don't know, Cindy. I might watch that on my own. I don't know if that is something. I I really, if I'm going to do a weekend, I'm going to try and keep it a little lighter than the week.
Ada, I'm sending you a picture.
Oh, Cindy didn't
Okay.
hear the announcement about Jules.
Okay, I've got to make an announcement, you guys. I'm sorry. Send me the picture. Are you
I
sending
did.
it in?
It's
Okay.
Discord. Just whether or not you want to have the show that trial.
Is this the same trial?
The one that we were talking about with.
It's not a bad picture, but it'll give you some perspective.
Yeah, that is some perspective on what the case is like.
And you'll
Okay.
put it in the mod
While
chat.
I'm getting that ready, let me share. Jules notified me a little bit ago, not too long ago, but wanted to keep it private that today was her first day of her chemo treatments. She has chemo in the gastric tract somewhere. I don't know any details. She didn't want to share any details, but she said it's public and we can share it. So please, we are asking that people not be contacting her. She doesn't want that right now. She's trying to wrap her head around everything. She is in good as spirits as you can be. But this is going to hurt her so hard financially, and she's already struggling. So this is going to be difficult for her. So I'm going to ask that everybody kind of be respectful. Okay, so this is the image that I think Braxton is talking about. This right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
50 different areas. So we'll see about it. Somebody else asked me to do that one, but I was like, not too sure.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get this little boy to bed.
No problem. Appreciate you. Love you, girlfriend. Blessings. And then, guys, I'm going to start winding this down because I got to get with my daughter. I've got to do some computer things for the upcoming college season. But yeah,
I do want to say something quickly about Braxton.
Huh?
I do want to say something quickly about Braxton. There is a 3D printing case, Stratasys versus Bamboo, and I think that might be up Braxton's alley. So Braxton, can you please look into that? Because I think that might be something that we should look at.
Also, another thing for Braxton, do you know the switcher that I'm looking at getting?
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking at?
Yeah.
The one that's being sent to me is the smaller one, not the big one. Like it's the smaller one.
Okay.
Do you think that's okay? Because I think the other one may be an overkill.
I agree.
And then learn how to do that and then grow into the other one. Yeah. Okay. Good. Pray for Jules. That's who we're going to have a card shower for next week. So everybody go make a card, buy a card. She's a pretty clean, healthy eater. But if you want to get her a Walmart gift card so she can get blankets, clothes, food, toiletries, things like that she's going to need, because a lot of her money is going to go towards the treatments, and she doesn't have that kind of money. And she may get mad at me for doing it, but I don't care. You can get mad at a friend for doing a good thing.
She was talking about making inappropriate signs in Walmart the other day. So she does shop at Walmart quite frequently. And she was talking about making some inappropriate comments in sign language. So Walmart, guys, I know that is something that she would definitely use.
Definitely. Well, I'm getting a PO box, a little one, but they'll save all my mail. I'm getting a PO box for the business here for my channel, and we're going to have everybody send it here because I'm going to decorate a box and put it in, and then ship it to her. Okay. I think
Okay.
it's easier for one person to have it instead of 2 or 3 different people. What, sir?
I'm looking into this lawsuit. This is
Stratasys versus Babu.
Uh-huh.
And is it worthwhile for you?
Oh, this is gonna be wild.
What
So
kind of
that's
lawsuit?
what you
Let's talk about
should.
it.
That's your first case, sir.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because I have a bamboo
Bingo.
printer right there.
What
I know you do.
what you
So
talking about?
jump
It's a
to it,
lawsuit.
sir.
There's
Okay,
a
I can't hear
lawsuit
I just
between
gave him a
two
3D printing lawsuit.
Okay. I can't hear both of you at the same time. Sorry.
Yeah. There's a 3D printing lawsuit between 2 companies.
Lawsuit?
Mm-hmm. Over patents. So yeah. Stratasys. They're the 3D printers that you have to call and get a quote on. They don't tell you the prices on the website at all. Like, there's not even a model that they tell you the prices on.
And so what do they cost?
Let me see if I can, like,
Inquire.
Stratasys.
Happy Friday, Pum Mum. How are you? Thanks for joining. Please go back and watch, especially the last hour or so. We had the first year of Sarah Boone's in jail records where she either got denied food, she got a few positive notes, and every time she got in trouble in her first year in 21. I want 2, 3, and 4.
But thanks to Transparency for the first year.
Yes, thank you. So now we need the rest. I don't know how they got those. Well, I guess it has to be so many years old before you can get them publicly. But man, if I had money, I'd be going after all the records on her because my gosh, she's got so much crap on her. And now, and it does. I was wondering if this behavior was for show in the court or if she was actually. Oh, thank you. It's a lot. We're 8 hours.
So, used. It's 18,500.
Used?
Are these the ones they make lead shooters with?
I can make one.
I kind of wanted a 3D printer, but I didn't want anything massive. I just wanted to be able to print small things.
I'll send you something right now.
Well,
It's
I
the one I
can't.
have.
This
My
fidget penguin is 3D printed.
Your penguin?
Yeah,
I
my
can tell.
fidget penguin. It's
Braxton
3D
made it?
printed by a guy in town, by some younger kid in town. I bought it from a kiosk in the mall.
How did they make it to where it wiggles? Are they separate parts it pops together?
Yeah, it's got 4 separate parts.
Oh, and they put them
And
together.
it kind of works like a spine.
It prints it that way?
No, it's got 2 separate pieces, so I think he glues it together so that it sticks together.
Braxton's like,
No?
I can
Okay,
print
well,
that.
I don't know how
I can
he
print
does
that
it.
entire thing just on a plate, and it will wiggle.
Okay, so Braxton knows how it happens because I don't. I just play with it.
I love playing with those. I have one moment. I need to send you this. Then I'm gonna go grab some 3D prints.
I
Because
want
I
to
have
start making some cute stuff for my spider.
Yeah, that would
Then
be
I
cool.
have
Some
then I
people
have-
are making stuff, but I want to do something a little more creative, like the ILY with the little.
That would be cool.
This
you go.
one's still too little. This one's still too little. He's in the lid now.
Oh, he
is.
He get out of the hole, the drill hole.
In the lid.
Still.
He's running. Still too little. This one. Where are you, babe? She's up on top.
Oh, I see. Yep.
Okay, guys, you guys are fabulous and awesome. You are amazing for sticking with me through the day. Thank you so very much. I hope you're having as much fun as I am, although court was kind of boring today for me.
It was boring, but we had fun.
Until the end.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to you do have those days in court. But this is such a calm, cool, very peaceful hearing I've ever seen of this magnitude. I'm like, y'all are getting along way too good for attorneys. Why don't you hate each other? Why aren't you going at each other? Saying.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for checking things out with us today.
Yeah. So if I go on, I don't expect my mods to hop on tomorrow, but if I go on tomorrow and you would like to, please do. Tomorrow night, 7:00 my time. I'm not gone yet. Don't worry. 7:00 my time. We will be doing the spilling the tea. Oh my goodness, that is so freaking cool. What is that?
It's a fidgety thing of hexagrams.
It's 3D
Is it
printed.
a fidgety thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just mesh.
It could be a coaster. It could be anything.
Okay, and how much does it cost to make that?
40 cents, maybe.
How much does the machine cost?
I sent you it. Let me find the price.
It's okay. Really?
$350.
You should.
Oh,
wow.
I thought it would be in a box and all of that. How does that print something like that without it falling all over the place?
So, if you look, see how all of the parts are connected?
That's some funky bass.
That
thing was super cool.
So cool. Well, so what? How much does it cost for the actual thread or the plastic?
The spool thing.
$20 a pound or $20 a kilogram. This is like a couple grams. Like, this is a spool of plastic. This is plastic.
Reasonable.
Comes as, it's called filament.
Yep. Put it in. There we go.
Yep. Right there. It goes into the printer. The printer melts it, and the printer then does what all printers do.
Is it hard to design stuff?
There's a learning curve. However, You can just
That's
download
so
prints.
stupid.
Like that articulating.
He's good at selling gadgets. Maybe he should sell those just on the side.
So I would. It's just so not profitable.
Fair enough.
My friend does. So
Penguins.
Yeah.
And so you where do you get these? You pay for the downloads though, right?
Some of them might be free.
No.
Like some
And then can you
No, they are all free.
You want that, but say I
On
want
the
the belly to be open so I can put a spider nest in there.
You would have to figure that out. You can edit these models. It's a little bit more difficult, but you can. You can create your own ones. However,
I bet you they would have the little chairs already made for little spiders that they charge $20 for on Etsy.
like, did you know you needed little penguins with swords?
I didn't
Right.
know until now.
Little penguins with swords. Look at all of the little look at the little penguin family they made.
Oh, that's so cool. And can you adjust the size of them?
Uh-huh.
Oh, how cute. Okay, my daughter is waiting for me patiently. I've got to go get this stuff done. Oh my gosh, those are so cute.
I know. And you can print all of this. This is NASA mesh. The way it works is each of these pieces is an individual thing. However, those little legs print around each other. So it prints on a single plate, but all of these things are spaced just far enough apart so that when you take it off,
Yeah, come on back, baby. I'm getting ready to go off. That
Completely
is so amazing.
interesting.
We'll talk more about this on our Friday or Saturday night. That would be so cool.
right?
Maybe you can do something on Saturday.
Maybe.
That'd be cool. A show and tell, Braxton.
Bye.
Want one of those. Okay, guys. Blessings. Y'all get some sleep. We all need it. And we will see you tomorrow night. Y'all have a fabulous weekend until then. And remember, be kind to those who are in need. Be loving. And get good sleep. Braxton, go to sleep. You go to sleep.
Don't be
Don't
as mean
make
as
Mama
Sarah.
Yep. All right. Thanks for everything, guys. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.